Now, Garvin's gang, the Park Brigade, will begin
We're live.
the Mooney gang and push
How you doing? Good evening. Thanks for joining. Who's in there? Say hello. Hello to Spiky Mike, Tyrone, Concrete Angel. How you doing? Mansby. Good evening. The one and only Leah. Doing great. Thanks, Leah. Good to be back in London. Anne-Marie, I think I've just mentioned you. This is Independent Free Press. Pergasus, how you doing, Dave Archibald? Steph, good evening, Steph. John, how you doing? Give us a sec, guys. Yeah, good evening, John. Mansby, I think that's it for now. Just get rid of that. So Indy's going to be streaming as well. Amiga Coda, good evening. Right, I'll just get myself up on the phone. There we go. What do you think of this background? I don't know if you can see it properly. What do you make of that? Good evening, Miss Emma. So I'm back at Indies, obviously. So
Yay.
First time without my curtain. It wasn't allowed tonight.
No bollocks. I'll be stuck tomorrow.
Brand new wallpaper. It's taken 4 weeks to put it up. And there's about 8 rolls, that's all. Not bad for Indy, that is.
Well, it's only my second time doing wallpaper, you cheeky bastard.
Oh, excuses already. James Patrick McDonough, how's it looking?
Hello.
How's it looking? All right. Sasha's asleep, fair play. Yeah, so I've travelled down this morning. How you doing, Shillets? Travelled down, got here early afternoon.
Hello, Schwitz.
Met up with these two great people and Sasha. And it feels like I've never been away, to be honest. I am so happy to be back in London. Daddy Oak, good evening. John B, I haven't, mate. I've never been lucky with them, put it that way. James, you're joking me, mate. You're joking. I'll have to buy a wig. It was all right, Anne-Marie, apart from I couldn't get any sleep. The night before, I got about 3 hours, if that. And then there were 4 Scottish guys, football mad, and it's all they talked about all the way down. They were drinking from, I don't know, like 9 a.m, getting louder and getting louder. So it wasn't quiet, but it doesn't matter. I've got here now. Maggie, how you doing? Not seen you for a bit, Mags. Trevor Random, thanks for those links, Trevor. I've seen them all, and that last one you sent me, Jago, I subbed to him the other night because I watched a few of his bits about the underground and that. So yeah, chuffed bits to be back in London. Honestly, I really am. Back at home, in one sense. My second home, anyway. Yeah, John, I know. Yeah, they do. They do that there, don't they? I'll not come out with accents tonight. It's pinned, Plod, but I'll put it in again. Just give me a sec. Let's pin it. Right, should be there now. Right, there it is. Plod. Yorkshire Monkey, a troll email me today saying they have sent your videos begging to the WP. Okay, good. Sound. They already know what I do, by the way. And I don't care. Leah's just put in Indy's link up, guys, in there as well. I'll just bring Steph on in a sec. LJ Gabe, good evening. I think I've said hello to everyone. If I've not, no disrespect. Keep chatting. I'll say hello at some point. Last Saturday, right? Or previous to last Saturday, I got an invitation to go on someone's live in the afternoon, and it was like fun and games, and I enjoyed it. It was like guess the animal on black and white stills, and then we went on to guess the product, and then guess the dog breed. Dog breeds I struggled on, and the products were hilarious. When Biker comes on, he'll tell you all about them, or Steph will tell you about it if you want. Good evening.
Evening, Dino. Just a quick one, okay, because we're still on the road. So I haven't stopped since 30 yesterday morning. So at the moment, I got 2 guests with me. So they're going to quickly say hello, and then we shall rejoin you shortly. Okay, so.
Okay.
All right, Dino, lad. All right, stop, mate.
How you doing? Taking your rights back. Yeah. Cool.
And we've got someone else to say hello to you as well in the back.
I can guess who this might be. Yeah. There he is.
What do you think?
Good evening, Steve-O.
Oh, good old Bonnie, lad.
Hey, buddy lad. How are you enjoying your travels today?
Oh, it's kind of good. We had a good day. We did have a properly good day. We had, I don't know, 2 or 3 different interactions. A couple of them were canny. We tried to get Nick, we couldn't. And then we met a cunt who was hoying Runt, R-U-N-T, who was hoying a little, tiny little lad around. And Plod's got it on the video, so expect that soon. I'm in the back seat though, Dino. The Hoider's in the back seat. On the way down, the Hoider's in the freaking boot. But I suppose it's canned up if I'm allowed in the back seat. Oh, there's AW. Oh no, that's do what I want. Hello, darling.
Hi.
Right, I'm going to pass you back to Plod because he's the best talker. He never fucking shuts up, to be honest with you.
No. I'll see you in a bit, Steve-O.
You got him. Okay, if it was my choice, he'll either be in the boot or he'd be a little tournament. So yeah, no, there's been lots of different things going on today. So if you're happy, just let us get back, and then once they're back and we're sort of chilled out to where we are, then I will jump back on.
No worries. We'd love to hear all about it, mate.
How was your travel down?
All right, apart from it was a bit noisy with some Scottish football fans. No match on, just talking football all the way down. You'd have loved it.
Yeah.
You'd have loved it, but it wasn't for me. So yeah, it was all the way down, and they'd had a couple of early beers and all that, and I couldn't wait to get off and get on that on the overground.
That's cool. What's the job?
But
Again. What do jocks know about
according to them, they invented it. According to them guys, you know.
Again, Dino.
I say, according to the Scots, they invented the game, not the English, apparently. So,
okay.
But we're not talking about football. It's boring.
Well, that's a very interesting one. That must then fall along the line of the same thing as public photography, then. You know what the jocks did in Bengal? Is men wearing skirts. They were the first wolf people in the world.
It's a bit of it's hard to hear you, to be honest.
Yeah, so Dino, I will jump back in a little while. Steph, good
Yeah.
evening. Good.
And tell Dino I'm going to give him a shot.
Yeah, he's gonna find you. Okay, I've sorted you out with his number. Okay, so
Okay.
he's got your number now, so he will be in contact. Okay, just remember, I know that when you look at his boat race, okay, it can be very, very quite frightening.
It's all over the shop. That's why I wear a mask. Tell them why then. Because my face is all over the shop.
Alright, so Dino,
Sounds like they're having fun.
as you can see what I've had to put up with,
How's that to put up with what plot
it's been a very,
We're
very,
the fucking ones
very
suffering.
full day. Alright, I will catch up with you in a bit. Okay, say hi to
No
India.
worries, yeah. Yeah, he can hear you. He can hear you. Yeah.
Evening, Indy.
Who's that?
It's
Oh, he isn't taking this.
he's messing about.
He's
He's
such a
saying good evening to you. He's ignoring you. He's ignoring you for some reason.
Who?
He said good evening to
I'm
you.
not ignoring him. I said
He said good evening to you, and you've just
good
blanked.
morning.
Right at this roundabout.
He knows no
He's had macaroni cheese. Yeah, just listen. Yeah, jump on later. It was difficult hearing that because obviously they're right on the road. Gypsy Auditor. I don't think that's you, mate. I don't think you put a comment in like that, would you?
No, I don't think it's him either.
No, I don't think you would.
Catwoman's there though.
Where
She's
is
been
she?
on a little break, hasn't she, for a little bit?
She has, yeah, done a lot of travelling and loads of travelling actually. So just a wind down, I think, for Kat and bit of a rest like we all need, you know. She'll be back
I've done
Sunday
that.
afternoons.
I've done that where I've just
Sure.
taken like a week and not made any like videos or anything.
Yeah, it does catch up with you, you know, no matter what you do. Claire, how you doing, Claire? And Andrian Datura. Anyone else who's joined? There's no rush as always.
This biker Eddie's in
Jaden
there.
Tate, someone get rid of Jaden Tate. Is Biker in there? Just seen
Yeah.
Biker's name in the chat. Biker will be jumping on anyway at some point. But good evening, hey up, Biker. Mags, is that true? Lynn Ezra. Arsenal backwards, really? I believe you, actually. I believe. That's very unusual. How do you spell Liverpool backwards? Looperville. Looperville. Right. Oh, we're not going into games like that. Good evening, Kat. I hope you're okay. Enjoying your rest and that. Yeah, so Leah, etc., you know, all these good guys we have in here, moderator-wise, same thing. One stupid comment like we just had, just get rid straight away. Maybe somebody new, a new name, give them a bit of time, but just zap them, get rid straight away. So no drama, guys, as usual. It's been going well lately, so we'll just carry on as we've been doing. Just having a good chat and everything. There's a few more people coming on later on, a bit later on, when the conversation goes a bit more serious and a bit more deeper.
I think there's
So,
a fake mostly insects as well. Because it says
Yeah,
put
so
that his daughter is turning 16, but I'm pretty sure his daughter is 17 years old.
right, okay, just get rid then, guys. Have I made Steph a mod? I'm pretty sure I am.
Yeah, I'm a mod, but I can't
Yeah, I
really
thought
do it
so.
when I'm on here.
No worries. Yeah, a lot of people said that Amiga. John Lennon, yeah. So yeah, guys, just get rid of all the idiots. They'll be coming in the first half hour or so. trying to disrupt, but we always start off light-hearted and that, so it's not really going to bother us that much. Just get rid, and we'll crack on. Good evening, sir. How's the moped?
Piss off. Good evening. I don't have 2 wheels anymore. Stop it off.
You got
Steph,
4 wheels.
I've got 4
T-Bag,
wheels.
get rid
Don't
of.
worry about that. Steph, your live last Saturday while I was trying to barbecue were absolutely fucking hilarious. It really were brilliant. I
Were you
enjoyed
having
that.
when you said you were barbecuing, because you said your daughter guessed one, does that mean you were having like a family barbecue, but then you were, when you guessed the
T-bag.
penis growing products, you were just having like a family barbecue, and you're
Yeah.
like, oh, I know what that is, and there's what typing in whilst you're having like a family barbecue.
Yeah, I was cooking at the time, mate. Yeah. I forget which one my daughter guessed, but she got it. I can't think what that was. I got that penis extension one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah.
straight away.
How-
Half a second.
Yeah, that was it.
And what was the
What-
other? What you got straight away?
A penis
It was
vacuum
something-
pump. A penis vacuum pump, yeah.
does
It
your
was
like
great
friend
fun, that, you
own?
know.
You
Yeah.
want it?
I think
Does your friend like own some kind of shop where they sell stuff like this, and that's
Listen.
how you know so quickly?
No, mate. I fucking own them.
Do you really?
No, I've seen shit like that before, mate. I'm long it too, if you know what I mean. Things like that, you tend to remember. I've got
no, it
two
was
for
good
sale
fun, I
anyway.
thought.
Yeah, it were good. Steph, if you can do that for like half an hour on a Friday, that'd be absolutely brilliant for people in chat. They would absolutely love it, I'm telling you. If you can come up with some sort of abstract, what's this product for, that type of thing, right, we could have a real laugh with that one. If last
Yeah, we could
Saturday's
do
up
an
to
half an
go,
hour first hour and a bit. We could bring that in for a bit. It was
You know,
fun.
we'd
I
have to
enjoyed
do
it.
it,
It was a good
though.
wind down.
Because
It's
I
proper
can't
different for me.
show pictures on here because I'm not like I'm not like the host of the live stream, so I can't actually show pictures
right, I'm with you.
because obviously it won't let me because I'm not the
Right.
so if
Well,
I tried to do
maybe, I
it
don't
sort of
know.
now,
Saturday afternoons, just kind of, what was it, 2 hours and something you did? So it was
Well,
just
normally-
about perfect.
when I do the lives, because I'm going to try and do a live every time on that day. Might not be the same time, but I'm going to try to do it every day on that day.
Cool.
So I'll probably have something prepared for that day when I go live.
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
Great. Yeah, we'll keep our eye on that. We'll
Yeah.
spread the great fun. What it was so different for me. It was like a wind down.
Yeah, this will be fun. I might be able to share
Yeah.
pictures. Hold on.
It was pleasant. If you schedule it, Steph, obviously
No,
more
I
people
can't.
get to know about it before you go on. So
You'd
Oh.
have to do it, Dino.
right, no problem. News Now Yorkshire. How you doing? Good evening, Ash. Good evening, Ash. How you doing? Nice live the other night, mate.
Nice cup, Steph.
Thank you.
Right, yeah.
Getting
What's that from?
demonetized. Just I don't know.
I forgot to monetize this live, actually. Never mind. Yeah, I could have been the fifth Beatle, John. I could have been a better drummer than Ringo, I'll put it that way. So, yeah, respect, Ash. Nice one. Thanks for coming in, mate.
Where's
Take it
Arcash
away,
this
Barker.
week?
Just let,
I don't know. What do you want to talk about?
there's no one else back. Just do your usual banter. Let's talk about. What do you want to talk about? Anything exciting happening?
Let's
Not a clue, you.
Yeah, let the chat throw some topics up. We'll have a play with that one. See what we can do.
Yeah, if you want.
Come on, chat.
Anything?
Throw a topic up.
Nothing serious, just, I don't know, you can put a joke in if you want. see how funny it is or not.
Yeah.
I shaved my hair.
What's that? A grade 2 or 1?
A 3, so 3 inches.
3 inches, mate. I know
That's all
many
good for penises.
I know many lads that had like 3 inches, but never mind.
Have you seen what Matt's put up? Matt 1218. I take it. I've
Yeah.
not myself personally.
Yeah, he did two audits yesterday or the day before with this twat of a copper, absolute knobhead, right? And it's actually made papers, and the copper's been reprimanded. If you go to his channel there, it's put a link in. You can read paper about it, but the copper's been reprimanded. He got an absolute.
Yeah.
He got a young blondie in car with him. I must admit, she was quite fit, very attractive, and he were playing up for her. You could see it. He were like flexing his little man penis and what have you, and he was full of shit, absolutely full of shit. But Matt, he owned him. He absolutely crucified him. You want to watch it, mate? It's really good.
I'll watch it. Sounds interesting.
Yeah, there's 2 of them. I'm not sure which comes first, but it's the same guy in both of them at different police stations in the same day.
Power trippers. You're right, Trevor. That once they get on that power trip, like Plod come across that PCSO, he said, "Yeah, I am the police." What a freak.
PCSOs aren't police. They're just, I think I saw some of them actually the other day. I can't remember, but they had like a bright yellows on with police volunteers.
Yeah.
Not special constables.
Just wannabes.
That's what
Just wannabe
PCSOs are.
nobodies.
Just volunteers.
Special constables are police volunteers. They've got the same powers as police, but the PCSOs don't. Special constables, they just volunteer, but they have got the same powers as police.
Lee's just put that up, guys. That's the paper article regarding that. So check it out. Tony Dicko, just get rid of him. Somebody. The clue's in the name there.
Yeah,
Dicko. See you later.
He's gone.
Who's the best auditor? Ash. Come on, you know there's.
It's a good
question, yeah, but I mean, can anybody pick one?
You can't.
Well,
you can't pick.
AB is the key. No one could disagree with that, really. AB. I mean, depending on that style, he's just as raw as they come. It's just camera out, nothing fancy. Film it, cuts off, that's it. And he's up to what now, sub-wise? I mean, since he went to 100k, I assume it's got to what now? 110 maybe.
I don't know.
Sub-wise, so he is, for me anyway, the best, or one of them anyway. It depends on styles, I think, as well. You get different styles, but it's all for the same cause, and I don't think there's any point arguing with different styles. It's just accepting them and appreciating them, really, whether you disagree with it or not. It's the same game, like a different department, if you like.
Yeah, there's a lot of great auditors out there, really, really good, but you have got a few that are a set of tossers, in all honesty. And you can tell just by the subs, you know what I mean? But I mean, I watch them all.
There's loads and news now, each to their own. You know what I mean? Simple as that, and let everyone get on with it. And the last thing we need, because of different styles or personalities, and that is a fallout and stuff.
Do you think auditing is going to get any bigger? Because when it first started, maybe a month ago, there was only a few people that were doing it, and then there's so many more people doing it now. Do you think it's going to become an even bigger thing?
It's
I
been
think
going for years, and it's been growing and growing. I've been watching auditing for last 4, maybe 5 years, and it's
I think it's
getting
gone into
bigger
a new
and bigger.
stage.
It's
It's
gone
gone
into a
into a
different
different
stage.
stage.
Definitely different.
Yeah, and people during that, like I've been learning before I went on YouTube and that, just watching, learning. Already within me to be like that, always been a rebel and always been, anti what they do. Quite awake for a long time. But I appreciate everyone. I might not agree with whatever, but they might not agree with me and things like that. But it's all for the same cause, I say. So,
Oh yeah, without a doubt.
you can't have a full team of strikers. You need a defender and a midfielder and all that. Just to use an analogy. But Cash, how are you doing? Good evening.
I just
think
asked
one or
about
two more
Arcash.
joined.
So I've not seen her.
Sasha Blue. I've hardly seen you for a while, Sasha Blue. So I hope you're okay. Best retired rockstar auditor, and George Boz as well. Hello, good evening. Ian Southern. Good evening. Lisa
Right,
Marie. Yeah.
Dino. I've
Yeah.
seen you got that wallpaper finished yet. Let's have a look. As you cut those offcuts off. Bit higher, mate. Bit higher. Let's have a look. Bit higher.
Hang on.
He's done it. It's all right.
Go
He's done
rewire
it.
your fucking moped, you bastard.
It's all right, isn't it? First time ever without my curtain, but I got this just in case Raja comes in and Nigel.
Oh, right. Nice.
Got a few supporters from Trinidad and Tobago, so I saw this today in Kilburn, and I thought I'd stick it up, and if Raja comes on and Nigel, they'll see it, and it might make them smile. But I like it as well. It's nice, isn't it? Even though it's red, white, and black colours.
Yeah.
In football terms, that could stand for Man United.
Yeah.
Scumbags.
I was waiting for that.
Yeah. I
But
noticed
no, Trinidad and Tobago.
you didn't put a Leeds flag up there for me, did you? I know.
No, I've wiped my arse all over it. Ain't worth it being on my wall, man.
I did get one, but there you go.
I burnt
That's what
it.
happened to it. Yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah. Yeah. I might start collecting them, actually. It's a bandana, I think. I might start wearing one, James, seeing as I'm going bald, James. He
Or
cracks
shave
me
your
up,
head
does
off
James?
if you go bald.
No, I can't do that. No.
But if you don't, you're just gonna have a no hair here and then long hair coming down here, and you're gonna
No,
look
I
even
just leave it
worse.
scruffy and natural, and then I just cut the part. I just leave it. I don't even brush it hardly or anything.
Mate, if you go bald on top, you're going to have one hell of a fucking comb over.
I don't know what. Do you remember?
I want to buy some just for me in the can.
Do you remember those Hamlet adverts?
Yeah.
And he's trying to have his photo done, and he's giving it all this, and then he falls, his chair collapses, and the picture flashes.
Yeah.
That was so funny. He's like,
yeah. I just imagine you bald on top, mate. Like I say, it would be one fucking hell of a comb over that one.
I'll send you some
John.
hair in the mail, Dino.
please, yeah, just to patch it up a bit. I'm not doing bad for my age, really.
Have you seen that spray-on stuff you can get that promotes your hair growth?
You can get
I've
spray
not,
on
no.
hair.
Yeah, you can get.
I told you I was going to get you a tin of it, Dino. Shut up. Don't lie.
Really?
Yeah, honest, mate.
We're starting it just made it a bit more manly.
It's not a wind-up, mate. You can get the spray-on stuff, and it promotes your hair
Just for
growth.
men.
No, it isn't.
I'm all right with it. Honestly, James, what have you started? I'm not even bald. It's
Just
just
get black
thin.
spray paint. Spray your hair so then no one will know.
The Sharpie works just as good.
I've seen these wigs on the high road here at Kilburn, but not my colour.
Oh, you've already got some. Someone's just called you a Troglodino in my chat.
Right, all locals in there, guys, saying hello to all you earthlings. John, first time ever without it tonight. But you can't resist that, can you? How can you resist that? You know? I haven't got much chest. Why do you keep going on about who brought my hair up? Was it me?
Yeah.
Yeah, you did.
You brought your
Me,
hair
weren't
up,
it? Right. Yeah, it's like if you rub some black castor oil on your head, it can help you bald.
And Marmite.
Any more suggestions for baldness? I'm not even that bald, am I? I'm not.
Yeah, you're
Giving
missing
me a
like
compliment.
this much on the top of your head.
Right, okay. I can live with it.
Yeah, you're growing through your hair, mate. That's what it is. You're not going bald, you're just going through your hair. That's what it is. Actually, I've got no chest hair either. Never have had. I've got fucking hairy nipples like two fucking hairy tarantulas, like, but other than that.
Caffeine shampoo. Oh, they're all coming in now. Not today, saying I'm not, am I? It's
What
just a
is the
light.
point of caffeine shampoo? Because I always thought
I
the
don't know.
thing about caffeine shampoo is that you put it on your hair and then it actually gives you energy, like if you drink a cup of coffee, but instead you just
Why not
put it
just
on your
drink it
hair
then?
instead.
It's probably a gimmick.
Hello, Catwoman.
Probably a gimmick, yeah. Anyway, I'll
Is
be
Indy,
fine.
is Indy streaming live at the same time as you?
Yep.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll get my other screen up, Gordon, so I can abuse Indy at the same time.
I'm good, thanks, Arkash, mate. Cheers.
Oh dear. Right, enough about my hair. No one else backstage. Take your time. A few more in the chat. Tracy White, what did you just put? Don't use wash and go. Right. I don't
That's
know
why
why.
that's why your hair's gone, mate. You washed it and it fucking went.
I get it, yeah. I'm a bit slow on things like that. Gypsy Auditor. Yeah, John B. Hi everyone.
You're a big northern traitor, says Catwoman.
Where is she? In the chat?
my life.
I'm not a northern traitor. I'm just sick of it up north. That's all. For now.
I like it where I am, mate. It's all right.
No, I mean the same area and that. Just get fed up of it. Oh, I've made that many friends down here. Hopefully getting up to the northeast at some point. Yorkshire definitely.
Well, that's where you need to go, mate. That's where the good ones are.
Yeah. I want to go to York itself for a
York's
day
a
or
good
two.
place.
Yeah,
It's
I've
a
not
good
been
place.
for years, and it stands out in my mind when I went on a school trip because we went to the museum, the train museum and that, and saw all that.
Ah, bloody hell, yeah. I remember my granddad taking me there when I was about 8 or 9 years old.
Is it still open, that place?
Yeah, it's still open. And I took my grandson when he was about 6 or 7. We went round there again, and exactly how I remembered it. Exactly. I'm not into trains. I'm into engineering, and if you go look at the trains and engineering that went into them, absolutely outstanding in the time, without a doubt. And that's what I like about it.
Yeah, it's a lovely place, lovely oldie worldy place. Nobody Push channel link. Going up there. North Allerton HQ instant share and live free in my channel. Did someone I might be thinking of news now and live free actually. Because it did pop up North Allerton. Yeah. The only place I've been in Yorkshire, mate, is that same place I met you. And that was on Travels News Now, but Yeah, it's just another area.
Where,
Oh, I've been
where
to
were that?
Bradford as well, but that was protests. That was early doors for me. Protests. The one where Cat got wrongly done
Did you-
by.
Where did you go in Yorkshire, Dino? Did you go to Leeds?
We just went to we called it Leeds Prison.
Yeah, you went to Armley Jail, didn't you?
Yeah, we was only
Yeah.
there. It was meant to be a quick visit, but then News Now popped up out of nowhere. Just popped up out of nowhere. So we had a good chat and we were there longer. But yeah, that's the only place we've stopped off at and filmed. But there were 4 of us as well. So and nothing happened apart from after we'd finished, we were sat in the car talking to News Now. And then a visitor came up to the car and said, are you lot going now? Because they won't let us in and visit. It's like, why? It's because you've been hanging around filming, so they've locked the prisoners down, won't let anyone in to see them. What, because of us? Well, yeah, but she were really polite about it. And she said, can I go and let these prisons guards know now that you're actually on your way so they can let us in? And she had a little kid with her. And I felt really awful. They took it out on her. Why didn't they come out to us at the beginning saying, what are you guys doing? If you carry on doing this, we've got to have to lock the prisoners down and it's visiting time soon. They didn't do that. So I think they took it out on that woman. She had this little girl with her who's probably visiting her, maybe a father or uncle or whatever. But she was really nice about it. And well, I think by the time we left, I think she was still outside. So they must have it. News Now had filled me in on this. They must have like a time limit where they can only reopen again after a certain amount of time, whether something's happening or not or something. But it was an innocent film. No one come out to it. You can only get round 2 sides of it anywhere. And they were being all arsey and merdy about it because we went into the reception and they started filming us from the reception through the window. Pathetic. But yeah, that's just going off thing there. But Yorkshire-wise, yeah, Leeds, and that was it. It's a massive county, innit? So you've got Hull and all that side. Like Hull, I think it's got 5 police stations and two headquarters. And I know News Now went down there at some point because he did a live saying any suggestions, and I popped it in his chat saying Hull. There's like loads of cop shops and that around there, big place. So you've got Bradford as well, haven't you? Big places like that. Wakefield, loads of stuff going on there. So yeah, but at the minute I've just got the London bug. At the minute, and it's never ending down here. Pegasus, yeah. I've been asking Indy for your number. We just keep forgetting.
I'll give me after we finish this.
But on my channel, on the About page, my email's on there. So I'll just give Indy a bell in a bit and then sort it out from there. Yeah. Get rid of DOSing for donations, please. DOSing for donations.
Prison guards and like police officers would be too tired from doing like their work and that to be bothered to behave like that, wouldn't you? To be standing around messing with people just recording.
What's wrong? Right. Yeah, get rid of that person. So, no worries, Pegasus. Sound. There's a lot of channel links going up here, so just have a look at them. Low on numbers tonight. Bit weird. Me. 16 in. I think last week at this point they were like 60, 70 and something like that.
It's saying 60 here.
What a mad EOS.
Must be someone else live then.
I think it could be my.
I'll come off of it again. You've got 45 watching there, it says. And then when I click on it again, it says 45. 59.
17 now. Must be something wrong.
You've got 16 watching on mine.
Right. So that's mine, is it?
Mm-hmm.
All right. I don't know what's wrong then. It could be my phone. I'll turn it off. I'll turn it back. So yeah, I don't fluke. Are you still in that 61, mate? Yeah, it's my phone then. It's I don't know what's playing up there. I got worried then. I thought everyone's
Just
dropped me.
YouTube being slow.
61 fair play. Yeah, it was roughly that last week. So at least the numbers are going up a bit, you know, which is good. Up the cherries, how you doing? Too many going live at the same time, pal. Well, do you know what? I know it's congested now, isn't it? And it doesn't bother me, to be honest. And I do every Friday, so people know that I'm not spontaneously doing a live. So people know I'm on a Friday. And I've always said, like, when I get a notification popping up saying Ash has gone live, I will tell you guys Ash is going live. Ash has gone live now. There you go. You know, bob over, whatever. Here we go with the disruptions. And it's no bother to me at all, you know, because I know people jump across lives anyway, which I think shows support.
Always watch it back as well.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, it's people's choices at the end of the day, and I don't think anyone should be telling anyone the way they should be going about how they view a live stream and things like that. People have my blessing anyway. It's, you know, it's bound to be congested. It's getting quite popular now, and there's more and more people coming into it as well, don't forget. So, private number caller, I know who you are. What's the point? Because I'm just going to decline the call every time you try and disrupt me. Yeah, Kat, I know you are. You are. You doing one this Sunday or what? Because you had a day off last Sunday, didn't you? So
Yeah, I was waiting for
Reggie
you to go live.
Well, sorry, Steph, what was that?
I said I was waiting for her to go live on that day. I was. So I was sitting there waiting for her to go live, and then she never did.
I know for a fact she was extremely tired.
Yeah.
She'll tell you that herself, but yeah, we all need that.
Because on that day, I went
rest,
to go fishing on that day, but I ended up not doing anything. I ended up going all the way down there and not doing anything because I left something at home, so I couldn't do it. I could have gone fishing, but I couldn't have recorded anything because I didn't have the attachment to put my GoPro onto like the mounts.
Yeah.
So I ended up not having being able to put it onto record. So I literally just went, oh, gotta go back now. So I was sort of looking forward for her to go live on that day since I didn't get to go fishing and record, but she did.
It's
so
more to look forward to this Sunday then.
Yeah.
That because you've had that break, it's like you can't wait for next time. That's how I feel sometimes when someone's had a break. I think, right, you know, next time this Sunday she will. I'll talk her into it. Tyrone, who is the private caller, why would you bring that up? I've just said you're not disrupting me, and it's gone, and we've carried on with the chat, and then you brought that up, mate. I know who it is.
When people give out their like numbers and that, because this is, I'm assuming it's like personal phone numbers.
It's been happening. It's been happening for a few weeks. There's been a pattern over the last couple of weeks. It's so obvious. Certain things stick out a mile. I can't block a private number though, Leah. So it's probably more frustrating to them as I'll never answer it and I'll decline it within the first ring. So it's not me who's wasting my time, is it?
Because I know Gypsy
it's not disrupting me at all.
I think it's quite funny.
doesn't he?
Childish.
It is
I
quite
don't
funny
know.
and childish. Maybe it's coming from a very young person or somebody with an immature mind. I don't know. Joe Public's channel link. Anne-Marie and Leah M are just like always like
They're on it like
engines. They are pure engines. They work non-stop. PJ Audits link as well. It's all there in the chat, guys. All these links are going up. Great people, great channels. Fluke will be coming on in a bit, guys, just to let you know. So before you start going, oh God, Fluke, he never should. I know he did, I know. But tonight he's being told or muted. But he's all right, he's Fluke. I love listening to him.
I like Flo.
But he's a good lad and he knows.
If he starts sucking on me, mate, I'll pull him down.
Yeah, he'll be nipping on later.
Good stuff. I like listening to the guy. He's good.
Yeah, do you know what, Kat? I think that's really deceitful, innit? You know. I mean, what's the game with it? What's the point, you know? No gain and no point. Maybe just shallow fun for these people. Nothing exciting in the lives.
I don't think it's annoying, isn't it? It's personal. Because if someone's calling you and it's important, because sometimes you get phone calls from like people who don't have it on your list.
Yeah, it's pure disruption. It's not really working, but it's going to be brought up because I'll try and answer questions, you know, like no disrespect, Tyrone, but why would you ask a question like who's making private calls to you? It's private. But I did say I know who it is. I think there's more than one as well. Fluke helps you sleep. Pegasus.
There you go, mate. Check your text messages now.
Down.
69. Cheers news now, mate. I don't know what's up with my phone on YouTube. It's not caught up.
Do you know, I've had text messages come through on completely different days where someone sent me a text message and then it hasn't come on the same day. It came a day after. It has.
Yeah, I've had that. Yeah. In fact, I got
did my message get through to you then?
No.
SMS,
yeah.
Yeah, text message.
No, it's not. No, it's not come through, mate.
Right, hang on, I'm going to try and phone you. Make sure I've got the right number here.
Yeah, if you give us India Bob on for 5 minutes, mate, because
if it rings, mate.
If you want to sort that out, because obviously you wouldn't say that unless it was important. So I'll take this call off you. And you just have to put up with Indy for 5 minutes, guys. That's all.
Jesus Christ.
He's too busy there in the background behind, you know, he's sniping for me again tonight.
Oh, God.
50 cow shots to the head, anybody?
Come on, Andy. Let's see that
Move
photo.
from my pictures.
Out the way.
Move your bastards. Right, hello, you lovely bunch of people, you. Got to move these cushions because Dino's a short ass. Oh, fuck's sake. Oh, okay.
He's even sitting on cushions to make him a bit
Yeah, he is,
taller.
man.
I'm only small.
He's a midget. He needs a booster seat. I tower over him. He's full of flag paper. It's like, look, see what I mean?
I'm tiny.
I don't think you tower that much. Oh.
So, how is everybody?
Yeah, good to see you get your wallpaper sorted, mate.
Yeah, it took me a little while, but I've done it in the end.
Yeah.
No, I just threw it up yesterday. Some of the walls out as well by like millimetres, so I had to shift it about a bit. I got there in the end.
There's a way around that.
Yeah, it's called Get Someone Else to Bloody Do It. Yeah, that's why you shot. That's only my second time wallpapering.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, done too.
And it hasn't fallen down yet, so
Yeah, done too bad, mate.
Tracy White, I didn't order a shield because the one they wanted me to order was metal, and there's no way I'm running around with that, so I'm saving up for another one that's £110, which is plastic. Well, hardened plastic. But I've got some body armour coming. Got shoulders, arms, knees, all that stuff coming.
Is that for riots or something when you go to protests?
Protest. I'm not getting hit in the head with anything or battered across the head with a baton. I've got shoulder armour coming. I've got arm armour, forearm armour. Got a spinal thing for it as well. Ordered it today, so I should get it. I should come between the 4th and the 8th or something.
Flour and water for the paste for your wallpaper. That's what you use for paper mache.
Yeah, exactly. I use that Solvit stuff.
They'd probably put mould on your wall if you did that.
Yeah, probably. Cheers, Bob. Billy Bob. See, I'm modding my own stream, yeah? There's a few others from here are in there. So I've got Dino set up over here as well. I've got a camera just over there. It's just... Is that a bit better?
I thought the back is trying to ring me, but I've not had a call through.
Dino says he hasn't had a call yet.
Dino, I think I must have wrong number then, mate. You've got my email address.
Do you want me to give it to you? I'll type it in the chat for you. I'm joking, Dino. I'm joking. Keep your hair on. You only got a little bit left. You troglodyte! You trog!
Shit, we've read the joint already.
Yeah, I haven't even made one yet. We're gonna.
You need some new wallpaper already, mate.
See how violent and aggressive he is, and you wonder why all these police officers have a go at him. Go away, you old bastard! Fall down the toilet or something.
I'll just send I'll send you a quick email, mate.
Yeah, email me, mate. With that number. I think I've got your wrong number, mate. I don't know why.
Is it an 0891 number?
Yeah.
Oh, no wonder it's fucking premium rate, mate. He's got you.
Yeah.
Hello, Tyrant Finder UK. Welcome to Dino's live stream. It's now been hijacked by me. Nah, I never kick off here with Dino. I'll just throw him off the balcony and feed him to the foxes. So you've been magnet fishing lately, Steph?
No, it's been raining and really cold today.
Yeah. Fair enough. Where do you usually go? Canal?
No, it is connected to a canal, apparently. That's what I was told, but I'm not quite sure if that's true or not.
Yeah, it tends to be water in he goes to where water is.
Yeah, I just go to water.
Yeah, that always helps.
Yeah, Eddie, you're so helpful. No shit, Sherlock. Go to where water is.
Yeah,
I hope your bike gets a puncture when you're pedalling it uphill. So you're going to get a new bike soon, are you?
Oh, where'd you go fishing? Fucking water, you know.
No shit, Sherlock. No, I mean, like, you know, you got rivers, canals, lakes, and all that. You know what I mean? Some people go different places.
Go anywhere where there's people, and then you should find something there.
Do you know? I think the best place to be bridges.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Dino is a troglodyte generic. He is definitely. That's the reason why whenever he hears the word, he nearly wets himself. He has to change his colostomy bag and stick a man packs in. Oh shit! Speaking of the devil and the troglodyte shall appear. He's still trying to send this email. Oh, he sent it, have you?
Yeah.
Okay, no. Can't get
Cheers,
started nowadays, can you?
I'll have a quick look.
And he's doing up his trousers. That's a bit dodgy. Did he send you a pic of his bum?
I'm not telling you, mate. That's between me and Dina.
No, you don't have to have a license for magnet fishing because at the moment there's no laws on it. So you don't have to have a license or anything.
The only thing you've got to have a license for is when you're doing the old beach walk, not the beach walking, the foreshore walking along the Thames. If you find anything that's of historical value, you have to declare it.
I'd love to do that.
Called mudlarking.
Yeah.
Well, it's John B. He definitely is a troglodyte. If you see him now, man, he looks like Cousin It off the Addams Family. You know? Doing it. He's spooky and he's wooky. He's, I don't know, I can't really describe him. Yeah, mudlarking. It's good. You find old bullets and military buttons, and I remember some woman called Nicole. She found the bottom of a jawbone and stuff. It's quite
Dino.
good. We have to,
Do you know
Yeah.
that number you've just sent me? It's the one I've got in my phone. I'm going to phone you
Your
now. See
phone
if
is-
it comes
Right.
up. Don't answer
Yeah,
it. Just,
what is it? I don't know what a troglodyte is. It was just a name that I started calling my dog, but I think it suits Dino.
Not available. Please leave your message after the tone.
your phone's engaged,
There you
Dino.
go. It says the person that's got long hair and glasses is broken his phone. Please try again later.
Well, let's see if it's through on,
Have a look at your missed calls, mate.
Yeah, well, I'm just checking now, mate. There's nothing at all.
No,
All it's coming up with.
So,
Right. I'm just checking your number now again. Da-da-da-da-da-da.
I don't think troglodyte is actually a good word, to be dead honest, because I think I've heard it used for.
Yeah, I've definitely got the right number, Dino.
okay, try, yeah.
right, yeah. We'll find out what troglodyte means, yeah.
Hang about,
Welcome
listen.
to the EE voicemail. I'm sorry, but the person you've called is not available. Please leave your message after the tone.
That's all I get.
After you've
Right, just give me one sec then. 1 sec.
Do you want to hear the definition for it?
Right, I'm ringing you. I'm
Troglodyte.
phoning you now.
All right, mate.
Yeah, that suits Dino down to a T. A person that lives in a cave.
Yeah.
A hermit.
Yeah.
Troglodytes.
Shatter. Yeah, that's weird.
A person who is regarded as being deliberately ignorant and old-fashioned. That's Dino. Tell ya, troglodyte. It's definitely Dino. A hermit. There you go. So Dino is definitely a troglodyte. Look, there is the proof. Look, that is Dino's description down to a T.
Well, your phone call hasn't come through yet, mate.
Oi, do you know what? Do you know who he's got you saved in his phone as? Chunky Monkey.
Yeah, mate.
Yes,
I'm
it
not
is
that-
James Murray. But that is Dino. Dino is the troglodyte of the year. So,
Cat, they
What's
wouldn't
everyone been up
really
to?
know if you did find something, if it was historical, unless they've got like cameras, but normally it's the area itself.
yeah,
Where
it
they-
is quite like. And you get back on your own channel, stop it.
So it's not
I'm
like
not
if
a
you pull
concrete
something
angel,
random out
right.
in any random location, and if that specific item is historical, then you have to they somehow find out if it's in specific areas where normally you're not really allowed to actually go on to. So it's sort of like if you went on there to trespass and they find out eventually that you were trespassing. Because I know there's an area where you can go, where people go scuba diving in the river because there's something they find like a bunch of historical things there, but you're not actually allowed to go there.
Oh,
So it's not like a public
yeah.
sort of area.
Yeah.
So it's not like if you were just down a random canal where there's a bridge where people just walk across. If you found something that was historical, you'd have to bring it in. Like you wouldn't, because it's not in the correct area.
Yeah,
And
Dino,
you
you
probably
can
wouldn't
watch
find
it back
anything
there.
anyway.
No, right. So I'll hand you back to the old troglodyte hermit features here. Oi, you old hermit! You cider drinking hermit features.
Go away.
Get back in your troglodyte seat. You old slag.
Look at him. He can't even get up.
I'll put you down. You won't be able to get back up there, will you? Otherwise, I'll knock you the fuck out with the smell of me fucking trainers.
Go over there. Go over there.
Assault.
Right.
Troglodytes.
You didn't sit. Right. I've sank really low. Do you know why?
Because my fat gut's sitting there.
It sank really low in the seat. I wonder why.
Yeah, because you've had 17 stone of man, not fucking 2 stone of
Yeah,
vegetables.
17. You're being a bit lenient
Alright,
with yourself
18
there. Get it
18.
lenient.
Listen,
No,
you troglodyte, shut up.
you're a trog. Be quiet. Right, I didn't get anywhere with that. There's a story behind that number I've got of yours in my phone.
It's chunky monkeys, isn't it?
That's a private thing to talk about, and I'll tell you why that's happened in private. But if
What,
it's
sorry,
something you need to,
story with that? What, with my number?
yeah, I'll tell you that in private, mate. It's nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about at all. It's just a mix-up between someone who's sent me someone else's number and I put it under Biker in my contacts. But
Right.
so I've not got your number. So if it's something important, right, mate, just email for now. But I don't understand why you can't get through to my phone.
It's weird. It just goes to voicemail all the time.
Is it because it can't be because it's on YouTube or anything? It's just as normal.
Not a clue, mate. Not a clue.
I don't know, but my email's there. So
Right, I'll reply to your email. I'll put my number back in.
yeah, okay.
And make sure you save it to right bike already, not some fucking knobhead.
God, he's gone.
I haven't fucking gone.
Did you score?
Shut up, you truck.
Have you gone yet? Right, he's gone. Thank God for that. I'm only joking.
Right, I've sent it through, mate. You should have it
Right,
now.
cheers, Biker. I've just had a freak out.
Why?
Steph, do you remember Morph, Biker?
Oh, yeah. Plasticine, man.
No, this is Pikmin.
No, it looks like Morph. It
That's because
looks...
you can't see the top part.
Gypsy, I can see you.
Oh, that looks like some kind of weird
Gypsy's
kind of... That's a weird... Yeah, that's a weird gimp mask. It is.
This is what I wore in the shops here when we had to wear masks. I went in with this one. I can barely see out of it.
What did they say? Did they say anything?
Nope.
No. Thanks, Gyps, mate. Thanks a lot, and congrats on your monetization and that. So
Can you see my
get it
eyes?
right this time. You got the adverts now, have you? How annoying are adverts, though? You know.
Not on my channel, they're not. I watch all your stuff and I don't get any adverts whatsoever.
Oh, Spiky, Morph, his brother were called. Oh, this is like Steph's live on Saturday afternoon now.
Oh, isn't it?
What was Morph's brother called?
Oh,
He was
God.
the grey clad one, I think. Spiky put us out.
No,
The blue
don't,
one, the blue. Yeah.
don't tell us. Don't tell us. Oh, God. Oh, what the fuck? It's on the tip of my tongue.
I know. Merv, says James. Was it Merv?
That's the name
Oh,
of my
God.
dog, that is.
Merv.
Murph, that's my dog's
Merv and
name.
Morph. I used to love that. Morph. Bit different to CGI today. It used to take them like hours to do like a 20-minute program or something. Like
It's
just
a second
moving
week,
tiny
isn't it?
parts of the plasticine thing. No, it's all done on the computer. Chad. That was a massive bang outside.
Someone's breaking in.
I don't know what that was.
It's me.
What
Could
Morse
have been a
brother
firework.
called? What Morse brother called Chaz?
Chad or Chaz.
Chaz. I'm sure it was Chaz.
Tony Hart, that was it. Yeah, he created that, didn't he? So yeah. Yeah, I remember that as a kid. So yeah, it just reminds me of that, Steph. It's so odd looking.
It's a Pikmin.
Quite freaky, actually.
It's meant to be a Pikmin from a video game. That's what it's meant to be. That's the end of the... It's made out of paper mache, so whoever said that the wallpaper got stuck on with water and flour, that's how I stuck this together.
I've just done some
Remember doing that at
research.
school, yeah.
Have you? What research have you done?
I've just done some research on Morph. That were done by Aardman Animations, right? Who did Wallace and Gromit? It weren't Tony Hart. Tony Hart did the Take Art show, which Morph were on.
Mm. That's right. Yeah. What do you mean, John? Beetroot?
Yeah, it were Chaz. It were definitely Chaz. Trumpton, I
Yes,
remember
it was.
that.
What was that?
Oh God, Trumpton.
Trumpton, yeah.
Yeah.
That was that copper, weren't it, with a truncheon, weren't it?
No, Windy Miller.
Windy Miller. Yeah, we're
You
going
remember
back a bit now, aren't we?
Oh,
Yeah,
Jesus,
Magic Roundabout and all that. How psychedelic with that? Magic
Yeah.
Roundabout.
Yeah, fucking Zebedee. What
You-
rabbit called?
Oh, I just remember Dougal, the dog.
Dougal dog. There was Zebedee.
Yeah.
And what rabbit that were I as a kite on weed?
Oh,
You remember him?
I do, but I can't remember names. Sasha's here. Luke Sash, say hello. Say hello. There you go. Softy, go on. Vicious girl. You're the trog. You're the trog. Troghound. Troglerhound. Yeah, Sasha's saying hello. What's them, Steph? Is that something you found magnet fishing or something?
No. These are the size
Oh, I
of
thought
rings
they were
I've got.
rings or. You've made them yourself, have you?
No, my sister got a box full of costume jewelry and I found tons of rings in there.
Ah,
And I just put them all on my
Different.
fingers.
Dylan the Rabbit says Joe Black.
Dylan. That's
Dylan.
the one.
There's quite a few names. Ermintrude the Cow, yeah, that's it, Spiky, yeah.
Magic Roundabout.
Pursley. Camberwick
Florence.
Green.
What about Florence? You remember that?
Florence. Yeah.
She got frozen.
Sasha's getting some love now from Leah in the chat.
Right. Here you go, then. Do you remember the actual roundabout?
Yeah.
Who used to operate the roundabout? What did they call him?
I can't remember. Bong,
Mr. Rusty.
James, yeah.
Mr.
Mr.
Rusty. Mr.
Mr.
Rusty.
Rusty.
Yeah. It's all right.
Do you know-
I'm searching here. I'm researching. That's why I know all this shit.
Spiky, Heidi, yeah, remember? Because like it was English overdub, weren't it, on Austrian or German language?
I do.
Heidi, yeah.
Search a
Yeah,
Pikmin.
Joe Black, thanks for joining, mate. I've used your outro, your new outro. So on the last two bids, I think. So thanks for doing that for me, mate.
Search what a Pikmin is.
Search what a
A what?
Pikmin is.
A Pikmin.
Spell
Pikmin.
it.
Hold on a second.
PIC.
Good evening, Michael Vine. How you doing? Brocker 100 Fogs, mate. Only just seen you. Thanks for joining.
Pikmin.
You should be modded up.
Pikmin.
Pikmin, right.
PIC.
Yeah, so Pikmin.
PIK.
Hold on.
M-A-N.
Let me get a picture on my phone and I'll shove it on the screen.
Let's have a look.
I remember that, Miss Emma. Yeah, I used to enjoy that one. Little Scoreboard. A Dog on the Road. Yeah. Good
Sneezing
evening
like
to you
a-
as well, Mark. Thanks for coming in, mate.
I'm sneezing like a bastard here. I think I've fucking COVID. Oh, right. All right, I've seen Pikmin, yeah. I can see where you get that mask from, yeah. They're all different colours, aren't they?
Yeah, it's a video game.
All right.
Right, what we're looking at. Andy
Andy
Panda, yeah,
Panda.
they're all coming out now. Do you remember Captain Pugwash?
I fucking do, yeah.
Right,
And-
how about
and-
them? How about them for names? Seaman Staines.
Yeah.
Seaman
How they-
Staines. That,
Yeah, how they
How do you
got
go
away
with
with
that?
that, I'll never
Yeah.
know.
there was another. There was another.
Yeah, Master Bates, the cabin guy.
That's it. How did they get away with that?
Don't know.
Was that on the
Don't
BBC
know.
by any chance?
It probably was BBC.
There you go, then.
Yeah.
Who's right got away with it?
Mainstream either way. So
It was BBC. Definitely was. Yeah.
There you go. Jimmy Savile had his hand in there somewhere then.
Yeah, Master Bates, Seaman Staines, and there was another guy on there as well. I can't remember what he was called. Oh, right, bit of research.
top researcher is Eddie. John B, how you doing? Master Bates, John. Yeah, we got that. Yeah, Master Bates and Seaman Staines. How about that? A kids' cartoon. Yeah, we could go on about that, but I don't think we will for now. Joe Public is in the house. Joe, no. Before you start. Not tonight.
Right, there was another guy in Captain Pugwash called Willie.
I think. Are you doing a dooby-dooby-doo? Latest John B, are you off, mate? No worries. Thanks for coming in. We're only an hour, just over an hour in, so there's bags of time. Fluke's coming in later on. Mr. Ben. Who said that, Joe?
Mr. Ben going up in what was it? He went through their magic doors, didn't he? Into different shops.
Mm.
Do you remember it?
Mr. Ben, I do, yeah. Quite boring, actually.
No, I
That
used to
one.
like that. No, I used to like that.
The Wombles were all right.
They were a pile of shit, mate.
Can't get away with anything these days in cartoons.
Fucking Wombles, mate. They were Londoners, pile of shit, mate.
Hey, what's wrong with Londoners?
I'm not saying
Nothing
they're not.
at
No,
all.
they were a pile of shit, Wombles, tell you.
I've seen a Womble
So have I.
riding on the back of a unicorn, right, Joe? Joe, did you have a date or something today? I'm sure you made that public, if you forgive the pun. That you could have had a date today, maybe tomorrow, I don't know. Let us know how you went on. Or you don't have to, it's personal, isn't it? But there's Pure Chaos in there as well. Good evening. Pure Chaos, how you doing? Trumpton, yeah, we mentioned that before. Trumpton, the corrupt cop. Yeah. I don't, news now, I don't, mate. I just love it down here.
Bag
love
And then
it.
Remember
Hello,
Bag
you seen the remake of Rugrats?
Rugrats were shit. Bag
Yeah, but they're remaking it now with new animation.
Bag puss is where to go, mate. You need a bit of bag puss in your life.
That's too old, man. I wasn't even born when that came out, probably.
YouTube it, mate. It was a fat, saggy pussy, wasn't it? Sat in a window. Remember it, Dino?
Which for that?
Bag puss.
Bag puss.
Yeah, it always
Yeah, that
started
was
off.
very weird.
Yeah, a fat, saggy
Well,
pussy.
you just got
sat in a
some areas
window.
on that side.
Weird. All the dormice come to life and all that. Very psychedelic.
Yeah.
I know that. Look, I love the north as well. Okay. I just love the whole country, really. It'd be nice to travel everywhere. I've said that, and I am spreading my wings a bit now. So, but I've met that many good people in London. Like I said before, Yorkshire's a must for me. But look who you've got in Yorkshire and that, and I would never want to tread on people's toes or anything like that. But I'd still love to go to York, Leeds, Bradford, Hull. There's loads of places in. I'd love to go and revisit, like just do a little one of them videos I do about like a history thing, or just a walkabout to Beverley, which when I was in the forces, like I did my training in Leconfield, which is just outside Beverley, like an old RAF airport, which was obviously closed down after the war, and then it was used as a training camp for vehicles and on the runways and that.
My son passed over the vehicle test there at Leconfield.
Yeah, I loved it though, Beverley, because there was a few good pubs. There's one stuck out called the King's Head.
I've been in there, mate.
Lovely place, Beverley.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't mind going back there, a bit of history as well. Hopefully I could get onto that same airfield. Or it might not even be there now, it could be full of houses, you never know.
No, it's still
But
there,
it'd be
mate.
great to go back.
It's still
It's
active.
been like, is it?
Yeah, it's still
I'd
active.
love to go back then, because I've got a story, haven't I, for when I go back, you know?
Yeah, you won't get past main gates.
Well, no, I know, but might be able to have a chat with someone, something.
Yeah, I mean, they've
But
got,
it's
they've got
been...
armed guards on gates and everything.
Just bring your friend with you when he's got all his armor and that, and then use him as a human shield.
Not happening.
No, it's not for Indy, that one. He's shit scared. No, I'd love to go back. It's been 20... Last time I was there, what was it? Oh, God, a long time ago. 30 years ago.
I didn't know you were at Forces, Dino.
Yeah. Not for a long time, just 3.5 years. That's all.
What were you in?
I was in transport. They call it logistics now, but it was called Royal Corps of Transport back then. So I passed my heavy goods class 2, all in military vehicles.
Yeah.
Like heavy goods class 3 was known back then. There isn't one now. I think it's like 7.5 ton. You can get it on your car license.
Yeah, 7.5 ton.
But class 2, I thought I'll get that. Then went to Germany. Did a lot of stuff in Germany. And travelled all through Germany. And
Whereabouts in Germany were you?
I was based in the northwest in a town called Bunda, which most people, I'd never heard of the town. It's about the size of Wigan, if you like, if you know the size, just an average size town. But the big one outside of Bunda was called Osnabrück.
Yeah, I'm just going to say what it is, Osnabrück.
And you have Bielefeld, and then if you went 100 miles to the east, you come to Hanover. But for me, the real Germany was like, as you go down south, because the north of Germany, if you look on a map of the northwest of England, stroke Yorkshire, Lancashire, that across that band, it's very similar to the northwest of Germany, even though it's a bigger country. Very similar, all industrial towns, very quite compact, close to each other. But when you get to the south, you've got Bavaria and Munich and rivers and mountains and forests and all that. It's like a completely different country, but I loved it there, and it were hard for us back then because the IRA were lurking about something big time, and in Germany as well. But I love the country, and the people are quite nice as well. So people who've never been, and I'm not for anything what happened nearly a century ago, but people they're genuinely nice people, quite similar to us. So I enjoyed all my time in there, and I got my license, and I passed hazardous material courses, so I could recognise every symbol what these trucks have on them, like the toxic, the poison signs, the oxygen signs, all that.
So you got your
And then
Haschem
I came
license as
in.
well.
What's that, Barker?
I say you got your Haschem license as well. I've got one of them.
Yeah, I did have, but unfortunately, when I came out, I've got epilepsy, right? But I didn't know what it was until I came out the army, and I happened to have moved in with someone. So it was the first time I lived with someone, and I come round, and there were paramedics there saying you've had a seizure. So automatically my license went.
Yeah.
And it was a well-paid job, was heavy goods class 2. So I've never had my license back since. I will never get my heavy goods back now. I can get a car license back if I go seizure-free for 12 months. But to be honest, if I did, I don't think I'd want to drive or get my license back, you know. But yeah, that was just bad luck, that was. And one of them things, I've never asked for that. It's one of them things, and it's with you for the rest of your life. So I didn't ask for it. I was in the army. I was 21 years of age. I was extremely fit. I was between 10.5, 11 stone. I was a good rugby player. I got picked for the core team. Extremely fit guy, and that happened. And then the Crohn's happened at the same time. Very weird. So it kind of crippled me from an early age. And then confidence and all that come into it, and losing weight, and then people like judging you by your appearance and things like that.
Is that why you're so skinny then?
I suppose so. Plus the fact I'm a vegan as well. But the best way the best thing I've ever learned with the Crohn's, treatment-wise, I don't take anything from the doctors for it, and there's loads of stuff out there to take. I just eat well, and I look after me. So eating well doesn't mean putting weight on or.
See, that's what I say, because I eat healthy as well. My mum always having a go at me if I'm not eating enough food. She always says, you don't eat enough, you're getting so skinny, blah, 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 this and blah, blah. But I keep telling her over and over again that I'm eating properly.
Yeah.
And that I'm not skinny or anything, because I have muscle on me. Like, I lift 20 kilogram dumbbells. So obviously I'm eating correctly, because if I wasn't, I wouldn't be able to do that, would I?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I just stay as natural as I can, to be honest. But yeah, it's one of them things. I can't get back to how I was. I mean, when it gets really bad, what they call a flare-up, I had one the other day, a flare-up, so I can't eat for a couple of days because it kills your appetite. And then when I'm all right, I don't eat much anyway, and it's all plants. Yeah, James, I know. I've not tried that yet, CBD. Really, Amiga. Yeah, it's caught me. I'm not a woe is me person at all. And it's something I don't really go on about. But if people start judging you on things, like, because it knocked my confidence being, if I showed you photographs of me in the past, you wouldn't believe it. And I still think I look after myself well, and but it's crippled me. So my confidence went, and then I always stick around 9 stone now, but I've been down to 6.5 stone because of it. When
don't
it
know
kicks
what
in
stones
proper,
are.
when it kicks in proper, that's it. You're knackered. It's dangerous, actually. And I went down to 48 kilogram, I think, once.
Fucking hell, mate.
And yeah, I couldn't eat. Whatever I drank, it were coming up. Pain is awful. You're being sick or feeling sick. You've no energy. And because I've lived on my own for so long, and I kind of went depressed, and I don't get any visitors, hardly anything like that. So I just curled up on the couch, and I thought no one cares and all that, feeling sorry for myself, and I just curled up, waiting to just waste away. And then somebody told my doctor about it, and then they put me on steroids, and then I got myself back to normal again. In fact, I went up to 10 stone, and my appetite were brilliant. But then they take you off the steroids, so my appetite decreased, my weight went down, my confidence went down. They can't keep you on steroids anyway, fair play, and they cost a lot of money. That annoys me when they bring that in as well.
Yeah, it's like
I
putting
didn't
your
have to-
life,
it's
isn't
not-
it, on how
it's
much you're
not-
worth.
Yeah, and it's not a self-inflicted illness, and it's incurable. I didn't inflict this upon myself.
When you have
can't.
like a flare up, when you don't want to eat food after that's over with, do you always want to eat like a bunch of food afterwards, or can you not do that because you'd be sick or something?
If it's a flare up, I can't really eat.
But after it's over, can you eat a lot after, or is it sort of gradually able to eat more?
Yeah, it's gradual because you're empty. So as soon as you start to eat, like when it gets to that point where I had surgery, so they've joined 2 parts of bowel on, so your nerve endings are dead, so it's numb and it's very tight. There's no flex, and your bowels are all very flexy, but this area where they've joined is hard and the nerve's gone. So when food tries to pass through, it hurts, and there's a little ulcer on one side. So when it passes over that, it hurts, and it's very narrow as well. So, but
Don't they have anything to fix that now, like any new materials or anything, so that it's not hard or something, or is it just, or does it just go hard because it's dead?
Once I
Yeah,
cut
they
through your
have to
nerves, mate,
rejoin
that's
it.
about it.
Do you know what, right? It could be a lot worse, because people with the same disease, right, they've had all the guts removed and they have to wear a bag.
Yeah, a colostomy bag, isn't it? Where they have to put the food in through
I've
the bag.
noticed
Stoma bag, isn't it?
Well, there's that, but
basically,
yeah,
what colostomy bag, stoma bag, same type of thing. It's because they've bypassed your bowels, everything else. Basically, you can't go to the toilet, so it goes straight into that bag. That's what that is.
So it could be worse for me, but I must admit, a lot of people in them positions are usually more elderly than me, but not in every case. And it still is down, I believe, to your diet. I really have looked after myself in that way. I'm not saying I eat everything I eat goodness. I do eat a bit of crap. Not too much though, but that's the best way I've dealt with it, because they've given me this drug and that drug, and it's side effects, and it's made me ill and all that. And I've found diet and exercise basics. Honestly, I do a lot of walking.
You mentioned diet there. 2011, I was diagnosed as diabetic, only type 2. They said you can control it by your diet. They give me this booklet, to sort of like follow, regulate your diet, everything else. And I have never felt as bad in my life by following that diet sheet. And I thought, right, I give it about 6 months, and I thought, bollocks to this. and I went back to what I used to eat, just normal day-to-day stuff, that I always enjoyed and what have you. I mean, I've always said healthy, but I just went back to it, and within weeks, I were absolutely sound, and I've been same ever since. I get the odd, oh god, they told me if I drink too much lager or alcohol, that affects me, and I know it does. If I have like 4 or 5 cans, it knocks the fuck out of me for about 2 days, and I've got to get my diet sorted out again and bring it back up. But alcohol does, it just knocks the shit out of you when you're diabetic. If you're a type 1, then I wouldn't even be drinking alcohol.
It's full of sugar, though, isn't it?
Yeah, because alcohol, the way they make beer is they put a bunch of molasses in the beer to make it.
It's made with sugar, but the sugar is dissolved to make the alcohol. Right.
Yeah, because the yeast eats it to make it alcoholic.
Yeah. That's right, yeah. So if I take my blood sugars, I take them 4 times a day. On a morning, it's pretty low. Like lunchtime, it's okay. Tea time, it's okay. Nighttime, it's on its way back down again. But if I have alcohol in between, say, lunchtime and tea time, when I come to night time and set my blood sugars, it's really low. And then I wake up the next morning and I feel like I'm being run over. That's how it feels. It's not an hangover. Because I've not been pissed or whatever. But it's hard to describe it. It's weird. You just feel like you've been over. Someone just drinks lots of water. I drink about 8 to 10 litres of water a day. Because I am constantly thirsty. Is
what you have at Bike Ready, is that different from diabetes, or is it similar?
No, it's diabetes. It's just type 2 diabetes. But I am constantly thirsty. I drink.
You have to monitor how much, because you say your blood sugar's low. So does that mean you have to eat more sugar, or is it less sugar?
You need to eat the right stuff to bring your blood sugars back up. Right, so let's just say in the morning I get up. I'm up between 5:30, 6 o'clock. I check my blood sugars around about 7. I've had a pot of tea. I don't take sugar in any drinks whatsoever. Never have done. Right, and that blood sugar is below what it should be. My blood sugar is between 5 and 7. Right, so it can be like 4.2, something like that on the morning or whatever. Right, so all I need is a piece of toast or some wheat bits, whatever, and it just brings it back up and you're sound. You're absolutely sound. Then come lunchtime, check it again. If you're down a bit, all you need is a couple of biscuits, something like that, and you're sorted. Take it to tea time, you have your meal then, and you're sound. But, my downfall, and I'm an absolute twat for this, I like my lager. And I like my wine, and that knocked the shit out of me. So
you should experiment a little bit, Bike Ready, because carbohydrate is a type of sugar as well. So because normally for a healthy adult is 30 grams of sugar per day. So you should try counting the amount of carbohydrates you're taking in and sugars to see how it affects your blood sugar.
I eat very little carbs, mate.
That might be why it's so low then, because maybe you're not eating quite enough.
No, it is about a balance, really, isn't it? Which is hard to get that balance because you have cravings as well. Like sugar's so addictive, isn't it? Right. It's in everything, basically.
I've got the balance, right? But the imbalance I've got is I drink my Stella and I drink my red wine. That's the imbalance. So, after that, I then got to compensate the next day. I know how to do it. Whether it's doing me any good or not, I don't know. But I know how to do it.
Everyone's different as well, don't forget. Everybody's different. Their immune system's at different levels. Their health could differ, their age, all them permutations come into it as well, their lifestyle, their environment, When
I used to work shifts, right, I could get by on one meal a day. Like when I was on nights, I'd take a box of sandwiches, and then the next meal I'd have A bit next night, another box of sandwiches. If I were on days, it were a lunchtime meal, and that were it. I used to get by like that. I got no issues. But
Yeah,
now
but that's not really eating properly, is it? Just eating sandwiches.
depends what you put in them, mate.
I guess so. But yeah, put
And
green
that's it.
vegetables in them and some
Right.
kind of meat, and
Like
then
I
you
said,
got the bread.
Right, like I said before, I've always eaten healthy, but now I've got to eat to compensate, and that is different. It's if you're not hungry, you don't eat, right? Trying to make yourself eat when you're not hungry is difficult, but that's what I have to do. I'm not hungry, but my blood sugars say I need to have X amount of sugars or whatever, right? I've got to eat then, but I'm not hungry. So you're basically forcing it down yourself. And it's shit. It really is shit, but it's just something I've learned to live with.
Yeah, you got to adapt, really. Get on with it. I do struggle myself from time to time. Like, what the most frustrating thing for me is all the foods I used to love, and like mushrooms and stuff. I just can't have them anymore. Not because I'm allergic. It's just because they're not absorbent. So if it gets stuck, they put me in hospital before it works its way back up, and it's horrible.
Yeah.
You know. So some foods I love it.
Michael Vines just made a comment, and that's what I was trying to get by. Red wine shouldn't have any sugars left in it when it's been sorted out, when it's been distilled or whatever, which is right. That's correct. That's why I drink a lot of red wine. Stella, yeah. I don't drink a lot of Stella. I probably have 4 or 5 pints when I do have it, but yeah, I know Stella's not good. But yeah, your red wine, you're right, mate. That's why I enjoy my red wine. I'm actually drinking some now because I know I'm not going to be bad tomorrow.
Just a few more people have joined, I think. Visual Culture, how you doing? And Mr. Bullion as well. No More Lies, No More Lies, how you doing? And Paul D. No one else backstage, guys. All mellow. James, he put some interesting comments in, does James? So Plod's back in there in the chat.
I'm just going to say, where is he? Put link up, mate, for him.
I'll put it up.
He's just a lazy.
It's in the liver.
Yeah, it's just a lazy twat. He don't like to scroll backwards looking for it like I do.
No, I've done it, haven't I? Is that
Yeah,
it?
yeah, it's there, mate.
Is it there?
Yeah.
Right, there it is. Paul D, thank you. I've just seen that. Thanks very much, Paul. Appreciate anything like that. It does eventually go towards trips like this to London and things like that. So I appreciate that. Thanks very much.
Dino, did you use that USB stick I sent you?
Yeah, I've used it, mate. Yeah.
Excellent.
Well, I
Excellent.
plugged up your nose last weekend.
Pardon?
I said when that USB stick got plugged up your nose last weekend.
Did anyone ask you to talk
This
at
is
all?
problem, guy. Go live in your cave.
You just carry on playing your games, all right?
So much shut up.
The links to. Oh, sorry, he's back. Right, I'm going to bring Plod on for a sec. For more than a sec, actually, because we know Plod can talk just like we can. Good evening, sir. Have you retired for the day? Mr. Plod.
Plod?
Mr.
I'm not
Seymour.
Plod. I'm not Plod.
You're Plod
Plod's
in
a fucking
disguise.
Plod's an idiot. He left his computer in my car and he's fucked off down south again, and I've got a full computer. Internet. He's daft as a brush.
He's
He's a tiny little short guy, like a garden gnome, and he's about as daft as a small little brush.
Hey, Steve-O. Steve-O, put back on, show us that t-shirt.
I'm going to show you a little bit more than the t-shirt, Bonnie lad.
No, just a
Ready?
t-shirt, please, mate.
A lovely lady sent me this.
That's
What about
quite
that,
cool,
eh?
that is.
And not only did Plod leave his computer, he left his DNA and his wallet.
It's DNA.
Yeah, he left his
Yeah.
DNA at the bottom. The little rascal when I was asleep. Ask him. Ask him. Go on, ask him.
It's not often you see Plod lost for words, guys, but there he is. He spent a full day with Steve-O, not for the first time. So I think his head's well and truly boxed by this point, I reckon.
Oh, you
Plod.
have no idea, mate. I've not been asleep in almost 48 hours.
Plod, where are you?
Where do you think?
In this caravan.
I don't
Look at
know.
the background.
I'm
Look
looking
at
at
the
that.
background.
Right.
In his van down by the river.
Right, at the moment, I've just returned back to Newcastle. So I had quite an eventful day. Been in Newcastle, been in Middlesbrough, Northallerton. So yeah, sort of been already sort of spreading out quite a lot. As soon as I arrived up here at 5 o'clock this morning, then it was a quick turnaround and I was back out on the road 2 hours later. So, but Dino, I just want to bring one thing up just before I do. Good evening to everyone that's on the panel. Good evening to everyone that's on the panel and everyone that's in the chat. So, a big love to everyone. Just when you were talking to Indy a minute ago, right, and the way that you were talking to Indy, just before you brought me on, right, he comes out with, you do realise Dino talks to him like you talk to me. It's almost like having a small child with you.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Shut up, you fucking twat.
See what I mean?
Yeah.
Listen,
Isn't it past Katie's bedtime yet?
well, listen, it's Mr. Katie to you.
Katie.
Yeah.
Come on, Katie.
Oh, he's getting right.
Shut up.
Oh.
Now, Katie.
Calm down. Calm down. Mate.
Yeah, so yeah, it's been a really, really crazy 2 days, but there's been a lot that's happened today. A hell of a lot that's happened today. So
we went down to Northallerton to support Live Free New News Now.
yeah, we went down to Northallerton to support Live Free and News Now Yorkshire. So that was really good. But then even before we got anywhere near it, we were only going to get on the bus and we had a really crazy confrontation with security guards.
And coppers.
Yeah, and coppers as well, yeah. So, yeah. It's just been non-stop. Well, I had only been off of the coach 6 minutes. 6 minutes. And I was in front of a copper.
Have you got it all on film?
Yeah.
Not the first one.
Not the first one because literally. Oh, Eddie, it was to do with a jumper off a bridge and it went right, mate.
No.
Oh,
I'm not recording that, Eddie. No way, mate.
I've seen
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
They had someone like that on a bridge where I was coming back from work, and there was someone sitting on a bridge where there's a road underneath it, and there were two police officers there.
Yeah, it's not a nice thing to see at all. It's
No,
not a nice
no,
thing,
no.
and I think that there's a level of dignity that everyone needs to actually keep there. It's not just to safeguard the people that are sort of doing it, but then it's potentially also those families that could end up seeing that, and it's not right.
People at the lowest point of their life.
Yeah. So
Totally agree, mate.
But no, it's been a really, really good day. We've seen quite a lot from the police dragging a small child around
To reporting
the chief inspector. What else? Oh, to being told that all police stations are completely private. None of them are public.
And we recorded people going in to join the police.
Yeah, people going in to join the police, and we were sort of almost holding a banner out saying, "Don't do it, don't do it."
And they wouldn't let me join.
Okay, Natural did ask. They didn't even open the door for him. He asked for an application form, and they went to give him a set of handcuffs.
Oh dear, that's discrimination, isn't it?
Yeah, oh yeah, it is. It is. It's not his fault that he's getting old.
That's it.
It's discrimination against tall, handsome guys. That's what it is.
Yeah. So what happened then, mate? You didn't fit into that category.
Oh, I am. No, I was too beautiful, too handsome. I ran too fast, and I wasn't fat enough.
Is that what it was?
That's what they said to me.
Yeah. Well, the craziest thing, it's like I was quite lucky because we were also managed. We also caught up with taking our rights back, and that was the first time I met him. We've had loads of talks. What a great guy! Absolutely fantastic guy.
Super great lad.
And he's so.
The only thing I didn't like about him is the way he ran away from the police when they challenged him, and he ran down the road like Linford Christie wouldn't overtake him. To be honest with you, you know. So he's going to get some ribbon for that. But he's only a learner, so you know what I mean. I'm a nice guy.
Put a sticker on him.
I won't say anything.
I don't. He has had quite a fair bit of stick.
Do you know his name, Borough? Taking our lights back, Borough. His name should be changed to Borough. Borough.
He actually left so quick. I've been calling him Flash all day.
Yeah. I wondered where he went. I thought the ground had opened and swallowed him up. I didn't know what happened to him. He just disappeared in front of my eyes.
1 second he was next to me. The next second, wow, I'm telling you, it was almost like I would have had to have called an Uber to have caught up to him.
Well, Linford Christie couldn't have caught him, I'm telling you. And the cop he's run away from was some little fat bird. I mean, what the...
but let me just clarify this. I'm hoping that Borough is on.
Yeah, I hope he sees this.
Yeah, because I would tell you now, even though we're laughing and joking, and that's what we've done all day, and I haven't stopped laughing the whole day, and it's just been one epic adventure from as soon as I arrived here. And what a great pleasure it's been to actually meet up with Natural again, but also to get to meet Borough. Yeah. Wow, what a guy. Yeah. He completely blew my mind, and he's so focused on what he wants to do and how he wants to work and move forward. Yeah. And he's so committed to the movement and the way that it goes forward by about educating people. And he's going to have a lot of fantastic content to come.
When he stops running away, if he stopped running away, he would have much better stuff.
No, we've all done that. But then when you look at the second one, when you look at the second, when we actually went to another headquarters,
he took us to an empty police station.
No, that was the third one.
Oh,
the second one where the kid was.
Oh yeah, well,
that's where we are first. Okay, let's do the second one before the third one.
No, but he got some ribbon.
The second one before the third.
Well, hold on,
an all married couple already.
Hold on, I'm getting late. I'll be back in a minute.
You must have been in the
bitching away them, don't you? Fucking stroll. How come you? Did you go up on coach?
I don't fucking remember marrying him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I came up on the coach. The only reason why I came up on the coach is because I had loads of things to do yesterday.
No, it wasn't. It was because you were too short and you couldn't reach the pedals in your car.
This is it. This is what I get from Trog over here.
What, 'cause
Do me
you're
a
too short
favour.
to
Do me a
follow
favour. Look,
It's not because I'm too
look.
short, it's because you're
Dino.
too fucking big. Yeah?
Dino, look, okay, it makes no difference, okay? I've only got to give him 2 minutes and he won't even remember who he is. Okay, so that makes no difference.
He's got that T-shirt to remind him, so...
He won't
Yeah,
remember
but
what he's just fucking said.
But have you actually worked out what it actually means?
Natural
No.
born cop killer.
Okay, it's not.
Natural born cop killer.
Natural bastard.
Cunt. Cunt.
Sorry.
Over 18s, please mute that.
So,
Steve,
yeah.
I've
No,
told you
no,
before.
Yorkshire. No, it was a real pleasure to get to where you wanted us to get to.
Is that in the chat?
So,
Is he in the chat?
yeah, I'm going to hopefully
Where is
post
he?
it. No, Dino just put it up just now.
All right.
I'm going to hopefully get it up tonight or
Big up
tomorrow
that
for you.
Big up that.
So, yeah, there was quite a fair bit of content up there. And I do remember your one when you went there. And, yeah, nothing's changed to do with how arrogant they are. But I can't believe he actually wanted to go through the process of being a copper. Can you imagine how bad it would have to be for them to scrape the barrel that low?
They wouldn't let me in. I shouted
Not
at
low
them,
enough.
demanded it, and I think I even swore at them.
Yeah,
I
you
can't
did.
remember. Oh, yeah. But they still wouldn't let me join the bastards. They wouldn't arrest me. They wouldn't let me join the police. They don't do fuck all. The twats, they just stand around with their hands in their fucking pockets all day.
He's the only man I know that can swear and ask to be arrested, and he gets told to go away.
Yeah.
It's probably because they
Well,
think
Tommy,
he's some
you think they'd
crazy old man.
employ him if he did that?
Yeah, but Dino, this was taking it to a whole new level. It was taking it to a whole new level. No, it's not touchscreen. Yeah. It's like he was trying to move the chat down when it's not touchscreen.
Fuck off, Claude. I'll fucking get out. Get out. Get out, you.
Oh my god!
Hey, I'll tell you what. I was in Middlesbrough police station reporting a complaint against the chief inspector who were caught down the woods, right? And Plod and Borough came in, and the wifey said, "Oh, look the video." I said, "What the fuck? Get the fuck out, you twats and all them." They wouldn't fucking let them in. She said, "Don't worry, I control the doors."
And I just walked around. Can you imagine them trying to do me for a Section 5 because of him?
Well, fuck them properly with it.
UK transparency, don't rule that out. Don't
Say
rule
that again,
out.
Dino.
That comment on the screen by the man himself, UK transparency, he's saying us four, and I'm saying don't rule it out.
Yeah,
it's on the list.
Yeah, it definitely is.
I never work with anybody who has more hair than me, and Plod hasn't, so he's got like a sort of bit of boot polish on his head to make it look like he's got hair, but he hasn't really.
Yeah, you leave my
going, slowly but surely. It's going. It's on its way out.
I hope so.
Yeah, but Dino, is it actually being cut, or is it being cut, or is it falling out?
We're interrupting Dino.
It's falling out. Apparently,
No
I'm
way.
bald. I'm
Oh, wow.
bald.
Can't
Dino,
see.
Dino,
You
you
can't
need to. No, you were going below the camera site. Oh God!
Yeah, you are
who's that?
definitely going bald.
Dino,
Oh,
have you ever seen
hell.
that film where it's got the hand that comes out the back of the head? That's all we're missing.
He's bolder than me, really, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's got one of them Bobby Charlton double comb over things.
Biker said that earlier on. He was on about the old Hamlet advert in the photo booth where he's like kind of licking his fingers trying to keep it over his ball patch. But yeah. If it goes,
No,
it
look
goes.
good,
I'm
Dino.
not bothered.
It looks good though, Dino. Yeah, so I will tell you, as you know, I've now started my free
Tour.
yeah. Well, he's calling it a world tour. I don't know how it can be classed a world tour
Not
when
world
it's
tour.
only so when I look, it's now started. It started as of yesterday.
And we haven't been arrested yet.
And yeah, we haven't been arrested yet. I know it's going to happen at some point. I know it is. I absolutely know it's going to happen.
And I can give you the date if you like. But anyway, I'm taking predictions on the date. And whatever the date, whatever everyone's predictions is, I'm putting the money on the one that I feel, and I will fucking win.
Yeah, Miss Emma, I definitely agree with you on that one.
It'll be tomorrow night when you get arrested. If you go downtown with Steve, you'll get arrested. Fucking guaranteed.
Saturday.
No, we're getting ready. You know where we're heading towards.
Where you going, mate?
It makes no difference where I'm going.
Blood Red, he's a new guy. Look,
I'm
he's
not
good.
Eddie. I will text you.
Blood
Right,
Red
good
is
luck, mate.
a new guy.
If you two run away from the police, though, you could probably outrun them before they arrest you.
Yeah, but what the question is, when you look at the police and the way that they are, right? There's too many in the van. They don't even want to get out of the van. So what's the point?
We saw two huge
Sorry
stoppers
to
from there.
interrupt, Mickey,
Sorry,
sorry, Steve, but yeah, if someone donates and, you know, I've got to interrupt and say thank you, Mickey Mouse. Been there
Go on,
for a long
Mickey
time
Mouse.
for me, and thanks so much, mate. It does go towards things like this, coming to London and certain things. I'm trying to get some more equipment as well, so thanks so much. That's what it goes towards. So
Big
just
up
to let
Mickey
you know.
Mouse. Big up Mickey
Thank
Mouse.
you.
But yeah, Mickey Mouse, top bloke, but a tenner. Fucking hell, man. 20 quid now. Can you just put 20 quid in?
30% to YouTube. If you want to donate, PayPal. PayPal's the best way.
Yeah, give it on PayPal.
Tino, you just said that you were going to buy some new equipment.
Hair tongs. It's hair tongs and curlers.
I was actually going to say, fuck it, a right
anymore, Steve.
or what is it they call it? Is it a scrunchy?
Right.
Do they call it? I thought that's what you were going to go for.
I'm interrupting too much, Blood. I'm going to stop.
No worries,
you're
right?
okay, Steve. Fluke, I know you're there backstage, mate. I'll not be a sec. Fluke's backstage, guys, and I'm going to take a couple of minutes break. So if you want to just chat with Fluke, and I'll say hello before I shoot off to the guy. So,
Dino,
Good
what I'll ask
evening,
you
mate.
to do is,
Yeah.
would you mind just answering May Smith's one at 9:40? Good evening, Fluke.
Fluke dog.
Good evening, guys. How are you?
Good evening, Fluke. Just before I say hello proper and shoot off for a couple of minutes, May Smith, you're a new name. What is this, and why is this person wearing a mask?
Because he's
The
properly
person
ugly.
wearing a
His
mask.
teeth are all falling out and black, and he's properly ugly. His face is all over the shop, and he looks like he's been battered. So what we're doing is we're trying to stop people being offended by the look of him, right? Look how
Yeah.
short he is for a start, right? He's like a little garden gnome, but one that's been someone's got hold of and bashed in the face with a hammer. We're just here to protect the ladies, that's all.
So there's your explanation for
Sorry,
that,
guys.
mate,
Just
mate.
give me 1 minute, will you? Just give me 1 minute.
Don't kill him. You've not killed him, have you?
He
Don't
freaked
kill him.
out.
We need him. We need him. He's there. Thank God for that. Yeah,
He
massive.
actually freaked out.
Fluke Dog's here, guys. Good evening, mate. How you doing?
We saw Fluke Dog, and we thought we'd get all our words in before he said something, because as soon as he starts talking, no one's getting a word in edgeways.
Forget it. That's it. When Fluke gets going, that's it. But I know for a fact tonight, he's going to be himself.
Make it a
He
long
always
class,
does.
you know, because this guy
He
can
always
talk for
does, but
England.
he's going to time it right tonight. I know that he is. I know that he is.
I think, Dino, the best thing to do is I'll make some statements, and if people want to ask questions, they can ask questions, and I'll try and give my best answer. And I don't have the answers to everything, but, you know, rather than me just rambling on, you know, because that
Fair
doesn't get
play
us
to you,
anywhere.
mate.
You know,
Fair play to you. Yeah. I'll let you guys
the
have a
best
chat.
thing
I'm
to
going to have a
do,
quick break.
I say that's not the best thing to do, Fluke. The best thing Dino could do was to ban me off his channel. So stop interrupting people.
I couldn't do that, Steve. Stop interrupting. That's all you have to do. Stop interrupting. Stop fucking swearing as well. Absolutely fucking ridiculous the way you fucking swear.
Dino, I'm
Ridiculous.
gonna keep him muted for a minute. So you guys can just sort of get it out, and then I'll jump back on in a sec.
So, okay, I'll let Fluke have a chat, and like he's just said, any questions for Fluke or anything like that, fire away, and please let him answer, and he'll know when to shut up. I know that for a fact.
He will, because I'll tell him. I hope Fluke, how you doing, mate?
I'm good, Eddie. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm fine, fella.
Good. How you doing, Steph?
I'm good.
Good. And the other two nutcases over here. Sorry, over there.
All good, mate. All good. Don't worry, mate. I've just put him back in the home, so it's all good.
They're on honeymoon at the moment.
Yeah, so I don't know if everyone has any questions, then I'm more than happy to answer. If not, I would like to just, if I can, I did a live stream last night with Bastion Radio where we talked about the not contradictions, but the interconnected stuff between NervTag, the Behavioural Insights team, and Nesta, which was really important because it took us a lot of time to do that research, and the video's up. It's about 3 hours long. It was a live stream, but it connects the dots between all of these people and the various banking interests, financial interests, pharmaceutical interests, between all of these so-called public bodies that are advising your government. So if people want to pop that into the chat so that people can go and look at that, that'd be great, because obviously we can't discuss it now because it was 3 hours long. So, but if somebody wants to put in Bastion Radio's last live stream on YouTube into the chat, one of the moderators can do that, then please feel free and go over there and check it out. And if anyone has any questions about that specifically, then obviously I'm more than happy to talk about it.
Right, I'm not entirely sure what all that was about, to be honest, mate.
Well, NervTag,
I'd have to watch it first.
NervTag is an advisor to Sage. Sage is an advisor to the government, and the Behavioural Insights team is part of the government, and they advise government.
Right, I understood the Sage part, but I didn't understand what the other parts were.
Right, NervTag is a government body that advises the government on public health policy, basically. And the Behavioural Insights team is basically the psychological arm of public policy. So they use psychology and behavioural science to influence the government in how to produce public policy based on psychology, basically. So it's like a behavioural version. It's all very left-wing Marxist kind of, stuff. So you've got to be very, very careful with these people, because they're not here for the public good. They're here for their interests and their political interests. And to be honest with you, they couldn't give a flying sausage so-and-so about your interests. It's about their interests. So
right. So what body are NervTag?
Sorry?
What body is NervTag?
NervTag is let me give you their definition. Right, NervTag is the New and Emerging Respiratory Virus Threats Advisory Group.
Right. Or were they funded by? Is it a worldwide group, or is it a...
No, they're a government organisation. So if you go onto www.gov.com or .co.uk or whatever it is and type in NervTag, NervTag comes up as a government advisory group that advises the government on, specific responses to these respiratory illnesses, etc., etc.
Right. So they
How
advise.
long have we had this group for? Is this like a new group, or has it been around for quite a while?
NervTag's been around for a while, but it was all down to kind of, again, it's who funds these groups. And this is where it gets a bit murky, because sometimes they're funded by private corporations, mainly pharmaceutical companies or the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, etc., etc. But they're supposed to be a government advisory group. But really, when you look into the people, and that's what we did yesterday on the live stream, was we spent hours and hours and hours of researching the people involved. And when you research the people involved, you'll find that their ties go back to pharmaceutical companies, banks, people like MasterCard, Alphabet Inc., Moonshot Factory, and all these other companies that are governed by sort of like the alphabet soup of American politics. And you know, it's not hard to do, but it does take a lot of time to do it, to do the research. So it is really interesting.
That was going to be my next question. Who actually funds these people that do it? But you've already answered that.
I can give you a quick example if you want. Hang on, where's my notepad? Oh, let's put it in my drawer. So this is just one of the people involved. Her name's Sarah Hunter, right? Now, Sarah Hunter is a director of global public policy for Google X, and she's also a global public policy advisor to the British government. She was also the advisor to Tony Blair during his presidency. I've got it saved here. Hang on, so it's just loading. And she's also a lecturer at Stanford University, which is always a red flag, and board of trustees at Nesta. Board of trustees at Nesta. Her previous jobs involve visiting lecturer at the Graduate Business School, ex-Moonshot Factory, director of global public policy for Google. She was the head of UK public policy for Google. This is her words, not mine. I managed public policy, government and parliamentary relationships for Google in the UK, hired a team and lead outsource resource across the UK public policy areas, including copyright and economic growth.
So she's not biased then.
Yeah. So she's also specialist Olympics advisor between 2006-2007 for the Department for Digital Culture, Media and Sport, advising the Secretary of State for Culture for Olympic-related issues. And she was also senior policy advisor to the Prime Minister, Tony Blair, and lead advisor on culture, media and sport and policy issues, providing analysis and advice to Tony Blair on key political issues such as BBC Charter renewal, the London bid for the 2012 Olympics, and the funding for the UK cultural sector. And she was also a special advisor to the Secretary of State of the Digital Culture, Media and Sport, provided political advice to the Secretary of State on broadcasting and sport policy, and she was also a political policy advisor to the BBC.
Right, you just said it all there. You ended with the last words, BBC. Yep.
And if you use LinkedIn and put in that person's personal profile, they'll also give you at the bottom of the list. It says their interests, right? So they're interested in other people who are in LinkedIn. And the two people that she seems to be most interested in is Bill Gates and Melinda French Gates. So make of that what you will.
There's a surprise.
Just one for you, Fluke. News Now just came in a couple of comments ago saying no Sarah Hunter on the list. Could there be something missing there, or maybe that, you know.
Right. Okay. If you go to Nesta, if you go to
Nesta.
Nesta on just Google search Nesta, and it will come up with a. Let me just go
Are
back
these
to
all
it.
like shareholders in of this company?
I don't think it's shareholders, Steph.
Are
No,
they
it's
the
not
owners then,
shareholders.
or like managers? Because
No,
it seems
I
like a type of company where it changes hands a lot. It does,
So-
when people buy them out and stuff.
From what I'm looking, they're employed.
Also, they're employed.
Right,
Yeah,
so if you
Concrete
go to-
Angel, yeah.
If you go to
good one.
Nesta,
Fluke,
yeah, sorry.
do you know the information that you just got? Okay. Would you be all right to email me some of that?
Yeah, it's kind of really easy to find. So you go to
Yeah, the problem is I'm going to be out on the road and I'm bouncing back and forwards between a lot, and I don't know as and when I'm going to be able to fully search and so on. So because of where I'm going to be. So, and if you do have a minute, just drop it over to me. If not, then it's cool.
Yeah, I can do it. I'm not sure if I can put links into Dino's live stream because I'm not a.
No, literally, just drop it to me on an email. To plod or not to plod at gmail.com.
You were a mod, Fluke, so you should be able to put one in.
All right, hang on a sec.
Just put it.
Oh,
Take your
sorry,
time
not
anyway.
Nesta. My mistake. Not Nesta.
Put it
She's
in private chat, mate.
behavioural insights team. Let me just double check.
Number lies. Are you doing iSpy audits in there as well, guys? Sub to iSpy, guys. Very cool stuff.
Back in a minute, I need a piss.
No,
Okay.
all right.
Okay, if you go to the behavioural insights team, and on the right hand side there's an About Us page. If you hover over that, it will come up Our People. Right. Now, if you click on that, you'll get the option to scroll down, and you'll get not all staff. If you click on all staff, it gives you policy areas, service areas, departments, and offices. If you click on offices and just click on Manchester and hit the return button, you'll find that you'll come up with at least 5 pages of different people that are involved in this. And one of them is what you can do is just go to the search bar and search Sarah Hunter.
Okay. Because what I want to ask you, because I know that you've been looking into it, right? And I know that you've been working hard on that. When you look at all the people that you've actually just named, one thing I'm quite intrigued is with that big list of names that you've got there, is I'll be quite intrigued to see which ones of them have had big scandals to do with anything to do with the government and so on, and how they're actually still able to be a part of so many big things.
I can give you the names if you want. These are the ones I looked into, and this is to do specifically with the behavioural insights team, or Nesta. Sorry, let's go back. Nesta.org. So you go to Nesta.org, just click on the search bar and search Sarah Hunter. Sorry, they're so interconnected, all these people, that it's like difficult to, spread the weakness. So this is Sarah Hunter, and she's a trustee at Nesta.org. And this is her profile. If you want to read it all out, I'll read it all out. X, formerly Google S, is a diverse group of innovations and entrepreneurs who build and launch technologies that aim to improve the lives of millions of people. Works across a wide range of technologies and sector, including self-driving car, life sciences, and drones. Sarah joined 20X in 2013, lived in California for 5 years, running blah, 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 blah. You can keep going on and on. From 2000 to 2005, Sarah worked in the frontline British politics as a senior policy advisor to Prime Minister Tony Blair. So why is a Google executive advising Tony Blair on culture media? 2012 Olympic bid.
Yeah.
She's also part of the BBC Charter Renewal Programme. Prior to the government, Sarah held several senior roles both at the BBC and Channel 4, advising on broadcasting, media and technology policy. She's also part-time lecturer at Stanford University. It goes on. It's just like a really deep kind of rabbit hole. And you do have to me, on what you just said.
Yeah, to me, on what you just said, Flo, it's like they've got their elite circles again, okay? And this is what they do, okay, is they use their mates and so on and so forth, right? And we all know they can give, as they say, and sorry for the way I'm going to put this, okay, Dino, it's like you can put a bow on a turd. At the end of the day, it's still a turd. And when you look at the way that they do all of this, right, this is all just about the way that they're bringing their mates in to do things, right? It's the same to do with all the contracts that have been given out over the last 18 months and so on. It's just wrong. It's right. How can somebody that is actually in that position be an advisor to the way that it was? Surely there has to be some form of conflict of interest there.
And I think that's what's not being exposed is the potential conflict of interest is what's not being talked. It's interesting as what's not being talked about. Nobody's talking about the potential conflict of interests here, and that's the important thing. It's to look at what these people are not talking about. So I think
I've just posted Sarah.
Can I just clarify as well? Oh, I can't hear you.
Right. If you look in chat, you'll see Sarah Hunter.
Yeah, Biker's just put that link in there, guys. It's on screen now. So try that out.
Yeah.
Come back with whatever. If you want to try that out now, guys, anybody, come back with what you've read and seen. Ask Fluke another question. He'll be happy to answer you. If you can't answer, you'll say, I don't know.
Fucking I'm shit up with this research shite.
Eddie, you're one of the best. I'd like to ask
Luke a question. I'd like to ask Luke a question, Dino.
Oh, sorry, mate. Of course you can. Yeah.
Go on.
Fluke. Hello, kiddo. What decade are you living in?
The same as you.
Yeah, but what decade are you're living in your head? Don't tell me you're living in Tony Blair's decade.
No, I'm just trying to suggest that, these people have links between private corporations and your government, whether it was Tony Blair's government, whether it was David Cameron's government, or whether it was Gordon Brown's government, or whether it's the current government. It's irrelevant. What are private corporations doing, hiring private people to advise your public servants? That's the point. The decade is irrelevant.
And I think what you're trying to show is you're trying to show the actual pattern of life on what's actually happening. That it's been going on for a long while, and it's consistent and it's non-stop.
Yeah, and when government and corporations come together in their own interests against the interests of the people, that's called fascism. And where are we living now? We're living in a fascist state. There's no two ways about it. It's not mince our words. It's kind of, that's all I'm trying to do is express as much truth as I can. I do the research. I put in the time and the energy to do it, so I can bring this stuff to yourselves, or like I did on Bastion Radio's channel yesterday. He did a ton of research. I did a ton of research, and we did a 3-hour live stream and we still couldn't get to the bottom of it. There was so much information. Even if you look at the Bastion live stream channel that he did last night, he actually says on the live stream, mate, we could do 10 live streams about this. I mean, there's so much information there. And this stuff is freely available. It's not like
you're regurgitating stuff, though. Fluke, mate. You're regurgitating stuff, though, rather than. I don't mean to be dissing, mate. I'm not dissing you at all. No freaking way in the world am I dissing you. But are you talking about Blair and Brown and Major and all that? You know, everything that goes on now, I think, on YouTube is current affair kind of stuff. You know what I mean? And I think you're flogging a dead horse if you're talking about Blair and Brown and Major and all them. You're flogging a dead horse, and you'll get nowhere.
Well, it's not about getting nowhere. What it is about bringing the information to people that's relevant today. All the information I just gave you is relevant to COVID and relevant to today. Today's news, today's what's on the BBC, today's what's on Sky Sports and CNN and Sky News and the BBC and Channel 4 and ITV. It's all relevant to today. Historically, yes, this has been going on for ages and it's still going on today. So it's not flogging a dead horse. It's not bringing up, stuff to do with Tony Blair. What I'm trying to get people to understand is this has been a coherent policy between government and private companies for the last 20 years, if not longer. And it goes on and on and on.
Much longer than that.
Regardless of who you vote for, it doesn't matter because private companies have always got their nose straight in there with their money because money talks and bullshit walks.
Exactly right, mate. And exactly right. But that's the way the world's been going around since fucking money was invented. You know what I mean? That's just the crack of it.
But I think
that's just the way it works.
I understand, Fluke. It does come from history, and it's been kind of the same system. And through generations, like with technology and things like that, things move on. I think we have become a police state. It is becoming that way. And the history's led up to this. It's not happened overnight. And, they've carried on with the same kind of thing, I think, but evolved with time, with technology and things like that. Cyber wars, psychological warfare, what's going on at the minute. And it's all done through all this digital technology, what's going on, and the 5G stuff and that. We only know a snippet of what's really going on, but we know something's going on. I mean,
she also did work with Channel 4 as well for other TV programs. She did BBC and Channel 4.
Yeah. Plod and Steve jumped off on out, but just on that, there's 70 people in, but I just want to say hello to anyone else who's just joined. I don't like missing anyone out, but when we get talking, and big respect to Leah and the other mods. Like, there's been loads of channel links going up there. Fluke's channel link, I Spies, News Now Yorkshire's, Steph's, Bikers, everyone. So take note of these channels, guys. There's a lot of truth speakers who come on here. And I don't care what anyone thinks about Fluke. All right, I think highly of him. He speaks a lot of sense. He's got a lot of respect from people.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you're right to question him because he's got so much knowledge. So please question him. He's asked you that already tonight. So we'll keep
on
it
here,
cool as well.
You said for her information about that woman, it says that she worked for copyright, right? So doing copyright and startup investors before she went to go work for Google X, where she was doing research for like self-driving cars and drones. So she did just that first before she went to do Google X.
I'm just looking through that now, Steph, as he talked there. Only thing I can find that she was a senior policy advisor to Tony Blair on culture, media and sport. I can't see anything about any other prime ministers or whatever.
I can read it out for you because I got it on my screen. It
Yeah,
says,
I've got it on now.
Go for
mate.
it, Steph. Go for it.
it says, I'm not very good at reading, so I might not be able to read certain words, but I'll try my best. It says from 2000, so 2000 to 2005. Her name, Shrek, which I can't remember, worked in frontline British politics as a senior politics advisor to Prime Minister
Tony Blair.
Tony Blair on cultural and media and sports, working on the London on 2012 Olympics bid and the BBC's
Charter renewal.
Parody to the government search helped Sarah evolve at the
BBC and Channel 4.
Yeah,
I can't, like Steph said there, he's just read that out. I can't see where she were involved with any other prime ministers, mate. I mean,
It's not about which specific prime minister we were involved with. That's not the issue. The issue that she's been advising government, and let's go back to her LinkedIn profile. She was advising governments between Moonshot 8 years, from August 2016 to present, right? Heading a legal team advising policymakers. Who do you think policymakers are? That's government, right? Head of Policy X. Policy X was the part of the Moonshot Fact working on technology to solve some of the world's biggest problems. Like, they're always solving problems, these people, aren't they? You know, and it all came down to the head of UK public policy. Between 2009 and 2013, I managed public policy, government and parliamentary relationships for Google in the UK, hired a team.
Fluke's just frozen there. He'll be back in a sec. Good evening, Shillets. How you doing?
You've got to think outside of the box, mate. And that's the other thing with that, is that a lot of this stuff's hidden as well. You have to dig so deep to find some of this stuff. It's ridiculous. It's just...
Yeah, Biker. Yeah, Matt.
I'm just going to say, disconnect Fluke and ask him to come back on. We missed half of his comments there. He's lost his internet.
And she's, again...
Yeah. Fluke, we missed the last minute at least of what you were saying. You keep freezing on picture, so do you want to jump off? And yeah, okay. I'll remove him, and then no doubt he'll come back on. Interesting guys, Fluke. Takes a lot of flack, but well worth listening to, guys.
Yeah, I don't mind listening to him at all. He's a very intelligent guy, but
yeah,
I'm reading the research that he has just sort of said to me, and I can't see where at this moment in time he's coming from. I can't see it. I don't want to get into an argument with him, but I can't see where he's coming from.
Are you talking about this Sarah Hunter thing?
Yeah.
Right.
I've got her on the Nesta site. I've got her on the LinkedIn site, and I can't see where any links are.
Right, there was a link up there actually earlier on. Let me see if I can find it. I'll just bring Fluke back on.
That's what I'm on now. That link they put up.
Steph, can you link?
I don't know what happened there.
Oh,
everyone went into the wheel of death, and we all disappeared.
You kept breaking up, mate. You lost your connection, I think.
Okay.
People are struggling. We're just saying, Fluke. Well, we missed that last couple of minutes when you were talking. So if you want to repeat that, but
all I'm saying to you is, it's like, if we go back to what Eddie was saying, and I appreciate the fact that he's chiming in and trying to make a point about Tony Blair, but we aren't under Tony Blair now. We're under Boris Johnson, and Sarah Hunter is a trustee of the very department called Nesta that's advising the government over COVID. So she's now under Boris Johnson.
Right,
It ain't rocket science, you know. This ain't rocket science. It's just joining the dots. That's all you've got to do is just join the dots, and the information's there. You can research it for yourself. You don't have to take my word. And trust me, I've always said this, Dino. Do not take my, what I say to at face value. Do your own research, because it doesn't take a lot to do it. You just need an internet connection and a way of thinking that thinks, right, well, who does this person work for? Who do they used to work for? Let's look into their background. Let's research every person. And you will soon find out how to join the dots yourself.
You really have got to go into detail, but a few people have been saying, Fluke, right, that they're trying to search out what you've been saying, but they're finding it difficult to find. So
I just put
the easiest way is just go to Nesta's website and hit the search bar like a little, little magnifying glass like you get on any search engine, and just put in Sarah Hunter. And you'll get her information. And then once you do that, you need to cross-reference it. So what you do is you can cross-reference it by going to Sarah Hunter's LinkedIn profile, and you'll find all of her information, all of the stuff, senior policy advisor to the Prime Minister, the UK government between 2001 and 2005, special advisor to the Secretary of State between 2001 and May 2001, and she was policy advisor to the BBC. Also, she's Corpus Christi College, Oxford, strangely enough, trustee at Everyone, trustee, board trustee at Nesta, 2020 to present. Right, business strategy advisor as well, right? And then you go down to her interests, and she's interested in Bill and Melinda Gates. I mean, it just says it all. I mean, if you can't join those dots yourself, then you need to spend a bit of time researching.
I know, but Fluke, like not everyone's got your knowledge from the past, and your type of forward thinking, and the speed at the way you're going. Some people have start from the beginning like we do, and you want to get it all out.
What you
just
probably
like me,
enjoy on YouTube, because I watched someone called the Illuminati, and she does these deep dives into these specific companies, and then she'll make a YouTube video about it. So she'll go into basically everything, the history of the company, and I think you'd quite like that. This is sort of what you're doing right now, kind of doing a deep dive into a company.
It's what I'd like to say is you do have to spend some time doing it, because it's not easily accessible information sometimes, and sometimes it is really easily accessible, but you have to divvy up your time and think, right, how much information can I get in a short space of time? And then when I have the time to research it further, I'm going to connect all of those dots. So I make notes. on my pad, and I go through literally each person. I don't know if I can show you this online, because like here, there's just like a whole load of notes, and that's every person involved in Nesta, right? And then there's two guys that are both not only involved in Nesta, but they're also involved in the Behavioural Insights team. So there's a connection there. And it's because when you join the dots, you can see the framework kind of thing. And all of these people, Nesta, the Behavioural Insights team, and NerveTag, are all advising SAGE, which is advising the government. And they make it purposely difficult and complicated, but it's not until you unwrap those things that you can see all the people that are involved and how they're influencing your government on public policy about your mask wearing and your social distancing and your vaccines and and all the rest of it, because it all comes from a behavioural psychology perspective. And these people are all linked. They're all linked, and I can show you. It's exactly what we spoke about on the live stream last night. Was how they're linked to financial companies, massive banks, pharmaceutical companies, right? And these are all people that have an allegiance to those companies, but they're also by the back door advising your government on public policy, and that's the point.
Right, Flo.
So private companies are running governments.
Yeah, exactly.
Basically,
Look, what I've just done there, I've gone to LinkedIn on Sarah's thing. All I get is an image up. If you click that image, all it does, it takes you back to Nesta. That's all it does. I can't find any information about her on LinkedIn at all. I'm a member on there, and I can't find nothing on her.
Well, if there's any more detailed information you can give Fluke to Biker.
Everything just throws back to Nesta from LinkedIn, no matter what you talk.
I'm not sure if I can put this in the comments or not, because I'm not sure if I'm a moderator or not. But I'm gonna copy and paste that in now.
Right.
You should
so
be
that's her LinkedIn profile. I've just put it in the comments section, right? Click on that and you'll get exactly the information that I've just given you. Director of Global Public Policy at X, the Moonshot Factory.
Is that, have you put that in there now, Fluke?
Yeah.
It's not showing.
No worries.
Can you just check to see if it's come up?
It's not showing yet.
I'll check it because I have it. I can put the link in if it's the same one as that I put in earlier that I was looking at.
And there it is. There's all her information. Head of UK Public Policy, advising the government, parliamentary relationships for Google in the UK. You know,
it's not gone in there, Fluke. The link.
Yeah,
it's not in
there.
there.
You want me to put one in?
Look,
please, Fluke, can you put a comment in there? Because I'm sure you modded up, but if you just put hi or something, I'll make sure that you spammed.
Fluke, put it in live chat.
Right, Steph's just
Sorry,
put
I
it
don't know
in.
if that was to me or to someone else. But...
That's all right, I've got it.
It's all right.
Steph's put it in.
Yeah,
Steph, that's same as what I'm getting.
Yeah, do you want to check it, Fleet Dog, to make sure that's the correct link?
Where is it? Hang on 1 second.
No worries. No rush.
Do whatever I want.
You click that
media.
That just takes you back to the next
I'm sorry, Dino. I'm having to skip between YouTube and StreamYards because they're running different. They run at different times. So
no worries. You know a mod, mate. So if you want to try that link again, no Fluke. You modded up. Gav Media guys. He's in the chat. I've met Gav a couple of times down here. He's a northern lad like me.
Right, there's
London, so.
I've done it 4 times now. I mean, how many times do you want me to do it? That's her LinkedIn page. Head of Public Sector.
No worries, Fluke. We'll do our best to try and find it. It's just some people have been saying it's hard to find, that's all. But, you know, please, guys, try and find it. It's obviously out there.
It's there. It's her LinkedIn profile is there on LinkedIn. And also what you might want to do is if you're not signed up to LinkedIn, you won't get all of the information. All you're going to get is if you do a basic LinkedIn profile search, you'll just get the basic nuts and bolts of that person. So you need to make, and even if you want to start a new Mickey Mouse email address, sign up to LinkedIn if you don't want them to know who you are. You don't have to make a profile picture and profile this and link in your email and all the rest of it. Just do what I did and just sign up on the basic sense of, you know, I just want the information and give them the basic information you have to so you can gain the information that you want. That's the way to do it. Because otherwise,
that comment there, Fluke, that comment from James, is that just basically what you've said earlier? From 2000 to 2005, she worked in frontline British politics as a senior policy advisor to PM Tony Blair.
Yeah, and that's exactly what's on her LinkedIn page.
That's what I read out earlier.
Yeah, that's what I said earlier. There's no more information on a LinkedIn page. All it does, it takes you back to the Nesta page when you click on your LinkedIn
and who's
page.
Currently advising the British government today? It's Nesta, and she's a trustee at Nesta.
Yeah, but where does
How
it
hard
say
is that to work out?
Well,
it says that on Nesta's homepage.
Keep it cool, guys. Come on.
It says it
Keep
for
it cool.
Google for copyright when she was doing that, and then when she was working for Google X, she was working for saying that she was providing information for like self-driving cars and drones back then when she was working for them, but then she changed it to the one we just read just now. So I would assume that's what she's doing right now.
Yeah.
I can't see where she's working for anybody else other than what she did with Tony Blair. I can't see it. I can't find anything.
Right. Okay. So which bit of this do you?
Can I just butt in before we're not going to talk over each other. Fluke, we're not going to talk over each other, mate. I just want to butt in with something because people are saying that your messages are not showing up in the chat. He's not putting any messages in, guys. He's put hi in earlier so I could mod him up. So his message has shown up. Do you want to try just stick a message in, Fluke, just for see if they are turning up in the chat? People are saying they're not.
If we type in this woman's name into Google, will we get more information?
Probably not from Google, but there you go. That's Google for you. But there's the LinkedIn profile for Sarah Hunter. But you need to have a LinkedIn account to get it up, right? Because if you just Google search, you will only get the basics. You won't get the full information unless you.
Yeah. Right. I'm going to
say again. The reason that she's a trustee at Nesta and Nesta advised the government, she is now currently advising your current government under COVID this very information. What she did in the past is irrelevant because she's still a trustee at Nesta right now, advising your government, Boris Johnson. Okay. And it wouldn't matter if it was Boris Johnson or Keir Starmer, she would still be in place. I guarantee you that. And if you want, we can go through. This is just 7 people that I researched at Nesta that are advising the government. And if you want me to go through one at a time, I will do, because it's not a problem. But I don't want to bore the pants off you. But it is all relevant. We've got a guy here who's head of public relations for the Wellcome Trust, advising your government on COVID. The Wellcome Trust. Has anyone even looked into the Wellcome Foundation and the Wellcome Trust? Because I have.
Do you want to give us an overview on that, Fluke? Just an overview, please, mate. I know how easy it can be for you to go into detail, but just an overview.
Right. Okay. So Imran Khan, his name is. He's the head of public relations for the Wellcome Trust. Right. The Wellcome Trust. He also has links to GlaxoSmithKline, and the other people using the Nesta are Joanne Killian, who's chief executive of Surrey County Council, and also a part of the Behavioural Insights team as well. So there's another 2 people that are working for Nesta and the Behavioural Insights team, both of which are advising your government, right? Then there's another one, which was the Imran Khan I was telling you about, who's head of public relations at the Wellcome Trust, right? The Wellcome Trust had a massive influence on COVID-19 policy advising the government, right? There's another one, Sir John Geeve, who's the CEO of Nesta, who also is the chairman of a company called Vocalink, which is owned by MasterCard. Now, when you tie all this stuff in, it all ties into finance, artificial intelligence, healthcare, and advising your government. It all ties in. It's it's one person after another. It's just literally. I mean, it does take a lot of time. Don't get me wrong. It does take a lot of time to go through this. It's not rocket science. But
can I just ask you a quick question about the LinkedIn website? Because I know that's a job searching website. So if you do sign up to it, if you want to find out the information you're talking about, do you have to do anything like specific to find it on the actual website?
On which website? Sorry.
The LinkedIn website, because that's a job searching website.
If you go to LinkedIn and you're right, if you're signed up to LinkedIn, Yeah, and you've got a LinkedIn profile. You can put your picture up if you want and all the other nonsense. But if you don't want to do that, you don't have to. But then what you do is at the top of the page is a search bar, and you in that search bar you just put in Sarah Hunter, and it will come up with her name, and it will say Behavioural Insights Team, and you just click on that, and you'll get all the information that I just gave you 10 minutes ago.
Right, I'm looking at it right now. I've got a LinkedIn account. September 2009, 2013. She states that she managed public policy, government and parliamentary relationships for Google in the UK, hired a team and led outreach across all key policy areas, including privacy, copyright and economic growth. I can't see where it goes on from 2013. She doesn't mention anything about government and parliamentary relationships after 2013. I'm not
Right,
trying
well,
to.
it is September 2019 to present, 1 year and 11 months. So she's still with them. It's called a place called Everyone. Everyone is responsible technology think tank. They research how new technology is changing society, create products and prototypes to show what responsible technology looks like, and creates and catalyzes communities to create change. You've got to listen to the way these people talk. It all sounds like it's socially acceptable and it's for the social good and for the social benefit and for the benefit of everyone, you know. And it's like, and it's not. It's for their benefit. They just sell it as if it's somehow, you know, a benefit to everyone when it's not. The benefit is to them, the corporations and the government holding a stranglehold around your neck. That's what it's about. It's not about social. They sell it as social benefit, but it's not said that's not really. Look at Rob Taylor, right? Here's another one. This is a really interesting one. Behavioral Insights Team Global, right? So this is the global part of the Insights team. And the other point of the Global Insights team is it's funny how that they're of 5 of their 7 offices, well, and they only have 7 offices worldwide, but 5 of them are the US, Canada, the UK, Australia, and New Zealand, the Five Eyes countries, right? You go to him and you find out that Rob Taylor, who's the chair of the Behavioural Insights Team Global Panel, right, is also, or used to be, the chief executive officer of Kleinworth Benson Bank, right, who has links to the Rothschild Bank. You know, it
Can
just
I
all
just say
ties
good
in.
night to while Fluke's just left it that the Rothschilds Bank, right? It goes deeper and deeper, guys, and Fluke can't get enough out so much. It's there to take in. I want to say to Fluke, slow down a bit and let people gather this information. It's not as easy for them, Fluke, you know that.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
Steph said good night to us, and thanks for coming on, Steph. You was on from minute 5 or whatever, and we've been on since 7:45 this evening. So 3 hours. Nice one, Steph. Thanks very much. Cheers. Anyone who's joined, thanks for coming in. All your comments I've been noticing in between this great chat. It's all been positive. I knew that first half hour I'd get disruption, but since then, like this last 4 weeks now, it's just gone great. It's just gone smooth. Great guests and that. So we'll carry it on. Luke, please have respect for Fluke, okay? No matter what, all right? This guy's got great knowledge, okay? And I respect him very much. So
Right,
please keep your comments fair, okay?
I've got 5 minutes left here at the moment. Right, Fluke, from what I'm looking at this Sarah Hunter, I've got her on LinkedIn now. I'm going through her file and what have you. From what I'm seeing now, she's now a visiting lecturer at a graduate business school at Stanford University. She's part-time there. She's been there for 1 year and 3 months. Going backwards, September 2009, 2013, she wore parliamentary relationships for Google, as I mentioned before. I just can't see anywhere where she is lecturing or advising the government. I can't find it, mate.
Right. Okay. Let's start again because I think you might be missing the point. The point
No,
is
I'm not missing the point, mate.
the point is that
what I'm saying is,
Nesta.
No, keep it cool and just the way
All
we
I'm
word
saying
things.
is Nesta are currently today, tomorrow, last week, and next week will be advising the government on COVID-19, right? And she is a trustee of Nesta.
yeah, but why can't I find that?
It's on Nesta's website. I just
yeah, I found that on Nesta's website, but
Take it easy, Fluke.
it doesn't state that, mate.
Well, what I'm saying, I think you might be missing the point. The point I'm trying to say is
I'm not missing no point.
She works for Nesta, and Nesta is advising our current government.
Yeah, but you mentioned earlier that she was advising our current government because she works for
that's
Nesta.
what I just said.
Yeah, but she isn't. Not from what I can find from what you said. I'm looking through stuff now. I can't find that. I can't see it.
Right. Okay. Let's go to Sarah Hunter again then. Home.
Okay.
Team.
Let's try again. Okay. It doesn't mean it's not there. Okay. Just because we've not found it, let's just, obviously he's not made it up in his head. So let's try and.
No, I'm not doubting that it's made it up in his head. I'm just saying I can't find the information.
No, this is what I'm saying. If we just take a time on it, because
right, what I'm going to do, I've got my notepad here. I've wrote things down. I'm going to research this. I'll research it tomorrow. Right, Fluke. No disrespect, mate. I can't find what you're saying, and I'm not dissing you in any way whatsoever. That ain't my style. Right. I'm going to research it tomorrow. I'm going to have a look through this a bit more in depth because I cannot find right now what I'm looking for.
Right. Okay. Let me just quote you from Nesta's website. Right. As trustees, Jimmy Wales, Sarah Hunter will help to guide the organisation alongside the Board of Trustees and its chair, Sir John Geeve, who I was just talking about, and Chief Executive Ravi Guthmurthy, who joined Nesta in 2019. So they joined Nesta in 2019.
Up the cherries, no one's told Fluke to calm down, okay? Not in that sense, anyway. All right, we're just saying slow it down. Fluke appreciates that. There's no bad feeling here tonight.
I know it's a lot of information to take in. You're talking about what I've done in 9 hours worth of research in one day, and I'm trying to impart that on you within 15 minutes, and it's so hard to impart all of that information.
Yeah.
So yes, and I've always said this. I've already said this in multiple videos that I've done and multiple live streams that I've done. Don't take my word for it. Take down the names of these people and start researching it for yourself. Don't take my word for it. You know, the information is there. It's publicly accessible information. Go and access it for yourself and join the dots for yourself.
Right, Fluke, I've been doing that since you came on. I've got your notes and everything else wrote down in front of me. What I'm going to do, I'm going to look at that tomorrow when I've got more time. I'm going to look through it and see what's what and whatever. Don't get me wrong. I'm not knocking you in any way, shape, or form. That ain't my style. I won't do that. But I'm looking through stuff at the moment, and I can't see what it is that you're saying. So I'm going to have to research further. So that's what I'm going to do. And right now, I'm going to have to leave you all, guys.
No worries, Biker. Thanks as always, mate.
Right, Fluke, don't take me as being wrong with you, mate, because I'm not. Not at all.
No, not at all. Not at all. I know it's a lot of information to take in. So
it is, you know, it is, mate. It is. It's a lot of information.
I'll bear with you if you bear with me, and we can kind of find some common ground.
Right, that's fine, mate. I've got no issue with that whatsoever. Right, appreciate your time. Right, Dino, thank you for tonight. Be good.
No,
It's
thank you.
Slightly different than what I normally get into, but yeah, it's been interesting. I've got to thank Fluke for that one. He got my
You're
No,
research.
I appreciate the fact that you always come on. We had that first hour or so banter bit, and now you've got into, Fluke's come on, and it does get serious because it is a serious topics.
Yeah, he got
What
my
we talk about, and I think it's very important. So it's nice for you to have joined into that, Eddie. And I know you're a researcher, mate. So you go for it, and next time we speak to Fluke, we can come up with what we've learned and stuff. So
right.
thanks a lot, Mike and mate.
Yeah,
honestly.
like I say, I'll look into it and listen to what Fluke has said. Yeah, that's all I'll do.
Nice one.
Right. Cheers, Dino. Cheers, Fluke. Good night to pair of you. Take care, fellas.
Take care, mate. Look after yourself.
And you,
Good
mate.
night,
Take care.
Biker.
Good night, Dino.
See you soon, mate. Thanks
Bye-bye.
a lot, mate. Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. Good night. No one else backstage. I just want to say thanks to anyone who's joined. 79 in. Thanks so much. John Tracy, how you doing? Rice and peas. Yeah, it's very hard to take in. There's quite a lot there. Who else is in? Catherine Asbury. There's no tension. Yeah, we can move on, but there's been no tension. Not at all. Just questions, serious subjects. So, but there's been no tension whatsoever. Fluke's channel link is in there somewhere high. Leah will definitely put it back in at some point. Some people have been asking, how do I join the live? I put the link in, it's on StreamYard, it's right there on screen. If you want to join in, no problem. It's all relaxed, it's all good chat. So thanks for joining, everyone. Ian Hill, The Ramblings. Okay, that's a new name to me. Yeah, I mean, research, it's not just getting an overview of what's going on or what's being said and that. It's really going into detail. And it
I
takes
think
a
the
long
other thing
time.
to maybe recommend to people who are listening is use more than one search engine, and you'll find that you'll get more than one result. And that's what kind of opens your mind up, because should you just use, say, Google for argument's sake, Google's such a confined space these days that it probably won't present you with all the results for that particular person. LinkedIn might not present you with that particular person. There was people on Sage and on on Behavioural Insights and on Nesta that don't have a LinkedIn profile at all, and they're the sort of people I want to find out about, because if they've got no profile on either site and they've got no LinkedIn profile, who the hell are these people? Those are the questions I'm asking myself, because it's easy to find out stuff about people that's public information and is on their LinkedIn site and everything else. I always think to myself, right, I really need to investigate people that have got no information about themselves, because they're the people you want to watch out for to a certain degree. If that makes sense.
Yeah. No worries, guys. You're getting a lot of support as well, though, Fluke.
No, listen, I get a ton of support, and I really do appreciate it. But like I've said to people, don't take my word for it. Do your own research. Go into go in there and do it for yourself, because you won't find anything any different than what I've found. If you really look into it, it's very difficult for me to sit here and impart 6 hours worth of research, 10 hours worth of research, and like 18 months of research from the whole COVID thing started. How am I going to, impart that on people? What
do you think the best search engine is? What would you recommend as the best search engine?
I would use as many as you can. Probably DuckDuckGo. There's obviously you can use Google, Yahoo, stuff like that. And the reason I still actually use Google and Yahoo is because it can me how much information they want to give me about a certain subject, because if it only gives me so much information on both of those search engines, then I use a Brave browser, a virtual private network or something like that, which will give you a ton of other results about the very same people that you won't get that information on Google or Yahoo. So use a private VPN if you can, or use a browser like Brave, which hides your location and identity and stuff like that. Use DuckDuckGo. You can use various other search engines, but also correlate them. And like I said to you, I still use Google and I still use Yahoo because because if I can find something on DuckDuckGo, for argument's sake, that I can't find on Yahoo, that gives me confirmation of how much Yahoo or Google is suppressing the information, and that's important to know.
There's some further questions coming in, Fluke, and I've noticed a few people saying, we've said it before, like, where do we go from here? Like, we've got this so much information, okay, trying to spread the word and things like that, planting seeds and things like that. What is our next step? Like, so we've got a package and we can work with that. What do we do with that? This is what people are asking, and they need to ask it because we need to have something in place. We've said it before between ourselves, and I've spoke to Indy and a few others. We need to get together and talk, like without phones, without things like that, just talking and try and devise something on how we can move on from this and how we use that information and things like that. It's very important, really. It's a good question.
There's various things you can do, and you can do simple things like I was talking about this to Mike yesterday on his live stream, and I said to a lot of the people said the same thing in the chat. How do we get this information out? And it's about getting the information out. And if we don't come onto live streams like yours, then we're not going to get the information out. And the only way we can get the information out is sowing seeds. So I've sown a lot of seeds tonight, and there's probably a lot of people in the chat that are going to go start straight getting on. And guys did it in the chat on the live stream earlier. They were going straight online. Who's Sarah Hunter? Who's this? That's what people need to do, and they're doing it. They're doing it by themselves. Good point. You know?
Good
and
point.
And it's also on top of that. It's about. I said to Mike yesterday, and somebody said in the chat. About spreading the information. I said, well, don't share them a 3-hour live stream because they're not going to, a lot of people don't have time for a 3-hour live stream. But if you can pick a section of that video that's really important or that gives out some very specific information over, say, a 10-minute period, for argument's sake, then you could say to that person, I'll tell you what, this is a 3-hour live stream, but if you watch it from 2 hours and 10 minutes to 2 hours and 20 minutes, only 10 minutes of your time, watch that segment. And it might just sow enough seed that person will then go, right, well, that was a really shitload of information I'd never heard of before. And they're more than likely to go down, and watch the rest of the video. It's about giving people segments of information. So it gives them enough stuff to question themselves and question what they're being told. Because if you share a 3-hour video with someone, how many people have got time to sit there and watch a 3-hour video? They don't have the time. So they're less likely to even watch it. So if you give them a segment of the video, they're more likely then to go back and watch the whole video, or a segment of, say, 9/11 Trillions or 9/11 War Games. I mean, these are like 1-hour documentaries, and a lot of people don't have the time. But you give them a 10-minute segment, and then they're more likely to go, right, okay, wow, I didn't know that, so they're more likely to then go back and watch the whole documentary, if you like. And it could be the same for anything like The Creature of Jekyll Island and the documentary about the Federal Reserve or the ADL or the IRS, and on it goes. And it's very easy to sort of, and I've done it before, I've made the same mistake, where I've tried to brow people over the head and bash knowledge into their brain, and it just doesn't work with some people. So you're better off doing what effectively Nesta does and the Behavioural Insights team, which just nudge people, because that's what they're doing. They're nudging you psychologically to believing in what they've got to think and what they've got to say. Whereas we need to start nudging people into thinking, hang on, we've got an alternative. We've got an alternative message. And it's about nudging people calmly and controlled into a general load of information. But I'll give you 10 minutes and, you know, it might just spark something in themselves to think, right, well, they didn't say that on the BBC or on Sky or CNN or NBC or whatever. So why is it I'm not giving this information? And that sparks people off a lot quicker than trying to whack them over the head with knowledge, if you like, if that makes sense. Dino, you've silenced yourself.
Right, that. Okay. So there you go. You asked a question, you got an answer, guys. But, you know, it's a very important issue and it's a lot to take in. So do your own research. Don't believe a word he says. You know, start from the beginning. Unlearn everything is what I keep saying. So
it's like, I mean, we can go into schools and the whole indoctrination program and Rockefeller medicine. And if you've never seen How Big Oil Conquered the World and Why Big Oil Conquered the World, you need to watch those two documentaries, because so much of that relates to what's happening today. And it's so important because that joins more dots than me here yapping on, you know. You will learn more from that than you will from anything else you've ever seen or heard, whether it's me saying it or Dino saying it or one of the other guys on the live stream saying it. You know, there's so much information out there and so much of it does make sense and it all correlates to what's happening today. I rewatched a video called Pandemic by James Corbett, and he published that in September of 2012. And it had been on YouTube for 8 years, had in excess of 250,000 views, this video. And it's just him talking to a camera for 45 minutes. And it was funny that that's been on YouTube for 8 years, but they only banned it 6 months ago. Interesting. Why would they ban a video that's been up there for 8 years and they only banned it 6 months ago? Even that should have you questioning, you know, what's going on in the world. Because if you're not questioning it, you're not kind of, I don't know. Well, I don't want to say you're not thinking. It's just that you're kind of not joining the dots, and
you're ignoring it. You've got the blinkers on. It's like I'm in my bubble, and you know, but no, it's things that need to be learned. Joe's back in. How are you doing? I'm going to take a break in a minute. There's no one else backstage. Has anyone got any more questions for Fluke?
If you're going to take a break, I really need to pop to the men's room as well myself.
No problem. Well, you go first, mate, and you have a break, and I'll carry on till you come back.
And,
yeah.
And if anyone's got any questions that I missed, then obviously just ask them when I come back.
No worries, mate.
But thanks again, Dean. I appreciate your help.
No, it's fine, mate. Cheers for that. Great stuff as usual. You know, loads of support for Fluke. You know, controversial, but makes a lot of sense. Deep stuff. Who we got in new? Trevor's back. How you doing? I wish I didn't know what was going on. Up the cherries, how you doing? Maria Moon, I've just seen you there somewhere. Yeah. Yeah, okay. That's right, John. You know? Yeah. We need to keep coming up with ideas of what we're going to do next. It's very important, critical point, guys. There'll be another lockdown. They're really trying to push these injections on people and things like that. we're learning more and more about it every day. So yeah, do you want to? It's up to you. No. Anybody want to talk about protests or anything like that? Has anybody got any information of what might be coming up? Maybe somewhere we could visit and film. Mansby, good night, Mans. Thanks as always, by the way. Superb. What do you mean, go? Oh, go, Dino. Right, as in go. Okay. Absolutely, rice and peas. It already is doing. What do you think of this, right? I've got to London today, and I've spoke to Indy, and he said, "Here, look at this. There's a private company on the high street, busy as hell, and it's just like a shop. And it's a private company called DAM, D-A-M, and they're a vac centre. They're a PCR testing centre. I don't know if you know what that means, but they're basically, what they're saying is to try and find out more details of a certain virus. They can actually, they test your DNA and split your DNA up, and they can clone your DNA as well. That's part of PCR testing. And that sounds a bit sinister to me. You know, why would they go about it that way, to find out what a virus is, or, you know, DNA, cloning, splitting tiny bits of DNA up into smaller pieces to find out where a virus is? How come we've always found out all that before they've had to do this kind of stuff? And now they're putting them on high streets, private companies, like Fluke mentioned before. Private companies having influence over government legislations and policies and things like that. And it's all big money, don't forget. Weird stuff, guys, messing around with our DNA, and they have been doing for a long time. And they're putting these shops up now where customers can walk in and have all the DNA split up into tiny pieces. They can do what they want with it. CRISPR Tech, Tonley, how you doing? I don't know anything about that. Two up, two down hammers, how you doing? Good evening. I know, up the cherries, mate, it is. It's I hate to think what's going to happen next year. You know? I mean, there's a lot of stories coming out now recently because people with careers in certain jobs, they're basically being forced into having this jab, or else you've no career and things like that. Passports for nightclubs, passports for sports stadiums, show us your papers. You know, what's the big deal if you don't have the jab? It'd be like, you know, well, if you don't have the jab, you're at risk. So if you die, you know, it's tough shit from this virus. People will say, yeah, I'll take that risk. So why are we trying to force it on people? That's a different ballgame, that is. You know, why not say, well, let it be, human rights and all that. It's all gone out the window. You know, people keep saying plandemic. That word. Scandemic. You name it, guys. You know, I've seen posters. They're advertising it. Advertisements. 16-year-olds, teenagers. You know, get it done. You know, your future and all this. Why are you still young? And all that. But there's been evidence. Okay, you've got to dig at that. This is just me saying there's been evidence that it does affect the ovaries of teenagers, which means they're going to find it difficult to have babies. And with all the you know, no disrespect, but the LGBT and the things like that, it's, for me, there's a depopulation agenda so massive as well, and lots of other things involved. And it really is a state police, a state police state. That's what it is at the minute. That word fascism, yeah, I don't think we can deny that, to be honest, when you look into it. And going back through history, the build up to today, you know, that's why I agree with Luke, what he says. It's not just about what's happening today. How has it got to today? How has it got to today? How has it been nurtured into this piece of fine detail we have to deal with now, which is this virus, the way they're controlling us because of it. They're trying to force things upon us. Think about it. Track and trace, your ID, your details, stop and search is becoming, you know, the more relevant, and things like that. The terrorism thing and things like that, they're really closing in.
Can I make a point when you're ready, Dino?
Sure, mate, because I'm going to take a quick loo break. Are you guys, if you just want to listen to Fluke for a few minutes, I've had my little say on that. I'll take a quick break, mate. There's no one else backstage, so
Okay.
No worries. Cheers, guys.
Just to let you know that the chat on StreamYards is behind the chat on YouTube. So if you have any questions, obviously put them in. But going off what Dino just said about we've got to, what we have to do as people is think that, you know, we've got to understand the left versus right paradigm and what a lie it is, because if anything, COVID has proven that no government entity, whether they're Labour or Conservative or Liberal Democrat, irrelevant, you know, because they would all have introduced lockdowns and vaccine passports and all of this stuff, because the agenda to bring all this stuff was already in place, regardless of whether you've got Boris Johnson as Prime Minister or Keir Starmer as Prime Minister. They are bought and paid for politicians. They are puppets. They haven't got they don't care about your rights. They don't care about how you think, how you feel, how you want to live your life. They don't give a shit. They don't give a shit about your freedom of expression, your freedom to gather and disseminate information. They don't care about any of it, because the agenda doesn't care about any of that. That's why they've taken away what the fundamental first thing is, to take away your fundamental freedom of speech. Because if you take away somebody's freedom of speech, you take the right to criticize their government. And that's the most important thing. And that's why they're gunning for freedom of speech. That's why they're kicking people off YouTube and Facebook and Twitter and all these other places, because they want to take away your right to freedom of speech. It's as simple as that. Because if they can take away your right to a freedom of speech, you've got no way of coming back against your own government, because you've lost your right to freedom of speech. And that's fundamental. And that's why they've gone after it. I don't know if I can explain it any more simply than that, because without that, you're literally powerless. And that's the state they want you to put you in. They want you to put you in a state of no power, because we have all the power. 65 million people in this country have a lot of power. 500 people in government have no power. So if they can take away 65 million people's rights to freedom of speech and freedom of expression, then the only people left with freedom of speech and freedom of expression is your government. They can say whatever they like, whether it's true or full of shit. They can say what they want, you know, but we can't say what we want. And that's the point. And I think that's the point. It's the fundamental point that I think people are kind of missing to a certain degree. Maybe not people in this chat, because you're obviously, you're obviously clued up people, and the only reason you're in here in the first place is because you know what's going on, you know. But we need to get this out to the wider public, and it's about it's kind of about expressing those very fundamental freedoms and explaining them in a way that if that people will understand, you know, because if you say to them, if you take away 65 million people's right to freedom of expression, the only people left with the freedom of expression and freedom of speech is your government, you're in a shit fucking state because you can't criticize your government anymore. And that's fundamentally wrong. And, you know, and that make it simple, make it fundamental, make it as simple and base as it can possibly be. And I think people will, you know, bashing them over the head with, you know, COVID knowledge and facts and figures and, you know, all the rest of it, you know, because that's the way it is. It's kind of, that's the only, maybe the, not the only way, but it's one way of simplifying things, because there's so much information out there that confuse people, and it's done deliberately to confuse these people, you know, and to confuse the general public, so they don't know whether they're coming or going. Should I be locked down? Should I wear a mask? Not wear a mask? Can I go to holiday in Greece but I can't go on holiday in Spain? I can't take a flight. I've got to self-quarantine. I don't know what the rules are with this. Do I need a test? Do I need a vaccine? Do I need this? It's deliberately confusing, and it's deliberately confusing. And what we don't want to do to a certain degree is, you know, confuse the situation anymore. Let's drag it down to the basics. The basics is that if you don't have the right to freedom of speech and freedom of expression, then your government can get away with whatever they want to get away with, because you don't have the right to criticize them. And that's the fundamental, the most fundamental point, because without that, you've got nothing. You know, you kind of got nothing. Rice and Peace says, Fluke, I take it you're not double jabbed. Mate, they'd have to strap me down and I'd be kicking off like a good one if they tried that on me. I still have a right to bodily autonomy. And this is what makes me laugh with these leftist loonies, you know, and the BLM and all the rest of it. And it's like, you know, they wear these T-shirts with "My body, my choice" when it comes to abortion, but when it comes to "My body, my choice" when it comes to vaccines, they're going, "No, you must take your vaccine." I mean, how deranged are these people that it's "my body, my choice" when it comes to abortion, but it's not your body, your choice when it comes to vaccines? That's how, you know, indoctrinated these people are by the mainstream media and stuff like that. It's just incredible. It's absolutely incredible. So, sorry, Dino, I was yapping on then because obviously he was away.
No, it's fine. I'll let you do it.
I didn't know what to say. I was just trying to say.
No, it's fine. You know exactly what to say, and I was reading the chat, and it was all positive. So, but I've got Mike West coming on. So,
Mikey on.
Massive respect for Mike, guys.
Evening, folks. How you doing?
Hello, mate. Good evening. How you doing?
Can you hear me? Hi, how you doing?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Oh, you got us?
Yeah.
Oh, brilliant. That's good. Yeah. Yeah, I was chilling out Friday night and just listening to you guys having a chat on there. And I know the subject Fluke's brought up. It is a boring subject to research, if you want to put it that way. You know, it's just reams and reams of stuff that we come across. But I think the main point why we've done it is because these organisations, they're high-level government advisors and think tanks. You may have known the Behavioural Insights team. Previously, it was known as the Nudge Unit. Well, it's called the Nudge Unit because their psychology is about how do we change or society's opinion. How do we? I mean, one of their first things they brought out was when David Cameron was around. Was he gave them a year? He said, "Right, you show me something positive. Make a return of 10 times the investment the government's going to put into you, and we'll keep it as a permanent thing." Well, they were successful with that. They were successful with a few things, and that's about getting people to pay their tax on time by using like subliminal imaging of, you know, people dressed in bailiffs' outfits, not actually saying having to say that they're going to send the bailiffs. It's just the images that they used, and they had a considerable, I think it was about 40% increase on defaulters making their payments on time. There's lots of projects like that. You can see all that on what they're called now the Behavioural Insights team. But with this COVID thing, it's become a totally different monster. As we said, we've seen the connections. The connections are massive. They're far too big to go on this. They were far too big for the two streams that we've covered so far on the same subject. So yeah, I just wanted to put that point across. The point across was that this is corporate companies using these so-called think tanks to lobby government and to influence government, which is illegal because it has to go through due process. If a corporation wants to lobby government, they have to do it in a legal way. But this is like a big loophole that they're using. Is these behavioural insights teams, Nesta, and NerveTag's part of the receptor of all this. It's part of the government receptor that will nail yay, as it were. But when you look at the connections with what's going on with the COVID, how the psychology is now being used, £330 million from April this year to April next year has just been spent on media campaigns for COVID alone. £330 million. And that's being headed up by a behavioural insights team to nudge you to all get in and have these vaccines. And there's a reason why they're doing it. The more they're pushing this to me, I say some things sell themselves. But to be so desperate to spend this amount of money just on media, that's not everything else. That's not all the testing that's going on. That's costing billions. That's not costing millions. That's costing billions. And you know, it's just a knock-on effect. And it's till you drill down these companies, you see who's connected, and you think, Jesus Christ, this is huge. This is absolutely massive. Just me and Fluke on our own can't do this and expose it. This is the frustration. You know, the information. I'm sure if your average pleb woke up to what's going on, that we haven't got a government. This isn't government running us. It's corporations running us via these so-called think tanks. And it's wrong. Democracy has totally gone. Anyone who still thinks we're in a democracy, you know, my old saying is, you don't need a COVID test, you need your fucking head tested, because this is, you know, it's too big, but it's right in front of us. We can all see it. You know, once you've opened the rabbit boxes or the rabbit warren as it is, it's impossible just to put it down and forget about it. It's huge.
Yeah, that's right. All that 330 million, that's a pure advertisement. And like you said, there's everything underneath that. All these private companies are scaring me.
This is the thing with these media organisations, the BBC included, ITV, Channel 4, Channel 5, all the major mainstream newspapers. The only revenue they are getting at the moment is government sponsorship for fucking advertising and pharmaceutical sponsorship for advertising. That's all they're getting. They're pushing vaccines and government policy. That's all they're producing. Yeah. And that's the only way the media can earn their money. So the only way the media can earn their money is if they toe the party line, and put out the information that the government wants to put you out, which is the information that Sage, NerveTag, and the Behavioural Insights team want you to put out, and it's all combined, And while you was off, Dino, I was saying to people, if we can bring this down to the fundamental right the government are trying to take away from us is the right to freedom of speech and the right to freedom of expression, right? Now, if you take those two rights away from people, the only people with a right to freedom of speech and a right to freedom of expression is the government and the corporations. Because if you can take 65 million people's right away from them to freedom of speech and freedom of expression, we can't criticize corporations. We can't criticize the government. We can't criticize Twitter or Facebook or, YouTube or whatever it is.
But they've done that with journalists now, haven't they?
We can't criticize them. If you take that right away from people, then that's it. They're basically jammed up the sausage, aren't they?
Well, the other aspect to this is it's not just COVID that I mean the message is there, but you just have to read between the lines, because you have to look at the projects that they've got running in front of all this COVID stuff, and this is to do with the climate change agenda. We've heard from the great German Klaus Schwab that you'll all be happy and have nothing, but also this is a good way of treating the climate change agenda, is that we should have lockdowns for the climate change agenda till we get down to zero emissions. This is what this is all about. And all these companies, the Behavioural Insights team, Nesta are full of green projects that are being pushed through, and they're heavily looking at what they're looking at the moment. The Behavioural Insights team are looking at the psychology of it and going, well, the plebs have done well for the last 18 months. They've done as they're told. Everywhere I look, there's people in masks. They're just going along with it. They're buying it. So the more we're buying into this, the more we're going for the double jabs and tolerating the yellow card system that's only 2% apparently of people that are having side effects or even dying from the jab are actually being reported. What these organisations are going to do, they're going to use the data from what they've seen and how we've reacted to this. And when this climate change agenda 21, we're in 2021. This is why they called it now 2130, because these next few years are going to be imperative. These next few years, and I'll make no bounds about this, these next few years, if we can't get our shit together, we've lost our freedoms. We're on the verge of it at the moment. What we've got is a very little taste of it. This is just a practice run. What's to come is the real deal. And that's the climate change thing. And that's why we're being driven off the roads. This is why we're seeing strange things happening at the moment with transportation, food. It's coming, folks, and it's knocking on our door. And we can't keep hiding away from it. I know, it's hard for some people to actually want to sit and listen to this stuff because it's boring, isn't it? It's not, it's not like Love Island, isn't it? You get a bit of a laugh and, This is all the distractions they've put in front of us over the last 20, 25 years to keep us away from this. Yeah. But all this information is out there. It's if you look for it, it's out there. And if you make all the connections, I mean, we've only been studying this about a week, and it's frightening because the connections there and they're blatant with it. This is the thing when you do, because they don't think the plebs are going to look at it, so they put all what they're doing online. Oh, no one's going to look at this. No, not you average pleb. Might be high level management in corporations, senior management directors that, use this information because they're using this information on their employees. No job, no jab, no job. That's what's coming next. And it is coming next. The vaccine passport, it's near enough in, but it's going to be what they plan to bolt onto it. And if you want to know what they're planning to bolt onto it, go and have a look at some of the projects that these guys are running. That's all we're asking. We're not asking you to individually research all these people individually. We've done that, and we've looked at it at a high level. Look at the projects they're doing. Look at what they're running, and it's all being gelled together. Though this isn't all about COVID. This is the practice run.
And also, can I just make a point on top of that? What you're going to find is, if you look at the economic effects of what COVID's had on this country and countries around the world, is it's forced a lot of people to get used to the fact that they stay at home and they still get their money, So then forward thinking, you look at things like universal basic income, where, look, you might lose your job, but you still get your money every month. And then what happens is, well, if you don't take your vaccine, you're not going to get your money. Can you see where this is going? This is where it's going. It's trying to have the foresight, and I'm not saying I do or anybody else does, but you can see how it's evolving. If you think from the perspective of the people that are trying to do this to you, it makes it easier for you to understand, because they're trying to force you into a position, whether it be a vaccine position or a universal basic income position or a furlough position. You don't get your government money unless you subscribe to the government narrative. And if you don't want the vaccine, you don't get your benefits. You don't want the vaccine, you don't get your furlough. That's why they're destroying the British economy, because they're forcing people into a place where either you do what you're told or you don't get no money.
Yeah.
and then you can't pay your rent and you can't pay your mortgage, you can't buy your food every week, you know. So you submit. You either submit or you fight. You've got two options. So
Well, if you want a taste of how you're going to be if you don't submit, go listen to a recording on James Wales' talk radio show from last night, where he had someone on the phone, and they were saying why. They were just validating why they didn't want to get vaccinated, i.e. they think it's too early to have it. It's not been tested enough and things like this. James Wow hurled so much abuse at this guy, calling him all the names under the sun and sort of at the top of his voice. It was like, well, this is what they want to do with the media now. The media is going to be the ones that push this. And boy, you're going to see it over the next week. It's only been in the last few days that it's really become apparent now about this COVID passport and the how much they're trying to raise the profile of the jabs. But take a look at that at James Well yesterday. I mean, I put it down to, the guy's just had chemotherapy and for cancer. And he's also had the double jab. So I think there's a toxic chemical going on in there, because there have been reports that people who had the double jabs are tending to get more aggressive and, argumentative, as it were. It's having the opposite, but it's working in their favour, because what it's going to do, it's going to turn them totally against us. There's that video online doing the rounds at the moment of the pub in Norwich, aptly named The Murderous or something, and the governor standing outside the pub with a rope and two posts. If you haven't got vaccine or you double jabbed and you can't prove it, you're not coming in. So they're already discriminating. You've got Subway have put signs up in their windows now that if you're not vaccinated, you can't eat inside. This is where we're going. This is just the start of it, and it's only just started to be put in place this week. Everything happens at once for a reason, because it's coordinated. And the people doing the coordinations are the Behavioural Insights team. They're the one that told Boris November of last year that they're not using the media enough and putting fear into the people. To make people comply, you need to raise the fear level. That's in their minutes of their meetings. It's on the government website. This information is out there for you all to see. It's scary. It's happening at a rapid rate.
Yeah, this is the thing as well, Mike, because I'm not saying I was Mr. Mystical when I knew what was going to happen or anything like that. But in June of last year, one of my neighbours, and she's in her 70s, and she came to me and she was talking and she's quite a clued up woman for a lady in her 70s who's been through 70 years of indoctrination by the mainstream media and the school system and the government system. But she said to me, do you think they're trying to kill us all?
Yeah.
Right. And I said to her, you don't know how close to the truth you are. Right. And I said to her, but I guarantee you something else. And I said this to her in June of last year. I said, I'll guarantee you something else. They'll be coming after the children next.
Yeah.
And she said to me, yeah, but children aren't affected by COVID. I said, it doesn't matter. They'll be coming after the children next. And here we are a year later, and they want to vaccinate children. They want children wearing masks. They want children social distancing. They're not going to open schools until all these mandates come in, and then you can open the schools again. What, to get your children indoctrinated by your own government? I mean,
yeah.
That's not me saying, I'm Mr. Genius and I worked it all out. It was just so bloody obvious if you can think critically.
Well, that's got to look back in history.
Think with a critical mind, and you'll see where. I think David Icke said it, and a lot of people criticise him. But there's a lot of things I disagree with David Icke on. But he said, if you know the outcome, you'll know the journey. And the outcome is always about knowing where it's going to go. It's about control. This isn't about money anymore. The money's just a bonus to these people. It's about control. The one thing they don't have is control of the people, and that's what they want. And the only way to control them is by fear. Fear is the currency of control.
Yeah, and division. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Mark, if you want to jump back on there, I know you was backstage. It's up to you if you want to jump back on. Anyone who's joined, thanks for joining. Thanks very much for listening to Fluke and Mark. at the minute. Very important issues, guys. I've said it many a time now, critical point. It really, really is. You know, we have to wake up and listen.
So history has taught us this, isn't it? If we look back at any tyrannical regime, like Fluke says, they've always then started on the children. The Greeks done it, the Romans done it. They tried to do it under Bolshevism. Once they get to that stage, I think that's when people start to wake up, unfortunately. It takes that long. But one thing, tyrannical regimes have never been overturned by it. That's using polite language, writing letters to MPs or emails and protesting up in your capital. That's not how they've been turned over. They've all been turned over one way, and that's either by a big rebellion. Either people take a stand together and say, right, we're not paying into this. We're going to, disassociate from the system, or at worst case, it's going to get physical.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
that's the
and it
other
already
thing.
is, you know.
We get a lot of people talking online about not becoming violent, but what do you think's happened on every demonstration that you've been on? As long as you're on Black Lives Matter demonstration, you'll get left alone by the police. If you're on Extinction Rebellion protest, you'll get left alone by the demonstration. You get your head whacked in, because this is what's happened. The police have become political, and the police are supposed to be apolitical, not political whatsoever. And when you've got a position where the police have become political, you know that literally, your whole public servants have become indoctrinated into doing whatever the government says, whichever government it is of that day. It doesn't matter if it's Boris Johnson's government or Keir Starmer's government, because the agenda is to violate civil rights. Yeah? Doesn't matter if Keir Starmer violates your civil rights or Boris Johnson violates your civil rights. It's about taking your rights away from you. And the fundamental rights, as I've said earlier, is your right to freedom of speech, freedom of expression, freedom to protest, freedom to hold your government accountable. Because once that's gone, you're fucked.
Yeah.
They're trying to bring a new bill in now. I think they already have done, about protesters, the antisocial bill.
Yeah.
Giving police more powers over protesters.
And that was just pushed through. That was. It's just a load of things have been pushed through. I mean, this people going about the Nuremberg 2 version 2. Well, they've already dotted the I's and crossed the T's there, because at the time when they got it banished from human rights campaign, and at the time they give dispensation to Big Pharma, sort of immunity from prosecution, because that's the only thing the fucking vaccine has got, is immunity against prosecution. They also made a clause saying that because this is all done under emergency powers, the Nuremberg Code does not apply in this situation. So what does that tell you? If they're prepared to say that the Nuremberg Code is not valid, what have they got lined up for us?
Yeah, I mean, I saw AAP.
Can I ask Fluke a question?
The Australian Association.
Yeah,
Press.
sorry, Fluke.
Yeah,
sorry, mate. Mark's come in. Good. How you doing, Mark?
Hello, Mark.
Mark Kelly.
Hello, Mark. Hello, Mark.
I'm good, Dino. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks. Yeah.
How you doing, Mike? Fluke?
Hello, Mark.
Can I ask Fluke and Mike a question about what they thought of the last protest in Trafalgar Square?
Well, I think me and Fluke's got a bit of a differing opinion on that.
What was your feelings on it?
Mine? I don't want to upset people. I think we've gone beyond karaoke, and what's the point of getting to Trafalgar Square on a Saturday when old Big Bollocks is in Berkshire at Chequers? All the other MPs are in their country houses or their second homes away from the capital. The city's closed. I just think we've got to a point now after 18 months that it's answering the own question, really, because they're ignoring it. They laugh when we protest because they think, oh, look at the plebs, that's it, venting off a bit of steam, silly old bastards. But we'll still carry on what we'll do. I think we've gone beyond that. And I think And I'm not calling for violence here. What I'm saying is we've got to be clever. We've got to sort of rebel against this. These truck drivers that are pretty pissed off at the moment, they've got extra hours put on them, they need to be blocking the streets. People being affected by this, people on furlough. Well, you've only got, a month or 2 months left? 1.2 million of you that's left on it. You ain't going to have a job. A lot of you ain't going to have a job. That's for sure, because you've been primed for universal credit. Yeah. The big question, though, Mark, is, what do we do? How do we go about it? And how do we coordinate it? That is the big question. Flo, I know you've got a little different view on what happened on the weekend.
I think what happens with the protests is it's all well and good protesting, and I
never got to
agree with
Trafalgar
it.
Square. I got to Hyde Park, and I speak to different protesters, and I got to say there was a lot of them a bit not happy with the way it went. It's like a sort of pop concert sort of style thing, and I don't know. I spoke to
bit gobby as well,
a dozen people, and they weren't happy the way the protest went before. It just seemed like a march of people, and I think to have any effect, you need a mass of people, and there seems to be a lot of right and left wing and politics and religious things going on, which it should be nothing to do with this. Nothing to do with it. It should be just about
I think
freedoms and anti-lockdowns and stuff.
Yeah,
I think the other thing that
a lot of protests, there's a lot of things involved with like actors and plainclothes infiltrators. Even people I've seen dressed up as protesters, like telling protesters to stand back and like behave yourself, and even though they are, a lot of weird things go on.
Yeah.
At protests.
I think the other thing that happened at the latest I think the other thing that happened at the latest protest is you tend to watching the footage back on different live streams, and it was like the police would just shut off one road, and then so 500 people marched that way, then they shut off this road, so that those 500 people were cut off from the other 500 people behind them, and then they funneled people down different. And this is what they did: is they literally sliced up, potentially 50,000-60,000 people, and they spliced them up into areas where you can't walk down this road, so they just funnel you down whatever road they want you to walk down. And you know what central London's like, Dino? It's like just like a maze of roads. And then so if you can split up that demonstration into as many little different 500 people as you can, then you've got control of it, and also it doesn't look as effective when it does get published to places like YouTube with people like GB Resistance and Tyrant Finder and all the other guys that are out there filming it, because they're not getting fucking 500,000 people walking down the middle of Oxford Street. Because if they can stop that from happening, they don't have to do the policing, because you can't publish anything because it doesn't look like anything's going on. And if you do publish it, it looks like 500 people down one street. And that's what they did effectively, is they effectively, physically stopped people seeing what was going on. Because if you can shut off the media to a degree where, even independent media can not actually film and show what's going on, it makes it look like nothing was going on. And I think that's something that has to be. And also with Mike, me and Mike get on generally a lot, and I would not disagree with him about the whole sort of thing in Trafalgar Square last weekend, because if those people can march up and down freely, can you imagine the amount of people they're walking past who are standing outside, socially distanced outside their Sainsbury's wearing their mask, when 500,000 people walk past them cheering freedom, freedom, or, not wearing masks and not doing any social distancing and singing and dancing and enjoying their freedoms? That's going to wake other people up. They're going to start thinking, hang on, how do these people do all of the things the government says they can't do, and they're out doing it? You know, why am I standing here 2 meters from the bloke in front of me wearing a mask, waiting to go into Sainsbury's to buy a fucking sausage and a sausage sandwich?
I
You know,
don't
it's
think
just-
the majority is thinking like that, Fluke. I think they look at us and they think, God, look at them, sad, pathetic people. They want to get jobs. That's what they normally say. And they also say, oh, these are the people. Look, these are the people that's prolonging the lockdowns.
And this is
how they
the
look
thing.
at us.
Maybe, yeah. This is the thing. I can't affect how somebody thinks based on what I'm doing. So if I'm protesting in central London with 500,000 other people, that's not necessarily saying that the people watching me do take part in that protest. They're going to start changing their mind, or they might stay stuck within their cognitive dissonance and stick with what the government's told them to do, and they'll stand in their 2 meter distance outside Tesco's wearing their mask.
But I personally think it's time to bring it to the homes of the politicians rather than Trafalgar Square
and
all these
this is the
iconic
thing,
places.
it's kind of the other side of that is there are going to people who's going to start going, hang on a minute, you know, what is going on here? Why aren't the police taking any action against these people? There's 500,000 people walking down fucking Oxford Street, you know, and the police are doing nothing. Well, the reason the police are doing nothing because they can't do nothing, because there's too many people, and that is the psychological thing that you've got to kind of get into people's mind. And I agree with you, Mike. You know, not a lot of people are going to think like that. Don't get me wrong. But if you've got 1% of the population that start thinking, hang on a minute, and start questioning what's going on, that's a good trigger. And it's a good way of people thinking, well, hang on a minute. All these guys are protesting. None of them are wearing masks. None of them are socially distanced. You know, they're all singing and dancing. You know, and I'm sat here with my mask on outside Sainsbury's. Do you know what I mean?
Well, the
only
time I'd go to London on one of these protests is if it was on a Wednesday at 12 o'clock when they got Prime Minister's question time outside Parliament. I wouldn't do it on a Saturday. I wouldn't do it on a week where they're not about. Not interested in the public doing their shopping at Oxford Street. I'm interested in the politicians. That's who we should be targeting. They're the voice. We're the voices they should be hearing. Not people in Oxford Street. Because once you start letting the politicians know, and they start, you know, being scared for their jobs, or these are the voters, these are the people that are probably not going to vote me in, you know, and that message spreads that people see that, hold up a minute, yeah, they are scared because look what's happening at Parliament at the moment. It's just, you know, we've looked at it for 18 months nearly now of stuff going on a Saturday. Yeah, it was great at the beginning, but after a while, it sort of thins out. And look what it did become. It became a pop concert, didn't it? Well, a little mini karaoke contest. 2 speakers out there I could pick out that I could say were on the right lines and saying the right things. And one I thought I'd never agree with, and that's David Icke. Not David Icke, Gareth Icke, his son. And the other one that spoke a lot of sense was, is it Dr. Coleman? I think the old guy
Vernon Coleman,
who's a doctor, yeah. Vernon Coleman, yeah. You know, out of all that went on that day, really they were the only two that I could, because the 2 Kates, all they were doing is shouting. Oh God, it was piercing. It was just terrible. And they went off message. It was nothing to do with COVID passports. It was nothing to do so much with vaccinations. It was all the other agendas that they wanted to bring in, which dilutes what the message in. It's a freedom march. We want our freedoms. So let's get that back first before we worry about everything else. Because once you start diluting it, this is where the public look at it and go, yeah, but look, they were going on about 5G. They're nutcases. They're, you know, tinfoil hats, and they're going on about this. They're going about devil worshipping or whatever. You know, all these agendas come mixed in, and then it just dilutes what the main message is. It was a freedom march. We want our freedoms back. You don't see them in Paris doing the same. You don't see them in Australia doing the same. They're very focused and on message when they do their demonstrations. It's about the one subject, and that's getting their freedoms back. You know, and this is where it falls apart here, because there's too many agendas come together, and it broke down. It took the message away from what Saturday really should have been about, and I was quite disappointed in it, really.
I think you're right there, Mike, as well, because to a certain degree you're right. Exactly. Because we've got to take this back to the fundamental level, and the fundamental level is, if we lose our right to freedom of speech and freedom of expression, we lose our right to criticise our own government. And without that right, and then that's why they're going after that right, because if they can take that away, they can do whatever they want. you know, and that's the fundamental
exactly,
level
yeah.
that we've got to get back to. It's like we can go on about
doing it
COVID
now.
and vaccines and this and that and the other and blah blah blah. And I've been down that rabbit hole myself. Don't get me wrong, and I've done it on various live streams, including yours, Mike. You know, but if we can just educate people on a fundamental level to say that if you use your right to freedom of speech and you lose your
What
right
I'm
to freedom
saying,
of expression, then the government has got complete and utter control over you because you can't
Mark,
criticize them.
Mark, do you want to come in there with anything?
Fluke, what my point is, Fluke, was the one on the 29th is after the day I went and watched Chelsea playing the Champions League final, and I met about 10 of my pals. And number one, none of them had ever even heard of it. Number two, when I explained where I'd been, they said, it's all a bunch of lefties. That's what their view was. So I tried to explain to them. I even showed them some footage I took on my phone. So, you know, when I'm seeing all these, like, so I've been to some, and some people have asked me what political organisation, and I went, listen, I ain't with no political organisation. I'm here for anti-lockdown. That's it. And vaccine passports, they weren't even talked about a few months ago. Well, there was, but it was only sort of, you know. And what happened was these people, my friends, thought we were just a bunch of lefties. And I said, no, you've got that completely wrong. There's all sorts of people up there. From
Mark,
blacks, whites,
Mark,
Muslims,
I'll tell you what, I'll answer
Christians.
that.
And this is why I want to stop. You know, the political agendas at these things. You know, I see a few far right, left. You know, like put it this way: I spoke to a couple of Muslim guys at Hyde Park, and they were asking me why was Katie Hopkins there. They were, you know, so they probably won't attend next time. And you need masses of people, no matter who they are.
Yeah, I think this is the thing,
you're right.
Mark. You also find that, you know, I'm not knocking Chelsea football fans, but what I'm saying to you is these are people who have been indoctrinated since the year dot, the day they were born, primary school, secondary school, comprehensive school. You're taught that there's a left and a right and a left and this, and this is how they play you throughout your whole life. Everything's got to be political. Like you just said, you showed them videos on your phone, and they said, oh, it's just a bunch of fucking lefties, you know? It's like that's how you dismiss any critical argument in this country, is by saying either they're a bunch of right-wing conspiracy theorists or they're just a bunch of lefties. And that's how they divide a country. It's as simple as that. They've got people in the mentality of thinking that it's left versus right, and that's not what it is. It's us versus them. That's what you've got to think it is. Because it is literally a battle between us and our freedoms and whatever government's in place at the time and their political power, or what they think they've got power over us over. Because without that, if we divide ourselves between me and Mike and Dino and yourself, Matt, and we divide ourselves between left and right, we never agree on anything, and the political establishment, whoever that be at the time, wins. So the only way we can solve the problem is by all of us, if you imagine all of us on this, 4 of us on the screen, is by us coming together and sticking it on them. Because it doesn't matter whether you're left wing or right wing. If you're against what's going on in this world, it doesn't matter whether you're left wing or right wing.
It's about unity.
Sorry, I drank about 2 litres of water earlier, and I'm gonna have to pop off again.
You get yourself off to the loo. So I don't know where Mark's gone. Mark's jumped off, I think. So CK Mark.
Yeah, no. What he was.
Welcome to the chat.
Yeah, what he was fundamentally saying, Mark, is correct. We've got to drop all the politics out of this because it's just the game. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, whether it's Keir Starmer or whether it's Boris, they're just puppets in the show. And what we've been researching this week goes to prove that they're only the puppets in the show. Who really are running this country are hidden in these Quango units, these think tanks that are senior advisors to the government, and the government has not gone against anything they've said since this pandemic started. And this is where they really come to the true light. They're a real test. I mean, the Behavioural Insights team was introduced in 2010. It was only meant to be temporary for a year. But here we are now, 2021, 11 years on. The powers they've got, it's like common purpose. Common purpose. I mean, that started back in the late 80s. That started out as a charity. As far as I know, it still is registered as a charity. And this is where the soft power come in first. It was getting into all government departments, education system, councils, police, the army, the air force, everything. Developing what they call their future leaders, leading beyond authority. Then all these, the off spikes of all that, all these think tanks that have come about over the last decade or so. And this is where the real power is. The power isn't, it isn't where that Big Ben is. It's not in the Houses of Parliament. The power is way beyond that. We have got a fifth column running this country, and its connections are really scary as to who is running it.
Mm-hmm. Mark, do you want to come back in? I think you were saying something earlier, and then
I wanted to ask is,
Cupid Stunts ST, how you doing? Nice one, thanks for coming in. CKO Mark Otherkeen, I think I've got that right. How you doing? And anyone else who's joined, very intriguing chat. There's still 76 people in. So thanks for coming in, guys. Thanks for your opinions and things like that. If you've still got questions, anyone in the chat, I'm sure Mike, Mark, Luke, definitely. I'll try and answer them. It's a serious subject, guys. The main question is, what do we do about it? That's the main question.
I said to Fluke last night. I said perhaps.
Mike,
I said always yeah. Can you hear me? No, it's this. I think my mic's packed up. Hold on, one
slight delay. That's all. So.
Can I try and sort that out, Dino? I'll just try and sort that out.
Yeah,
I'm going to have to come off a minute. Yeah. I'll come back in.
Yeah, no
okay,
worries.
cheers.
Yeah. So Leah's still putting links up there in the chat, guys. Rice and peas, yeah. Stay strong, people, you know. We're at a critical point.
oh, Dino.
Right, she's joined. Mike's back on. So, yeah.
Right, hopefully that's better.
Yeah, Mark.
I just wanted to say, Dino, you know, the last time I was on, Dino, I told you I was bidding for a boat on eBay.
Yeah. You got one.
You remember? I think you've.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I ended up bidding up so late, I never woke up for the bid, and I lost the boat, and I waited 6 months or something like that.
Oh,
so I blamed you for that. Anyway, there was a couple of other questions I wanted to ask. What were they? Yeah, you know, like they say, this has been going on for, like, you know, it's been planned, say, 10 years ago. They must have known
more than that.
These planners and these people what talk about behavioural, they must have known they was going to meet a resistance. Now, it was, you know, I won't say the last one, the one before that. Would these behavioural people would have known that?
Well, there's a way they deal with that. I mean, this goes back to the 1930s when an organisation called the 1922 Frankfurt School got together, and their whole remit was, how do we counter the West? How do we bring down Western society? All these were former Marxists, former communists that developed this group, and they come up with an 11-point plan. And the 11-point plan, if you go through that 11-point plan, it's online, you can look it up. It's the 1922 Frankfurt School 11-point plan. If you go through that, you can see that every single one of them points has been ticked off. And their way of dealing with people that will speak out against this was quite a simple one. Because what they do, once that you've got most of the nation in your hand, you turn people on people. Well, look what they're doing now with this vaccine. They're using them tactics now. They won't be doing it. It won't be government are the first to turn and say, well, it won't be us that enforces the vaccine passport. We'll leave it to the corporations, the businesses and the companies. But what they're also thinking is, well, the police won't be interested, because what they'll do, they'll empower so many people. This is why we got these COVID marshals, COVID, whatever, wardens, whatever you want to call them, put them in a yellow jacket and it gives them power.
Yeah,
exactly. But what it's also doing is, now you've noticed that the public are getting more and more lippy now with it. You know, I mean, if you look at that video that appeared on the net yesterday of them outside that pub in Norwich, it was the customers outside that started, "Oh, get away from me, you unvaccinated so-and-so, so-and-so." And, you know, so it's the people that's going to start turning on each other. And the way it will be policed and the way dissent will be crushed is they'll use the people to go against each other. And that's exactly what's happening here. I'm hearing of people in families, their own families turning against each other. So there's going to be nothing for a nobody in the street to start coming with this virtual, you know, how can I say, self-righteousness. They're better than us. We're going to be the scum. The unvaccinated will be the scum. That's how they deal with it.
Yeah, absolutely. We're getting demonized left, right and centre. Even, you know, for not wearing a mask. The amount of times I've been demonized for that. And I know
it's
the
going to
full
get worse.
legislation on that mask exemption, and just people getting a power trip out of asking you for ID and things like that. It's really getting me down. But I think Flute wants to say something about that.
Yeah, I think just touching on what Mark said earlier, this has not been going on for the last 10 years. This has been going on for at least 100 years, if not longer.
Yeah.
You know, and like Mike was saying, you know, this is about divide and conquer, and this is exactly what happened in East Germany. They pitted their own people against each other. You know, if you're an East German person and your neighbour's doing something, then talk to the Stasi, and the Stasi will arrest your neighbour. You know, and that's how they did it. They used the people to grass on each other. You know, it's
the same in Poland.
Yeah,
actually building a wall.
And what are they doing here under COVID? Grass your neighbour up if there's more than 6 people at his barbecue. Grass your neighbour up if he's out washing his car with 2 of his mates. Or if you're having a party around your house, call the police. Do you know what I mean? They're getting the people to police themselves. I mean, it's insane, but it's exactly what's happening. It's no different to Nazi Germany or the Stasi in Eastern Europe, in East Germany in the 40s. You know, this is exactly the same principles are being used, but they're using psychology based on Nesta, the Behavioural Insights team, to implement this. You know, they're implementing a Marxist, socialist, grass on your neighbour type fucking narrative to people in the UK. Can you imagine if some army turned up on the shores of Dover saying that they were going to introduce everything that's happened in the last 18 months in this country? Do you think the UK public would have stood for it, or do you think we'd all be standing on the white cliffs of Dover?
There's irony in that.
You know,
there's irony in that. I think those coming over at Dover at the moment are going to be our future police.
I think Mike might have froze.
Mike's frozen. So this is being done from within. So can you imagine a scenario where an invading army, if you like, wanted to bring in masks, social distancing, all these vaccinations, blah, 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 medical martial law, you know, and bring all this to this country, and they were waiting at Calais to invade Dover, what do you think would happen in this country under a free, under normal circumstances? We would absolutely not stand for it. This is the whole reason we fought 2 world wars, to stand up for our freedoms and our rights, you know. So the only way they can get away with what they're doing is to infiltrate us from within, get us to turn against each other, get us to grass up on each other, get us to argue with him, and oh, he's protesting and he's not wearing a mask and he's not been vaccinated and da 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 da, you know, while the government get away with exactly what they've been told to get away with, you know, and what they're being, you know, financed to get away with, you know. The implementation of all these policies come from within our own government, and that's who we need to stand up against, because if we don't stand together, we will fucking fall together. And that's as simple as that. I can't make it any simpler than that. And also going back to the whole Third Reich kind of thing, it is a case of, you know, using psychology, and they did the same thing in Nazi Germany and East Germany. They used psychology to get people to grass on each other, to like, he's doing the wrong thing, he's doing the wrong thing, papers please, where's your where's your identification, where's your papers?
And
if you're not,
if
you're exempt from wearing a mask,
they get a buzz out of it as well. That's even scarier, you know. They're getting fun out of it, like curtain twitches and things like that, spying on each other and getting nothing from it other than self-satisfaction of getting praise for doing it.
We've got people that have been indoctrinated from such an early age to obey the government, obey the teachers, because this is how it works. It's all about obedience. So when you go to primary school, you're obedient to your primary school teacher. When you go to first school, you're obedient to your first school teacher, and they tell you what to think and how to write down your shit in the right way they want you to write it down. And then you go to, you know, senior school, and you do the same thing again. You're obedient, because if you get in trouble with your teacher, he's going to send you to the headmaster, and the headmaster's going to discipline you. You get in sort of, you know, obedience to the system, you know. And then when you leave school, you get a job, and then you have to abide by what your boss says. And then if you go to university, you abide by what your professor says. And do you know what I mean? This is a constant ingraining of compliance, and that's what it is. And it's done from literally from the day you're born to the day you go to work. You know, you're down to compliance. You comply or you lose your job. You comply or you might get kicked out of school, or you apply or you get kicked out of university, or you comply or you comply, not comply or die. I know it's a very well used, you know, acronym, if you like, you know, but you are in a situation where either you comply or and this is what people are doing. They're going, the government says, if you see somebody in their garden having a barbecue with more than 6 people, call the police. And people, what do? Because they've been indoctrinated all their lives to comply. They comply.
They get told it's the right thing to do.
For the greater good.
Luke, can I say you're absolutely correct about my neighbours, because they're all snitches. The tossbox above me, the one next to me, and I've got an autistic child in there. They've called the noise pollution people round, and the neighbour across the road, when the lockdown was on, he would say to me, "Oh, you're out a lot," and I'd be, "Well, you must be out a lot because you see me all the time." But this is what you're exactly saying. They're all snitches. Next door, above me, across the road, and it feels like I'm being watched by all of them. And they've all got
that's
lovely
happening
lives.
a lot.
I haven't.
Yeah.
I've got, I bring up 2 kids on my own.
Yeah, that's happening a lot with people. It used to be like keeping up with the Joneses, but it's gone a few steps beyond that now, hasn't it? It's a lot of people are envious. They just want to know each other's business. Because 9 times out of 10, I know they might look like they've got the nice BMW or Audi on the driveway, and they're doing pretty well. They're fucking not. Most of it's all on PCP, lease purchase, hire purchase. Their credit card up to the hilt. The reason why they're stuck at home every weekend is because they can't afford to go anywhere. They might have all the external, nice curtains up at the windows and blah blah blah. But really, they're living quite sad lives because they're restricted what they can do. They've got no freedom. They're not free, and they probably see you going out and you're out a lot, and they think, how can he do that? How can he do that? That's what it is, and it's more envy that they're stuck at home. They can't afford to do anything. They're just going to work to literally.
They're all for sure.
Yeah,
they're all for sure. Yeah,
exactly. There's a lot of that though. There's a lot of it, Mark, nowadays.
Mike, I've got an electric scooter, yeah, and I go about on it quite a lot. And I've been stopped by the police 3 times recently. 3 times I've been stopped by the police, and they say to me, "You are aware this is illegal?" And I say, "Oh, I'm not too sure. I play stupid." Anyway, the amount of abuse I'm getting off people, I'm not in their way, and they shout out, "That's illegal." And I say, you know what I say back to them? Yeah, I'm a lawbreaker, but you're a nosy bastard. Because they should, what's it to them? I'm nowhere near them, and they're worrying about me on a scooter.
Yeah. Well, that's how society's been spawned, basically.
Anyway, you can hire them, but you can't own one.
Yeah,
that says a lot, doesn't it? You can hire a scooter, but you can't own one.
Can't own one.
That says a lot. What's going on?
Yeah.
Well,
that's how it's
you'll
going
own
to
nothing
be.
and be happy.
All revenue.
Fluke's got it.
Yeah.
You'll own
Unless
nothing
you live in a country
and you'll be
estate.
happy. Yeah.
Look at
Yeah,
that.
well,
Look at
How many
that,
rules
World
do these people want to put on it? Actually, what is wrong with them? You've got to ask the question: what is wrong with these people that they want to imply and spy on us all? What the fuck
Shallow
is
lives.
wrong with them?
Shallow
they've been
lives.
You know what I
indoctrinated.
mean? They're fucking
There's nothing
sick.
wrong with them. They've just
Sickos.
been
And
educated
you know what, like
to do it. They've been educated to do it.
I'll
thing is,
we'll
like
go
with-
back a long way in time. I'll tell you something about when the smartphone first come out.
Yeah, Mark.
Yeah, we got you,
I'm
Mark.
losing you, Fluke.
It's all right. We can hear you.
I think I've lost all of you. Oh, yeah. Sorry, guys. I've just a bit lost there. Where was I anyway? I'm going to go back in a bit of time now when the smartphone first come out, and I remember seeing everyone all of a sudden with these smartphones everywhere on the trains, on the streets. And one day, me and my daughter we were going to the cinema from Fulham to Putney, and we played a little game, and I counted. I said, "Let's see how many people are on their phones." And I think we got up to about 156, and I was giving it 153, 155. And what happened is, a few months later, I was on a job, and the guy said to me, "No, Mark, you've got to get one of these smartphones. You've got to get one." And I went, "You know what? This is like I didn't know anything about what was going to happen now, but this is what I said." He said to me, "You got to get one of these smartphones." And I said to him, "This could be the biggest human experiment of all time." And he went, "What do you mean by that?" And I said, "I don't know. It's just the addiction I see of it overnight like that." And I stand correct all these years later.
But I think Black Mirror was a good gauge of what's going to happen, and that wasn't out too long ago. That series, Black Mirror, if anyone watched that, about how society's going, and we can see it now. I mean, you're quite right, Mark. You walk down your high street now, and that is the pose now. It's they're walking along like this. It's just like you go into a restaurant, you go into a pub. They're all sitting there on their phones. They're not. It's not like years ago. 9 times out of 10, you'll go in a pub now and it's relatively quiet. It could be busy. It's relatively quiet because everyone's on their smartphones. There's no conversations going on. There's no, I think it's quite sad when you see a young couple out and they're both sitting there on their phones. And it's just like, what's the fucking point? What's the
remember
point?
a friend of mine, my mate, I won't say his name just for argument's sake, but him and his girlfriend used to go out, and he used to say to her, like, if they're going out for dinner, he would say, right, we're leaving our phones at home. And she would get the
That's fair
arse
enough,
about it. She would get the arse ache about it. And he said, no, we're leaving our phones at home. We're going out for dinner. Me and you are going out for dinner. We'd sit in a restaurant, he said, and we'd chat all night. We wouldn't stop talking. And then when we get home, then you can check your fucking phone. But when we're going out together, it's just me and you, you know? You know, because these are called scrying mirrors. And if you don't know what a scrying mirror is, you need to look it up, because that's effectively what it is. And people have gone on about 5G and this, that, and the other. How have they used track and trace with the NHS and the pingdemic that's been going on in the last 6 weeks if there was no 5G? Because I've not got a 5G signal. I don't know anybody that's got a 5G
They
signal.
can track you since 2G.
So
They can track you
exactly,
since 2G.
2G,
So
3G,
look,
4G. It doesn't matter. The fact is,
let me
if
just
you've
put
got
an
if
argument.
you've got a smartphone, you're in the system. It's as simple as that. And
Let me just make
it
an
doesn't
argument
matter.
about this
Going on for a
5G
while
business.
as well.
And
It's not
just
just blue, is it?
something I'd like to make a point about, which is
Good night, Steve-O. Sorry, Flute, but good night, Steve-O.
Good
night,
night,
Steve-O.
Something I'd like to make a note of is I noticed a lot of people keep saying I keep holding my arm like this, and I do have a real serious problem with my arm. So eventually I got on to the doctors, and they eventually prescribed me some painkillers for the pain, and I've been referred to an NHS doctor, you know, that I won't probably see for another 6 weeks, right? But this is the insert for a packet of painkillers.
I've got one here. Let's have a look. Look, there's more pills.
Hang on. It keeps going. It keeps going. Right. That's the insert for a packet of painkillers, and it doesn't end there, because if you turn it round,
I've got one here.
this is how much immunity from cross prosecution they need. Right. I mean, this thing is like 2 foot long. The only immunity you get from a fucking vaccine is they get immunity from prosecution. And here's another example of psychological coercion, right? The manufacturer has no reaction to the vaccine. The government has no culpability if you have an adverse reaction to this vaccine. No responsibility, right? The person that injects you with that vaccine has no responsibility if you have an adverse reaction. But if you don't take the vaccine, you're irresponsible.
Yeah. So that's put it in a nice nutshell. That's true. Going back to the 5G thing, it's something that, you know, as Fluke quite rightly said, you know, they haven't required 5G to be able to implement what they've implemented so far. Certainly with track and trace, because that works from anything from a 3G system up to 4G at the moment, and 5G obviously. But what we should be more worried about is what these are carrying, and this Internet of Things, whether everything, you know, potentially in the future is going to be connected. We're already seeing cars connected to it. If you're buying these electric vehicles, they are pinging back to servers telemetry information from that vehicle in real time. Ford, you have to sign a disclaimer on their system. So it's not just cars. Even new fridges coming out now. Oh, look, it's got a screen on it, Joe. Look, Joe, that's good, isn't it? You know, and all it's doing is collecting loads of data about you, your diets. Yeah, it might be able to order the milk for you. Oh, isn't it nice? Isn't it? But when you go to get health insurance in the future, I think you find you might struggle. And there's loads of other ways. This Internet of Things, your heating, even the heating of your house, the electricity you're consuming, the gas you're consuming, anything that's got the terminology smart in front of it, like smartphone, smart motorway, smart meters, smart this. No, it's not smart for you. It's smart for the people that own them. It's smart. It's smart because it's collecting data and it's collecting cash. That's the only thing they're interested in. They're not interested in saving you money for your bill, because it's the same. It was the same with the solar panels, wasn't it? Oh yeah, the government pay you a supplement for your solar panels, and will also, you know, if you backfeed into the electricity system, it's going to pay for itself. Well, what's happened now? 5 years after they launched that project, all them schemes are near enough gone. You can't get them schemes anymore, and you're not saving anything because the electricity prices are going up so much that your return on investment at the moment is going to be zilch. I know a guy that's had them put in 8 years ago. He said they were great at the time. He said now, he said just not worth the effort. He said what he gets for his backfeeding now is nothing.
And this is what you're going to find as well with
climate.
What we've got a data problem. This is what the phones are a problem, and the laptops and everything else. We've got a data problem. James Corbett did a brilliant video called "Data is the New Oil," right? Because data is worth money, right? And this guy, another guy, did a conference in Saudi Arabia, and he said, "I can't walk around the desert and produce oil through my feet." He said, right? And he was using this as an analogy. He said, "But you don't realize how important data is, because we can collect data every day. If somebody goes from their home to their work on a push bike, they're going to produce different data than if they went from home to work on foot, or home to work in a car, or home to work on a bus, or home to work on a train." All of that produces different amounts of data. Because they've got their phone with them, we can collect all that data, and data is what's important. Data is the new oil, because you can't walk around the deserts of Saudi Arabia and produce oil out of the ground. You've got to hunt for it. You've got to, you know, it's like gold, silver. You've got to mine it, find it, you know, produce it, you know, and you know, and it takes a lot of money, time, and energy to do that. Whereas collecting data doesn't cost anything, you know, but it produces a vast amount of information, and the information is what they can make money out of. And that's the point that a lot of people are missing, is every time you open your phone, every time you take your phone and you go down the chip shop, or, you know, wherever you're going, you're producing data, you're producing potentially information that can make a major corporation a lot of money, because they want your data. Hence the term data. If you want to watch that video, it's on corbettreport.com. Data is the new oil. Look it up and watch it. It's only about 45 minutes long, and it will absolutely square away what I've just said, because that's the most important thing. Information is the future, you know, as far as money is concerned.
Yeah, they know everywhere we're going, every shop we're going to, how much we spend, what we spent it on, what the product is, you know. Every time I use Samsung Pay, it's like right to the detail, you know, Kilburn High Road station, so much, whatever shop, tomatoes, whatever, so much. You can't get out of it, really.
No.
Dino, I've used this before. You'll be able to relate to this, right? Because you've been on these demos and whatnot and everything else, and I've been on. And I've used this analogy as a way of explaining this to people. If, for argument's sake, in, say, 2005, you went on an anti-government demonstration for whatever reason, irrelevant, right? For whatever reason, and you paid cash for your ticket, and your mate paid cash, and Mike paid cash, and I paid cash, and we all went to our local train station, and we got a train to central London, King's Cross, and we paid for our underground, and we went to Parliament Square, or whatever it is, Trafalgar Square, and we did all of that, right? And then we got arrested by the police for being on an anti-government march, right? All we have to do is maintain our right to silence, and they've got nothing to charge us with, because they can't prove we were on that march. It's their word against ours, isn't it? Right.
That's right.
Fast forward 15 years to 2020. Now you pay with your phone to get your ticket to the train station. You pay for your phone to get your ticket on the underground. You end up in Trafalgar Square, where you go to a restaurant and you pay by, everything's done technologically. You pay for your breakfast at some place at 9 o'clock in the morning, and then at 2 o'clock in the afternoon you go to McDonald's and you buy a lunch at McDonald's and you pay with your phone, and then 4 o'clock in the afternoon you carry on with the demonstration, and they know exactly where you are through not only your phone, but the facial recognition technology and all the rest of it. They know where you are, where you've been on the demonstration. Then you say you stop in 4 o'clock in the afternoon, you have a bit of dinner with your mates before you all jump off and go home. Imagine if the police arrest you now. You can exercise your right to remain silent, but your phone's going to speak fucking volumes.
Yeah.
That's
even when you've not got your location on. I've noticed. I never put my location on. Never put my location on.
Doesn't matter.
But they still know where you've
Everything
been.
you've done, and this is the thing, is when everything's governed by independent central bank digital currency, they know where you've gone, what time you spent your money, what you spent it on, how you spent it, and whether you've done it by your phone or whether you've done it by a credit card or whatever. They've got access to that information. Data is the new oil, and data is not only the new oil, it's the way of tracking people they don't want dissenting
The
against
location
them.
services
So you could
on
have
your
gone
phone.
on. You could have gone on the local lockdown demonstration, and you could have maintained your right to not answer questions if you got arrested, but your phone or your credit card is going to answer all the police's questions for them. So your right to
I never have my
answer
location on.
questions.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Dino, that location. Location
it's come up
services.
your location, not to the detail, but like in a roundabout area where I've been.
Yeah.
But
Let me
what
explain that
fools
to you.
me sometimes is I've been, in fact, I've not been out of town, and the next thing I read on my laptop, your location, Birmingham.
Yeah.
And it's like I've not been to Birmingham, so what's going on there?
Well, no,
You know?
what's happening there is that'll be your ISP, and all it's looking at there is your sort of hub connection where you're connected to via your ISP. It could be a hub in Birmingham or Manchester or wherever.
Right.
But location services, don't let that fool you. Location services, when you turn that off, all it's doing is that's really opting out from targeted advertising and stuff like that. But under the hood, the Google services, no matter what platform you're looking at on Google, but Google in the main, I mean, if you've got an Android phone, it is mainly Google run now. That is monitoring your location at all times. If they want to know you down to the pinpoint, they can still find that information. So turning the location services off is not good enough. I mean, we were having this discussion the other night. Certainly with these new phones where you can't take the batteries out now, even if you power your phone off, literally shut it down, it is still communicating with the cell. And I've proven this with a spectrum analyzer. Turned the phone off, and it is still pinging the cell data packets. And on all that data packets is saying, it says, hello, is the cell there? And the cell responds back, says, yes, I'm here. And it says, where are you? And then it'll give its ping information, and the location services are never turned off.
This is the reason I've got such an old phone, right, that I can now not download my own banking application to my phone anymore, right?
But it still knows where you are.
But the reason I found out this is, right, and it does two things. If I do put my location on, it doesn't show me in the top of the bar that I've got my location services on anymore. So if I turn them on accidentally, for argument's sake, and forget to turn it off, the location service stays on, but I don't get a thingy at the top of the screen to say that I'm on my location. Yeah, there's no little, that little weird thing that says your location is on. And the reason being is because my phone is so old that I've got a replacement. I can take the battery out. So now all the phones that have got replacement batteries or batteries, you can unfold the back of the thing off and take the battery out. You can't download anything to those phones anymore. And there's a reason for that, because they don't want you having a phone that's got a replaceable battery or battery you can take out.
Right, I think Mark's gone. He kept jumping in and out. I think you were having problems.
Yeah, I think so.
Signal that. Anyone who's joined, thanks for joining. There's like 83 people still in. No wonder. It's fascinating stuff, guys. Also very important. I hope you're all soaking it in. Lots of positive comments. Thanks so much.
And if you've got a smart TV, if you've got a smart TV, for God's sake, get your microphone and your camera disconnected.
Just get rid of your TV.
Ideally, just bin the TV. Yeah.
Yeah.
Funny that as well. If you turn off the TV, the virus disappears as well.
Yeah.
Cheers, not today, Satan. Yeah, great chat. You know, it does get better on Fridays. Better and better guests as well. You know, got some top guys in here. So thanks for all your support. Leah's been putting channel links up in there for Bastion Radio, Flukes, etc.
Thanks, Leah. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Leah.
Guys. So it's so great to have a good chat tonight. Thanks so much. We can carry on if you like. Just like I said, there's 80 people in. So,
I mean, I'm going to check out Dino because I'm obviously in a shared place and I have to kind of keep it. You know,
and I'm up early as well tomorrow.
After midnight, I kind of just feel a bit, rude if I'm just chatting away.
You've been great
my
tonight.
neighbours. So I'd like to just finish on the fact that we can talk about 1,000,001 things over the last 18 months, but we've got to bring it down to the fundamentals. And the fundamental thing is your right to freedom of speech, your right to freedom of expression, your right to freedom to gather and disseminate information. All of these three fundamental rights are being violated on a daily basis, whether it's Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, whatever. That's being violated, and it's being violated so that corporations, right, can back up governments to make sure that you don't have the right to criticize the corporations or the governments, right? So that cuts you off completely out of society to a certain degree. That leaves the power with the corporations and the governments. So you've got to stand up and fundamentally see that your fundamental rights to freedom of speech, freedom to gather and disseminate information, and freedom of expression. Without those, you can't hold any of the corporations accountable, and you can't hold your government accountable. And
well said, Fluke.
Right.
Yep. True.
On that note, I'm going to leave, but I'd just like to say thank you to everyone in the chat. Thank you to Leah M. Thank you to everyone to keep posting my link to my channel. That's great. But thanks to everyone in the chat, I really appreciate you having me on, Dino, as always. And Mike, thanks for having me on your channel as well.
No worries,
really appreciate it. And unless anybody's got quick questions, I might take them. If not, I'm going to bug out.
No, it's your last chance, guys. So Fluke.
Well, I've got
any question?
I've got a medical again in the morning. You know about that, Fluke, because we were discussing it the other day.
Honestly, guys. Yeah,
I planned to have an early
so
night
much.
tonight, but I'm blaming you, Dino. Okay, so everything that's happened tonight is your fault, mate.
It's always my fault. You know
I
what
know.
I'm like?
Yeah, I know. I just thought I'd
can
jump on
let
the
it go on
bandwagon.
forever. It's so intriguing. We should let it go on forever, but we do need rest and sleep, you know what I mean, guys? So, and it does take it out of you when you're talking some deep stuff, it's mentally draining.
So,
it's really hard for people. We want to get the message out there, People in the chat have been encouraging other people, let's wake up, basically.
I was just going to say, Dino,
wake the fuck up.
for a 23-year-old that started studying this at the beginning of the week, you know, it's taken its toll on me. For someone who's only 23. What are you laughing at? Anyway, cheers, guys.
What, 23 stone?
Yeah, that's it. I'm sorry I got that. I knew you'd correct me. Thanks to the guys in the chat as well, and to Leah and all the mods as well. Thank you very much for sharing the links as well. I'll catch you again. Have a good weekend. Thanks very much.
Yeah, cheers, Mike.
Speak to you soon, Mike.
See you next week,
Cheers.
I hope, yeah?
Yeah, we'll
Every
do.
Friday.
Yeah, take
Nice
care.
one.
Cheers. Thanks a lot.
Cheers, Mike.
Bye.
Massive contribution.
Sorry, Dino, I
Bye,
didn't want
mate.
to leave you on your own, so I'm going to check out as well. But thanks for having me on. I really do appreciate it.
No, I'd love you to come on every week, mate, because people love you for what you say and what you speak. Everything's been positive in the chat tonight, mate, and you conducted yourself very well. Despite the criticism you get, fantastic stuff. Please come on every week, mate, if you can make it.
Yeah, I
You
will
know,
do. I
people
will
look
do.
forward
And
to it. So,
like I said,
can you just show some massive respect for Fluke, though, guys, in that chat, and for Mike as well? Matt Kelly did try and come on and speak in between, but it's been so flowing tonight. Do you know what I mean? But everyone's been superb in what they've said, and a lot of people have taken to it as well. You know, so let's keep waking up. Let's keep planting them seeds. You know, there's all that love for Fluke, and it's coming in. He'll be on next Friday without a doubt.
No, thank you very much. And I'm just a guy with a camera, a laptop, and a mobile phone. That's all I've got, and a brain. Do you know what I mean? That's all I can do. You know, and if I can bring information that helps people, then brilliant. You know, and if people got questions, and I don't have the answers to all the questions, I don't have the answers to everything. You know, and a lot of people say to me, "What's the solution to this? What's the solution to that?" I don't know. We have to think about that together as a people. You know, but if we don't have the right to gather, disseminate information, and talk freely on platforms like this, then they've literally fundamentally taken our rights away to discuss these things. And if you've taken away someone's right to discuss an opinion or have an opinion, whether you like me or Dino or Mike or whoever, or you don't like us or whatever, or you don't like what's being said in the chat, that's your right to do so. But when you fundamentally take that right away from people, the only people left with the rights are government and corporations, and we've got to be hugely careful of that.
Absolutely, you couldn't have ended that better, mate. So, nice one.
Thanks
I'll
to
see you
everyone in the
next
chat.
week.
I'll speak to you soon, Dino. Look after yourself.
Yeah. Cheers, Fluke.
Right,
Thanks for your
try not to-
contribution.
No, thank you. Thanks for having me on. Much appreciated.
Nah, it's a pleasure, mate. It's always a pleasure. Chat's
All
loved you. Thanks so much, mate.
take it
Fluke,
easy.
without a doubt, he'll be back on next week, guys. I can guarantee that. He's had so much respect tonight in the chat by everybody. There's still 78 people in, and I've got no other guests backstage. What do I do? It's nearly midnight in the UK. Spike is just joined. Shall we go light-hearted? Anybody want to ask me any questions or anything like that? Or Joe Black, you put the channel link up. Thank you. It's up to you guys. I'll give it till 1 a.m. I think, if you like. Joe's backstage. But Joe, just give me a minute. I'll read back. There's that many people been fascinated by tonight's chat. You know, I've kind of sat back and listened to Mark and Fluke mostly in that last couple of hours. Superb talk. Massive thank you to Leah. Pegasus is back in there. Al, how you doing? Crazy lunatic, no beef curtains tonight. I'm sorry. First time without my curtain tonight, but this is better. Miles better than my curtain. Concrete Angel, massive respect. Okay. Shlomo Mary Chow Reigns. Have I got that right? TV is so outdated. Yeah, get rid of your TV, guys. Talking is much more important than listening. Okay. Critical point. Yeah, auditing with David, how you doing? Yeah, absolutely. Okay, and he takes a lot of flack and a lot of stick, and criticism and things like that, and that's what comes with that job, you know, a thinking mind. A real thinker, a truth seeker. Decker, yeah. Mark, so no worries, try again next week. You're always welcome on. So, right, Joe Black, auditor for auditor. How you doing? What is your game? Yeah, superb. Epic chat. Yeah, Leah. Right, Joe Black.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm okay. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks. Not too bad. Tired, but yeah.
Right, I kind of have done something, but if you object, I can take it down. And let me just, you're not probably going to be able to see it that clearly. But we have some Deanology t-shirts.
Right.
Okay, they are actually t-shirts that people can buy. And the profit, I've set the prices so it's only about £2, £2.50 profit on each item, and that money will be sent to Dino if anybody wants to purchase a Deanology t-shirt. We've got 2 different styles. They're available in short and long sleeve in various colours. I've just got the black and white ones up there, but there are multiple colours.
Joe, I'm in shock. I didn't know you were going to do this. Can I have that one, top right, that black one? Can I have that for free?
Well, I no, because it's not me who's making the t-shirts and doing it. I'm doing it through, you know.
So you're saying I can't have my own t-shirt free?
Correct.
Wow, guys, honestly, this is not a setup. I had no idea this was going to happen.
I didn't want to come on, you know, during the all the, you know, the subject before, because it wasn't really the time, so I waited till.
No, it's fine. And I've never even thought of merchandise or anything. I've just mentioned, like, when I've seen like a plain black kit, baseball cap, but about Deanology on the front or something. And that was a joke, really. But right, what do you make of that, guys? Do you think I should do merchandise? Because I don't know. But Joe's that's typical Joe. He's done my outro, the new one and the one before that, and in between them, he's like sent me loads of stuff saying, "What do you think about this?" And I've been a bit of a snob saying, "Nah, Joe, that one's a bit too heavy," or "Nah, that's not quite right." But I didn't expect this at all, mate. So I don't know what to say about it, really.
Well, if you thoroughly object, I will take them down. If you want to start doing it yourself, I can send you the files used and then take it down so you can put it up yourself. Or can do it this way, where if people purchase them from my Teespring store, then I'll just send the money to your PayPal or something like that.
Wow, what's all these ones going up? What's that for?
I kind of missed that as well. Let's have a look.
Okay.
Chat if you think Dino should have merch available for sale. That's what it was.
Right. Okay. Right. Car stickers and all that's coming through. Merchandise. Right. I had no intentions of merchandise or anything. I don't even sell like and subscribe or anything. But I'm like, listen, I've met Joe for a few hours, okay, and I've spoke to him. He's not a stranger, but we never talked about this. And he surprised me before with videos and stuff he's done for me out of his own time and things like that. But I didn't expect this, mate. Look, if someone does it, then if someone wants to buy it, fair play, but I don't want any money for it, for that at all. Yeah, I will. But yeah, I'm shocked, mate. You've shocked me. You've shocked me.
Well, while people are there buying Dino merch, check out the other Joe Black merch.
There you go. Anybody got Joe's link, Leah? I know you got his link to his channel, but do you know this? Right, full screen. I need to see. I can't see it proper on this. Right, I can see it now. It's the curtain on that one, the white one. Right, so you've done black and white, and you've done the thunder one on the black, and the thunder one on the white, and the curtain one on the black, and the curtain one on the white.
Yeah, it's two different designs. There's multiple colours you can purchase them in. I've just highlighted the black and white ones to give people an idea, but there's.
I must admit, I like that one top right. I like the way you've got the moon underneath. I like the way you've done that. So none of this is my idea at all. So I'm a bit shocked, honestly. Right.
Yeah, people, to get to it, if you go to my channel, on the front page there is a link, and also I think in the about section there's a link to the Teespring store, and then just go on there and search for Deanology.
Yeah, James, YouTube, all that, right? Okay, what do you mean, like channel link and stuff like that? I don't know. That'd be down to Joe. That actually, I'm clueless at things like that and stuff. But honestly, guys, I never even thought of stuff like that. That's Joe. Auditor for Auditor is still in there, Joe, is he? Joe Public. He's a cop, I think.
I'm not sure. I think he may be a child of a cop.
Could be, actually. Fair point. Leah. Oh no, hang on. I don't know. It's up to people, but go to Joe's channel and have a look and that. You've shocked me, mate. I'm lost for words. Why would you be? Why do you try and cause drama? Auditor for Auditor. Why? And why are you called Auditor for Auditor? What made you choose that name? Yeah, Joe, probably. Honestly, yeah. Okay, Leah. Right, I'm supposed right. Don't concrete. Don't focus on negativity in that chat, because 99% tonight has been positive in that chat and on the panel and stuff like that. I'm not Buzz, right? I'm not Buzz Tex. I might sound like him a bit because we're from a similar area. But when I get tired, my voice goes a bit like this. Yeah. Cheers, David. Honestly, thanks everyone. You know. Okay, Joe, go for it. See what happens. And that. So I'll definitely buy that one, top right. The black one. Who's Harrison? Let's have a laugh. Let's have a laugh. Kim Francois, are you doing? I've not seen someone called Harrison in the fair play. No one else backstage. Joe, what made you do this?
When I mentioned it, it was quite a few weeks ago, saying got an idea, and you know, people have said before that they would want some sort of demonology merch. Why not?
No, that's fair play. Fair play. David, if you want to come on, I'm going to end it at 1. All right. Even though there's 71 in, I think now at the minute. Yeah, has anyone got Joe's channel link, Leah?
Yeah, Leah's.
Joe Black.
You should put it up.
Salon patches. Yeah, that's a good idea, David. Salon patches. Things like that. Ben Harrison is Joe Public. Okay, Harrison. Okay, I hope that clears that up. No worries. Yeah, he's a pain, he's Joe Public. He's a right pain. Do you realise what's happening to Joe at the minute, Joe Black? Joe Public.
Yeah, I follow
ridiculous, isn't it? Shocking stuff. Women's t-shirts. It's not me. I don't.
Well, these ones are they're unisex.
Unisex, aren't they?
Yeah.
There you go.
If you really want, because they do, you know, women's t-shirts. If you want one, I can certainly make one up there. So just let me know.
Right, David, there's the link if you want to jump on. Say hello. We'll give it 20 minutes.
Let me do this so I can see what it like. Do this button.
Yeah, patches. What do you think? Like just a black patch, like a round one, with the crescent moon in it, just like that. Simple as that. That'd be cool. So you got me thinking now. The only thing I mentioned beforehand was like a black baseball cap with just like the demonology thing on it at the front. listen, right, before, I know no one's mentioned it, but I'm not in this for money at all. So don't think that. Or you can think it if you want, but I'm not, okay? I'm in it for the truth. Things like that. No drama, nothing like that. I've met loads of friends down here. People who mean business. You've seen who we've had on tonight. Bastion Radio, you know. Mike, sorry. Fluke. Massive. You know, love him or hate him. Most of you guys in the chat have obviously loved him tonight because you picked him up. Positive comments, massive. Thanks so much. It's been another success, I think, for a Friday. I knew what to expect that first half hour. You know, that was soon nipped in the bud, and we've got on with it. And let's hope it carries on. I think Fluke will be a regular guest on Friday for sure. You know. And new people as well, like David, who I'll bring on in a sec. But yeah, I'm still in shock actually. Hang on, I'm gonna have to put this on full screen because I can't see it proper. Joe, you've really stumped me, mate. I'm gonna bring David on and Michael. Joe, you've really stumped me, mate. I'm gonna bring David on. Yeah, David, do you want to turn?
Hello,
David. Joe, you've really stumped me, mate. Michael, I think. Michael. Yeah. You as well, David. Turn your whatever other device you've got on, turn it off, and just leave it with StreamYard, and that's it.
Will do.
Okay, Michael.
Is that better?
Turn it off, and just leave it with Stream. Yeah, Michael, you need to turn YouTube off or whatever device you've got on, other than StreamYard. Yeah, Michael, you need to turn. Yeah, you'll have to sort that one out, mate. Joe, do you want to just carry on talking for a minute while I have a quick loo break, and David will chat with you as well. David, how you doing? You all right?
I'm good, thank you, Dino. How you doing? How's yourself?
Cheers. Please forgive. I'm all right. Thank you very much. Forgive me. I'll be 2 minutes.
That's fine. Go for it, mate.
Have a chat with Joe.
Hello.
Let's try you one more time. One more time.
hello.
Michael. Right. Got you.
I think we've got it sussed.
Yeah, good.
You're right, Joe.
Yeah, I'm not bad. How's everyone there doing?
2 minutes, guys.
Yeah,
Good.
doing fine, thanks.
Good. Let
I'm not
me,
too bad.
where are we? I've got an idea. I can put the link because I am actually a mod. So I can put the link to the Teesprings site straight in there. There we go. Okay, that's done. So yeah, and although Dino, says he doesn't want it, I don't care. Like I said, I've put it to only about a couple of quid profit on T-shirt to keep costs down, and that money will be sent to Dino, so he can go out and use it to get himself something to eat while he's out on an audit or coach fair.
It's a good
whatever.
idea, definitely.
Oh,
And also advertising for his channel, you know, help it grow.
Well, we all agree that channel needs to grow, but it's got to grow by content. It's not going to grow by Dino. Obviously, it helps him out having a McDonald's or whatever while he's out there, but it needs to be content. What gets it to go, and then it's sharing it.
Yeah, if someone's going out with a, Deanology t-shirt though, someone might say, what's that? And start up a conversation, and then they'll find out that there's a YouTube channel called Deanology that does audits, and they'll, take a look at it and subscribe.
Well, such as myself tonight, I mean, I like watching Bull's channel because obviously, he's got a little bit of gift at Gab, and he makes it more like a bit of a disco party. But I went on there tonight. He's doing a gaming thing, and I just put in, enjoy your gaming thing. I'm going back to Deanology.
He's on GTA tonight, isn't he, Buzz?
Is what, sorry?
He's on GTA tonight, isn't he, Buzz?
Yeah, he's doing some sort of gaming again tonight. But watching somebody play games, it's not my scene. So, but obviously, the other people love that. So I just put, enjoy your gaming. I'm going back to Deanology.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's his background. He came from sort of doing gaming channel first. So.
Well, every to their own. That's one of the great things about YouTube. You switch from one channel to the next. You watch what you want to watch at what time you want to watch it.
Dino's back. Woohoo!
What are you talking about, Buzz, then? How are you doing, Michael?
Oh, we were talking about how many sperms you want to be putting in that toilet.
So, Buzz Tex, yeah? You was watching him earlier?
No. I put it on as a second window, and he was playing his games, and I don't like his game nights, so I don't watch him. But I don't mock him or anything like that. It's just a case of it's not my scene. I don't want to watch, so I just put, enjoy your game night. See you later.
Yeah, Buzz has got a different variety of things, hasn't he, on his channel, Yeah. He goes like non-stop. He works non-stop, basically. He takes a lot of flack. He's had a lot of shit lately from people, but
Buzz deserves that 70,000 subscribers.
He gets out there, he does his gaming, like on his lives, like he does the DJing stuff and all that, but I'm not into that, and I've told Buzz that myself, personally. I've told him that. I'm not into it. I respect it, but he's audits. His audits are spot on.
Right? I mentioned about you to my wife earlier on in the week, right? Because she likes listening to Buzz, especially doing his patrols and what he's playing all music, because it's a bit like a radio to her. I said, wait Friday night, when Dino's on, right, and you listen to some great conversation about some proper stuff, and then you listen then, and she sat there, she likes doing them diamond painting things, right, and she sat there for 3 hours tonight, listening to you. She's gone to bed now, but she sat there 3 hours tonight, listening to you, and saying, yeah, I don't mind that.
Yeah, that's all right. I get good guests on, It's great. right from the beginning. Like with Biker, he comes on every week. You know, it's good banter, then it gets serious, and then we tend to finish off with good banter as well. So it's a good mix, I think. And most of the people in the chat, you know, the positive, the support, you know, it's just fantastic. A lot of people say, you know, a family and things like that. Well, to me, it is, you know, and people go out their own
100%,
way,
you
like
know.
Joe, and they do things for you, and it's like, I've been shocked tonight, you know. I find it amazing when people come on and say things, you know, oh, I've watched your channel, Dino, and I like your stuff and that. It's all like, to me, it's like, I don't know, a bit overwhelming sometimes. I get loads of support and I'm nothing. I keep saying I'm nothing. I'm over, what, 3,000 subs. That's it. You know, and I've not had less than 70 in my chat tonight, which is fantastic.
I love watching your
So
channel,
I'm
Dino, because I
happy
learn
doing
so much
something
from
right,
you.
you know what I mean? But I think a lot of
Can I
time I
just
get
say,
some
can I
really,
just say something, Dino? You're on about, you've been not less than 70. Last time I checked on Buzz, and you reckon he's hell of a lot bigger channel than you. He had 74 because he's on the gaming night.
I think your sound's cut out there, Michael.
Right. The last time I checked on Buzz, right?
Yeah.
Right. He had 74 on a gaming night. He normally gets 500 on a bus patrol.
Yeah.
I love watching your channel, Dino. I learn so much from you.
Yeah, cheers, mate. Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah. I love Fridays.
I
Absolutely
love
love
Fridays
them.
with Dino.
Yeah, it's just a good chat, and you know, it does get serious at times, and people join in with that, and they love it. So,
That's a good
and
thing, though,
we
because
do have to talk about serious things and things like that. You know what I mean? I'm all for the truth movement, things like that. I go to protests and get out there filming and things like that. I travel about, you know. I do a lot of hard work. I really do.
and we
God
respect
knows.
you for that, Dino.
Yeah, honestly, it's not easy, but I love it. I had my first payday off YouTube after 5 months, right? 300 quid I got paid for 5 months'
Dino,
work.
can I just ask you a
It's
question,
cost me
please?
more than that to do that work. But anyway, it's nice if I get a few quid back,
Dino,
you know? Yeah.
Yeah.
you wanted this stream left up?
Say again, mate.
Are you wanting this stream left up? Because I'd like to ask you a question which could be a bit controversial.
Right. It's okay.
Right.
Exactly, Miss Emma. Dino showing it as it is. Exactly.
Right. So the question is, how would you feel about auditing councils which are prioritising illegal immigrants for housing over English stroke British citizens?
I'd do anything like that. I've come across somewhere. In fact, I've done it 3 times, and it's on my channel.
Hi, Anne Marie.
Yeah, I've had information as well about a particular place where they are holding illegal immigrants and under the guise of something else as well, like helping homeless people and providing a food bank and stuff. But there's like this place is gated off with security and that. And I've been there 3 times, something doesn't add up. And yet I've had inside information as well about the same place where I've been 3 times, which looked dodgy to me when I went there each time. So yeah, I'm always willing to expose anything, anything like that. But in them places, you've got to be very, 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 very careful.
I
But the
understand
short
that.
answer is yeah.
But with your influence, do you think other auditors might help expose it?
Yeah, definitely. Not just through my influence. There's people already in it for that, you know. It's a major thing. I know in Dover, there's loads of things been going on in Dover, and there's quite a few auditors down there who've been filming it and things like that. You know, that's a major area for that kind of thing. But it does spread out in the throughout the country and that.
Yeah,
And it's happening
I only
everywhere.
watch.
Thank you, no more, no lies.
But I already watch all them, and I've seen them all, and I know them all. I watch them all on YouTube. But it's like, well, as soon as all them immigrants they go throughout the country, right? It's like getting them councils. I mean, my own personal council, right? I know for a fact, within 2 minutes of me, we've got 2 hotels full and an immigration centre full.
Okay. And what do you think's going on with that?
Well, our own city centre, we've gained more than 25% population in the last 20 years, and it's all from immigration.
Okay. Michael, you sound a bit...
Even going out of house anymore.
Why is that? Michael, I don't know if it's you, but there's some bad sound coming from somewhere. I'll just mute you to see if it's you. And it's not. Yes, it is. There's some background noise, Michael. What you're saying is very interesting, so I'd love to hear more of it. But you're not sounding clear because there's a bit of background noise going on, so...
Is that better?
Yeah.
Yeah. I've just pulled laptop closer. But
right. Okay. So you're saying, right, some from where you're from, which is, I'm guessing, the north of England. Wakefield, Wacky.
So Wakey.
Wakey, rugby league fan?
So Wakey, oh aye.
Yeah, Trinity, yeah.
Oh yes.
Yes. My favourite game.
But yeah, we've got a couple of hotels full of them. We have actually got our own immigration centre in Wakey, outside of Wakenik, which has been highlighted by. I mean, I won't tell people, so it's not advertising, but advertised by certain people on the internet. Right?
Okay.
Which you probably know yourself who they are, but it's an. But then the Silk government, because they got COVID from there, supposedly, right? Although it's supposedly rampant in country, right? But 2 hotels are full of them within 2 minutes of me.
Okay. And what's been happening from those hotels? Have you seen anything, or are they just closed there? Are they getting out there? Are they working in that city? What's happening with these people? Have you seen them out and about, or are they just cooped up and getting money off the government or whatever?
It's basically slowly taking over. They sit on street corners with gangs, so that street corner, they don't go out on any time, they don't do no. Then they move to another corner, and then they don't go out. Everybody, but you can't say no, because if you open your gob, you're racist.
So what do you think is going to happen? You know what I mean? Bringing them in, they're raising them.
We're getting taken over. It's gone. Country's gone.
I don't think we're getting taken over, to be honest. And it depends what you mean by that, taking over. Obviously, the government, those guys above the government are well in control of what happens. They know these people are getting in, they allow it, type of thing. So there has to be a reason behind it. A lot of people say, well, yeah, they can contribute to society and things like that. And then at the same time, they're getting thrown out again and things like that. I don't understand it, really, immigration properly.
Well,
I have heard a story. They are getting housed up, and what annoys me is, there are people who need housing and they get left on the streets and things like that. They stay homeless, and people with,
British
these
people need housing, and they get it first.
Like if you take like ex-war veterans or ex-soldiers and things like that, I've seen them on the streets with one leg and things like that. I know where you're coming from on, there's people just coming in willy-nilly, they're getting housed, they're getting looked after and blah, blah, blah. And yeah, what are they doing with them? That's my thing, I don't know what's happening with these people. What are they doing? Are they working? Are they just like hanging out, getting all the bills paid from and things like that?
We're not allowed to work till we get a visa, are they?
I don't get it, but I know a lot of it's going on, and a lot of it's illegal. And I think that was your point at the beginning.
It was.
They're all kind of, it's all being done covertly in a lot of places. Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen it a few times. Secretive places like hotels, housing people, gating it off, security and all that. Yeah, weird.
So,
but I don't know the agenda behind it.
Do you think, I'm not saying you'll do it. I mean, I'll hold my hands up. I haven't got the bottle to do it. Right? But is you or anybody else prepared to do it?
Yeah, it makes you wonder why it's happening. I don't know. Because they keep putting these border patrols on and things like that, and it's, but at first it was like, let as many people in as possible and things like that. But no, I don't really get it now. Yeah, Fluke. I've just seen it pop up, mate. Just that person, forget it. For me as a cop, and he's been watching my last, God knows how many live streams. I don't care, to be honest with you. He'll not debate anybody. He's been on before, had his chance, doesn't pop on screen with his face, comes backstage and stays muted. That says it all. So forget about that person. Master Ronzin, I believe. Just going back through that chat. Bear with me, Michael. It's what I'm like sometimes. I like looking back, saying hello. Pure Public's still in there, but he's still acting daft. Local is not taking, right, I'm going back to 106, so it's only 2 minutes ago. Local, how you doing, my legend? Okay, are you about this weekend, by the way, mate? I'm going back on Monday, I think, so let us know if you're out and about in London. I'll travel anywhere, mate, in the city to come and see you again. Local Experimentalist, guys, great live streamer, goes to a lot of protests, and he's a great guy as well. So I'm sure Leah or someone will put his channel link up again. Do you know about Local, Michael? Local Experimentalist? He's someone you should check out anyway. Apparently I'm acting... Joe, you're always acting daft.
I'm doing a Belfield.
Joe banned Auditor for Auditor. Good on you, mate. Right. You've heard of Joe Public, right, mate? Michael?
Yeah, I've heard of Joe Public.
More of these people. These are great people. Joe Public is a pain in the ass. Okay. He's a very funny guy, and he's very misunderstood. But he's someone who's going through a lot of shit at the minute. You know what I mean? And we have to support each other in that respect. You know. Visual culture. Me and Joe are gonna meet up eventually. It's the way things go. You get to know that many people. I know that many people now. I've met so many people in person, but by other contact, it's like, oh, I can't wait to meet up, and it's all about time and arranging things. But yeah, me and Joe, we've been talking about ghost hunting, abandoned buildings and stuff like that. So we'll get round to doing something like that, you know. But we'll meet up anyway, no matter what. James was blocked. Listen, right, I haven't blocked anyone tonight. I don't do anything in that chat. I don't block anyone. I don't time them out because my mods are in there. I've got Leah and that, and Mans and Anne-Marie, you know what I mean? I don't need to do that. So whoever's blocked James Patrick, that's not right. Oh, hang on. That could be a troll. Jimmy Patrick. Right, fair dues. I thought Leah said it. Yeah, Leah. That was someone called Jimmy Patrick. Bit odd, bit suspicious, but never mind. James Patrick McDonough's all right. Master Ron, how you doing, mate? Thanks for coming on the other night. That's why I've been just sitting here listening. Thanks for asking. Hope you're okay. I'm sorry, mate. Hope you are. I am James. Jimmy Patrick. I don't know. I'm not sure. Right, okay. So people have been blocked earlier, right? No, I don't do that in the chat. I really don't. because I've got great mods. I'm not just saying it, I have. And they do the business. So if Spunkfish has been blocked, it's probably something he said. Okay. I will say something about Spunkfish. There was an outburst last week, and I got two-faced by a lot of people. It was supporters, and I got two-faced really badly, and I got hurt by that. And so the following live I did, I just ignored these people because I'm not two-faced. I'm not going to say to anyone who's slagged me off or anyone who's said to someone, I take someone's side. I'm not going to take them on and go, hiya mate, how you doing? Okay. I've kind of seen what you've said and things like that, and I've done. Simple as that. You either stay impartial, okay, if you want to take sides, I've done. Things like that. So maybe it's something he said or whatever, but Spunkfish, if you're still watching, mate, I saw what he said in others' lives about me, and I thought he was a supporter and shit. Same with James Cricket and people like that. I know who you are. Okay. I know what gets said, etc. So if anyone's been blocked, I've not done it. Okay, if someone's done it on my behalf, they've had a good reason to do so. I'll just say that. I don't want to bring that up, to be honest with you.
Completely changing the subject again. I'm good at that. There may or may not be a third design of a t-shirt. So, can't see the script. There we go.
I'll put that one up on full screen because I can't see it proper. All right, yeah, that's all right, isn't it? Yeah, that's all right. I like that.
Is that what you were thinking of when you said just the sort of the moon design?
Yeah, it's nice. I don't know what to say, Joe, to be honest.
Don't say anything.
Do you like it though? Is Auditor Frauditer still in there? Just get rid. If he is, Joe, you're a mod. Get rid of him. Jimmy Patrick. Right. Jimmy, I'm going to get rid of you, I think. It's all right, that, isn't it? Can I be snobby here?
Yep.
Joe.
Yep.
Do you know that t-shirt there with the moon?
Yep.
That could that look cool kind of on the sleeve? And then, you know, the demonology thing on the front and maybe that on the sleeve or on the back of the neck or something.
Can I just say something there?
You're just giving me ideas now.
A black t-shirt. Just get the logo on instead. You don't need circle. Just get.
Or just without the circle, just like blend into the t-shirt, like just the moon crescent. Yeah. Or you keep coming up with ideas. You don't even worry. It's just me being a bit snobby now. I'm thinking that's all right. Okay.
Yeah, there is one where you can do all over designs on it. I'll work on that, but make it a little bit more expensive. But I
can't afford straight away. Oh God. Yeah.
But I do quite
One
like
that
this
they
one
do.
in.
Man's be a baseball cap, right? That I did mention that once. I was on Camden High Street and I saw this stall and it was just like a plain black baseball cap. And I thought, with it being plain black, that'd be all right with the Deanology thing on it. And I think Indy were live and I said, what do you think, guys? Put a 1 up in the chat if you think you get a baseball cap with Deanology on. No one put a 1 up.
I think it likes
Yeah.
quite in purple.
Let's get more.
If you just had the moon, I'm not sure how much it would show up without the circle.
I love that colour. That's nice. Yeah. StreamYard, Dino. Tell you what, I'll put the link up. If you want to come on. Should be up there now, Dino. Let's see if you come on. Right. Yeah, I don't block anybody. The only thing I've done, hang on there, because of like late outcomes, like the what's happened a couple of weeks ago and that, which I don't discuss. I don't block anyone. All I've done is gone into my YouTube studio and unmodded certain people who completely two-face me. That's all. But on my live chats, I don't do any work. My mods do. So you can blame me all you want. But people get blocked for a reason. That's it. Okay, let's have a laugh. Auditor for auditor, how you doing?
How are you, mate?
Who's this?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
It's Dean for Jake's channel, mate.
Oh, no way.
How are you, mate? All right?
Oh, no way, man.
Yeah, I've been trying to get on for a while, man. And how are you doing, buddy? All right?
Troll, honestly.
Oh, no, I'm not a troll, mate. No. I'll need to change my name just for you, mate. Just to... It's got to be confusing with the same name, man. How are you getting on, buddy? All right? You doing well?
Yeah, I'm good. Can I just say something, right? Dino, right here. Okay. This goes back a couple of months, right? Now, Jake away, I've subbed to Jake a while ago, and he's subbed to me. And he's been on my lives in the chat, and I've been on Jake away's lives in the chat. If you don't know who I'm talking about, he's been around for a while. One night, I thought I'd pop on and talk about auditing, like, because Jake's into auditing, right? And you had Dino on here, right? And the Era guy, the Irish,
yeah.
and someone else. So anyway, I started talking about auditing. Dino here, Dino. We started no arguments. So it was so nice, and then Dino kind of was coming round to what I was saying, and we started getting respect. We carried on talking, and it got interesting, and the respect was there, and it was so interesting. And he said, "I'll have a look at your channel." And then I went on Jake's again. He said, Dino, I've seen your channel, mate. I get where you're coming from.
Yeah,
and next thing, I've not heard from him. And he's popped on tonight. Dino, where are you at right now with, from what you thought before you saw me on that live to where are you now with, or because you were totally against it, mate, let's face
I was
it.
no, well, oh God, you're going to make me sound like the bad guy here. No, I mean, it's like, I was a wee bit, you know, what's the word for it? I was a bit, wait a minute here, why, what's the point kind of thing, but I think the one thing I've actually learnt for it, Dino, was you're allowed to record. You know what I mean? It's as simple as that, man. I think that's the one thing I've learnt, man. It's just, you know, and I enjoy your videos, man. I enjoy your content, and I totally understand, you know. I mean, that's what I was like. I was like, I was apologising to you and stuff. I'm like, oh God, I hope I'm not sounding too rude here. And I was trying to, because that's no me, Dean, mate. I'm not like that, man.
This
But
is
I
what I
totally
mean.
love your videos, man. I love your videos.
This is what I mean, guys, and
Yeah.
listen, right? We were almost at the point of falling out, but you know, we totally disagreed with each other, right? But somebody listened, you know, and they didn't step over that mark of turning it into an argument, and that was Dino. And my name back then was Dino; it wasn't Deanology. So there were two Dinos in the chat.
A bit confusing, eh?
It was so respectful by the end of the chat. And then we met again on another chat, and it was even more respectful. It was like, yeah, I've seen a few videos. Hang on, I can kind of see what you're getting at now, but still, no, you know what I mean, Dino? It's nah. And
now I've
he's
got my
saying,
notifications on and everything, mate.
So that seed's been planted. He might not totally agree with everything, but I'll tell you what, he totally disagreed with everything before.
Yeah.
And he's just popped up on my live on a Friday.
I know. I wanted to say hello to you, mate. You know, like, see my dad, mate. Right, my dad's not really one for YouTube because he's like proper old school, so he's like, oh. But he always, I showed him a couple of your videos, and I showed him a couple of, is it BuzzTech's Audit? Is that right? Yeah. And he's like, see, ever since, mate, he's like, oh, is Deanology got any new videos up, or is BuzzTech's got any new videos up? And I'm having to check, mate, to see if you've got any new videos. Oh, mate, he loves it, man. I've seen your video here in, was it Tesco or Sainsbury's or something? The guy jumped you in the queue or something. He wasn't too happy, was he? What about all the water he was buying, mate? What was he doing with all that water?
Oh my God. There were a few minutes before that happened.
Yeah.
And then when he got to that point where he was completely acting like a complete arsehole, that's when I got... I was just on my way home from somewhere, and that happened, you know? I live next door to that shop, so it was last minute shopping and then go home and chill out. And this idiot, you know, it was weird. He completely jumped in, and even the manager came outside to me after he went, we've had him in before. He's been like that before. He's a bit of a prick, like, and what you said were right. He said if someone was stood in a queue and they kind of walked away, and then the next person's there, they've got no right to jump back in. But the fact is, he didn't even do that. He didn't even do that. It was a new till what opened. He came in from the side and said, my wife was stood here earlier. I said, but she walked away. But, you know, because she was here earlier, I've got the right to come in before you.
Yeah.
And he just wouldn't have it. And the security guard, he was thick as shit. Thick as shit. Guys, calm down, what's it all about? Are you still filming me? Yeah. Why? Because I can. Oh, all right then.
Yeah.
Totally thick.
Yeah,
you know? But he embarrassed himself, you know, and we have to deal with people like that. So it's best not get them on film and embarrass them. And it's like, I said, you know what, mate, you're totally embarrassing yourself. I do get thousands of views, you'll be on YouTube tonight, whatever, blah blah blah. I said they all for that. And then when it gets to 10 plus, they start regretting. Anyway,
Exactly,
he's hitting the views in a few days, so.
Yeah, man.
So,
Oh, he just came across as a right prat, mate. Eh? Just one of the ones with one of the faces, mate. Eh? He just, but you can't look at him.
Apparently, he's been in there before, Dino. Apparently,
right,
and he's acted the same way. And like the manager said, yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah,
so,
yeah, one of the ones. I seen you at the was it the protest in London? I seen you were there as well.
Yeah.
And you were there for the cup final, weren't you? The England and
yeah, Italy. Yeah,
Italy. God, how did I forget that?
That
You were there for that as well, weren't you?
Yeah, that
Why
big.
do you never see all that? It's honest, man. And my dad agrees with me, right? And he's not really one for you. Sorry, Dean, man. I rave on. No, but he said to me, right? He's like, why do you never see this kind of stuff in the BBC News and Sky News? You know, all the protesting and because like we watched a lot of it, man, and you know all the police and all that. You know that yourself, don't you? All the police and stuff, man. But you never see it in like the BBC News.
No.
If it wasn't for YouTube, man, you know you wouldn't know that all this was actually going on. You know.
True, and
It's
that's
crazy,
why
mate,
they're trying to shut people down. Yeah, they're
It's
trying
crazy.
to shut us down, mate. You know that.
Yeah. Does that happen to your channel? Like, can YouTube actually interfere if they don't want you to show
Yeah,
something?
I
And can
did.
they do that?
Yeah, like not last Monday, the week before, I was down here and I'd spent 10 days solid down here. And on the Monday, the day before I went back, I think, there was a massive protest at Parliament Square. It was a freedom march and all that. But like someone said earlier, throughout a protest, you've not just got one subject. You've got like anti-vax, you've got free such a body and anti-this and save the children and all that, all in one.
Yeah.
And at the last protest, MSN, okay, they came in and there was lines of police and they were all helmeted up, this particular line. The other line weren't. And next thing, they took their helmets off and some of the crowd started applauding. And I'm like a metre away from the police and all these people are applauding. The police are taking their helmets off going, because it was so hot. Tough shit, you know. And at that point, the MSM had turned up to film it. All these people going, as if to say, look at this public relationship between nah.
No.
That were 5 minutes of the whole thing. I saw people get beat up. I saw Resistance GB get arrested. He was sat down eating. But
I'm not sure that, will they?
They got him for carrying a knife and that.
Yeah.
But just total outrageous corruption, really. I've had people say to me, poor police or poor police. It was a hot day. They hardly had a drink, you know, there were no provisions and things like that.
Yeah.
There was absolute loads of provision. These are people telling me this who saw it on a screen who were actually there. You know? So, yeah, there's a bit of showmanship for you. As soon as mainstream turn up, the police go.
Yeah, exactly, mate.
Look at us in the public. Everything's okay. We're all peaceful. We're fine. Next thing, back alley. And that's why they're trying to stop people from exposing that. You know what I mean? Because that's something mainstream won't show, is it? Simple as that.
Exactly,
So,
definitely, man.
even though you're doing something legal, by showing that, they're trying to shut that down.
Yeah.
Why?
Exactly.
Do the people not want to know about that?
Yeah, exactly, man. Exactly.
Of course they do, man. Of course they do.
It's just like I say, if it wasn't for people like yourself, just normal people just recording it. You know, you wouldn't know what was going on. You wouldn't.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's madness, mate. It really is.
All's not what it seems, is it? You know what I mean?
No,
So
definitely.
that's why you've got to be there to taste it. You know what I mean? It's easy to look from the outside looking in and things like that, and make assumptions and opinions and that. You're all entitled to opinions anyway. But when you're actually there, it's a different picture. It's a different kettle of fish.
Yeah.
You know?
When's the next one, mate?
I'm not sure. Sometimes they're not revealed until close to the time and things like that.
Mm-hmm. I always remember one on at Bristol. Sorry, mate. What were you saying?
No, I'm just saying this weekend I'm here for something different, not protest, because as far as I know, there's nothing going on protest-wise. So in London, it's...
Yeah, it's just that I remember one that was at Tyrant Finder was. Are you allowed to mention people's names? Aye, yeah, is that all right? Aye.
Yeah.
Aye, all right. Aye. Oh, good.
Yeah.
Aye. What am I saying? Oh, what was I going to say? I've lost my train. Oh, aye. Right, I watched the one. Sorry, mate. I watched the one with Tyrant Finder when he was in Bristol. Do you remember when it all really kicked off? That was a few months back. I was watching it with my dad, and there was nothing on the news about it, mate. Nothing on BBC or nothing on Sky, and there was actually people throwing bottles at, you know, they had all the police horses out, and they're throwing bottles at the police vans, and you know, all, you know what I mean, all this heavy-handedness for the police and all that. You never see none of that on the news, Dino, mate. You know, it's madness, isn't it? You wouldn't know what was going on.
That's right. Yeah. You only get one angle from them guys. And they repeat it over different channels as well. It's not like each channel has a different angle.
Mm-hmm.
Like the BBC, they will show you the same as ITV.
Yeah, man.
Or that. It's like, it's all the same stuff. Switch over. Yeah, I've seen that. Saw that on BBC. Saw that on ITV. You switch over to a YouTube channel.
Yep.
Tyrant Finder, you see that angle.
Yep, exactly. Yeah.
Read that angle.
Yeah.
Independent Free Press, that angle.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Joe Public, that angle from that perspective, not protest, but Joe Public's angle, trying to shut him down, Tyrant Finder down. Who's next? You know?
Yeah.
Trying to bring new bills in. There's a new antisocial behaviour bill coming in this year, 2021, and it's kind of cutting protesters' rights down.
Yeah.
And giving police more powers over that. They're trying to shut us down, mate. And it's kind of because we're exposing truth. And mainstream won't do that, will they? They'll expose lies, and that's it. Or they will mix truth with lies.
Yeah.
You know, to subtly bring that lie into the reality, if you like.
Yeah, you know me, Dino, mate. I'm just a watcher, mate. Right? I don't know nothing, mate. I'll be honest with you. I know nothing about law, mate. Right? I know absolutely nothing. I just like watching, and I watch and I learn, and you know, stuff like that, mate. But do you think they could ever? I mean, I'm probably way off the mark here, but do you think they could ever make a law, right? If you hold like a camera of any kind in front of the police, do you think they could make a law against that? You know what I mean? As soon as you pull a camera out, they could arrest you or anything like that. Do you think that could ever happen, or am I way off the mark on that, mate?
Law-wise, no, because cameras are legal.
Mm-hmm.
What they do is set things like reasonable suspicion. So, like if you're filming a police station legally from public, they can still have reasonable suspicion that you're doing a terrorist activity.
Yeah.
So they will pull you up for that, even though it's legal. Will they ever stop it? will they make filming illegal? Is that what you're saying?
That's pretty much the question, mate. Do you think that could ever happen?
I think not.
Yeah.
Because everyone can still buy a phone. It'll have a camera. Cameras will always be available, therefore you can film.
Yeah, man.
But I think they're kind of clamping down on things like what you can film and where you can film.
Yeah.
So maybe they might say, well, look, you can film your own family in your own back garden, in your own street, but that's as far as it goes.
Yeah.
Yeah. We don't want you filming protests and things like that. Leave that to the mainstream media. They'll tell it.
Yeah, you're right.
You know, because if you film that and it gets out there on YouTube or Facebook or whatever, people are going to actually see what's going on from the other angle.
Yeah.
And we don't want them to see that. So we can't stop filming type of thing because we're still issuing cameras out and phones and stuff, but we can stop what they film and where they film it. That's where I think it's going. And who you film it with. In Joe Public's case, you know, if he stood next to someone who's filming, he's done for it. That's weird. Do you not think that's weird?
Yeah, man, I would say so.
That's shit, you know.
So anyone could walk about with a spy camera, couldn't they? Like,
honestly,
anyone could have cameras on them.
And I mean, what they're scared of, you know.
Yeah, man, exactly.
You know, if they were working by the book and following the code of practice and doing things legally without abusing powers, then they've nothing to be scared of, have they? But the fact is, they are abusing powers. They are fucking people's heads up and breaking the law and stuff. I'm not afraid to say it. Yeah, it's common knowledge. You can't deny it, you know. But they don't want us to film that, obviously. Obviously not. You know.
So have you been recognised in the street yet, Dean? Has anybody came up to you and says, "Oh, you're Deanology for YouTube"?
Yeah.
Have you heard that? Aye. Magic, mate. All good, I hope. Aye. Not no bad. No bad experience.
It's embarrassing, really. Yeah.
No, it's good.
I actually did that.
Yeah, I know.
Hoodies and sweatshirts and mate, tell you what.
I went to a town near me and I made a video and I did the police station and that, but it was so friendly everywhere. I thought, go on, I'll put it up anywhere. And it was Warrington. And I got off the train and I walked towards the town centre and I was just like putting my phone on the selfie stick and that. And this woman walked past. She was a carer. She had a carer's uniform on. She went, "Are you Dino?" I said, "Yeah." She went, "I watch your live streams on a Friday." I went, "Oh, nice one. Thanks a lot."
Serious, eh?
I said, what do you think? She went, "Yeah, I like them.
Yeah.
I like them like that." And then I was in another town, Bolton, and this car pulled past, and all I heard was "Dino," and I went, "All right," you know, like because you think you know someone.
Yeah.
They've shut your name, and it's like, "All right, all right, man."
You realise that they just know you.
Honestly, it's mad, mate. But
that's good, man.
You know, all that. No, I don't get on my. I'm not starry-eyed or anything like that. Or I've met big YouTubers, and I'm not like they're no different to me.
Yeah, never change, mate. Never change.
Yeah. How you doing? You all right? No problem. You know, I'm in touch with Bus Tech, 60,000K.
Yeah.
Plod, loads of people, no different to me at all. Just another person, you know. But when you get stopped, it's a bit
must feel weird, mate.
You can't just like if Plod comes on or someone like that at Buzz, I'll just say, "Yeah, see you later, mate." You know what I mean? No different to you, Dino.
Exactly,
or, you know, But when someone stops you on the street, that is a bit different, because you can't just go, all right, mate, and carry on walking. It's like,
Yeah.
You have to say hello and be a bit respectful and stuff. And
Your
even
channel's
people,
definitely grown, man.
they've asked me for a
Brilliant,
photo and that.
Oh, have they?
sometimes.
Aye, we've had people with selfies and stuff like that, man.
Yeah,
Oh,
honestly.
mate, you're gonna have to start charging, mate. a tenner a selfie, mate.
Yeah.
Good for you, though, man. That's
it's
good.
It's a bit mad. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
And like I say, I'm nothing. I'm just over 3K subs. That's all.
Yeah, but you're doing, you know, you put it this way, mate. I'm looking at it from my perspective, man. Like, you're doing the stuff that I've not got the. Oh, yeah, let me spit. No, I better not. The balls. I've not got the balls to do. Like, a lot of you've got to look at, Dean, man. A lot of people have not got the balls to do what you're doing. There will be a lot of people out there who wish they could do what you're doing. You know.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying, mate? Aye. Like.
Yeah. I think for me though, because like the main question you get asked is what made you start and all that.
Yeah.
And
what made you start, Dean? Just by you watching others, or yeah,
it was always in me before, and like watching for a few years as well, like Live Free and people like that.
Yeah.
And then by something happening, I decided to get my camera out and film it. And before I got that out, something happened before that with these same people, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And that were it for me. But previous to that, I've always been a rebel and anti this, and the way things have been going and that, don't agree, and I can see what's coming. Well awake.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, it's always been within me. So, and then the day came where I just got my camera out, and I felt, I felt so good about what I did, because I know I was in the right. I did it legally, and I exposed these people, and eventually they got sacked.
Oh, really?
So, yeah.
Nice.
I've had a few, I don't get I don't throw a party because of it.
Yeah,
it's just, I feel like when people slag you off and say, oh, why are you trying to get people in trouble and why are you trying to cause confrontation and that?
Yeah.
You know, these guys who've been sacked and been in trouble because of what I've filmed and they've been exposed about is because they've come to me. I've not gone and caused confrontation. They've exposed themselves, and that's what makes it more justified.
Yeah.
They're like saying, look at what I'm about, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And it serves them right. So it feels like I'm doing something for a purpose, you know what I mean? I've had results, you know?
That's. Do you take the camera, or I take it you use your phone, don't you, for the recording and stuff? Because I was going to say, do you take your camera out like everywhere? But obviously it's your phone, eh? So.
It's my phone, yeah.
Do you see if you see something going on with the police? Sorry, the police. I'm trying not to speak too Scottish for you, mate. If you see something going on in the street, just will you get your phone out and make sure that you know what I mean? One of those, make sure there's no proper corruption or whatever, and make sure the guys get treated fairly or whatever. Do you? Yeah. Good for you, man.
Couple of videos, but I think the last one was where I live in the town centre, and I was just walking about, and then the cops turned up, and it were right in front of me where they stopped and made an arrest. So and I filmed it, and the female, they were both trying to get this guy, and he was struggling.
Yeah.
And one of them goes, "What are you filming for?" And I'm thinking, just took one hand off this guy you're trying to arrest. You're more bothered about me filming than arresting this guy. You took one arm off him.
Yep.
you know.
They
And
don't
he's
like it, do
struggling,
they?
put yourself more at risk. And the female copper went, "What are you filming for?" And I went, "Because I
Yeah.
can."
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing I've learnt mostly. You know, mate. You know me. You know the we kind of debate we had, mate. But you're allowed to film, aren't you? I think that's like the one
Yeah.
thing that I've just, you know, how you are you all right, mate? You look a wee bit. I don't know. You tired or you look a bit down, mate. Hope you're all right. But aye, man, that's like the
No,
thing I've
I'm-
learnt, mate. It's like I enjoy your videos, man.
No,
You know.
I am shattered. I've done a lot of travelling over the last
Yeah.
few weeks in London and things like that, filming, walking about, and stuff like that. I am tired. I must admit, I'm very tired. And for the first time, I think since I started these last few days, I've not done any filming. And that's how tired I am.
Man. Yeah.
You know, but yeah.
So you got any plans for the future then? What's next? What's the?
Oh, loads.
Yeah.
Absolute loads.
Are you
Yeah.
allowed to speak
yeah.
about it, mate, or is it all hush hush?
Yeah,
all hush
most of
hush?
it's up. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's all
cool,
hush.
mate. That's fair, mate. That's
It's got
fair.
to be on it. It's got to be.
Yeah, of course, mate. Of course. Good for you. I look
But yeah,
forward to seeing the
not
videos,
just
man.
not just as people call auditing or whatever.
Yeah.
Like abandoned buildings are coming up. Myself and Joe Public, ghost hunting, all that kind of things
Oh,
coming
do you like
into
the
it as
ghost
well.
hunting and that, Dino? Yeah. Do you like all
I've
that
not
stuff,
done
the
it yet.
paranormal and stuff?
Yeah, I'm into that.
You like all
I'm
that,
into
aye?
all that. Yeah, yeah. And there's loads of places we're going to hit in London. Myself and Indy.
Yeah.
And I'm going to meet up with Joe and things like that. But yeah, so it's not all about police and stuff like that and protests. I'll always go to a protest.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. And I've got loads of work coming up with 2 or 3 other YouTube auditors as well coming up.
Good, man.
So yeah, loads of travel, loads of shit on very little resource.
Oh,
And
right, okay, man.
I am very tired, I must
Yeah.
admit. You know what I mean? Because I do like Fridays are always long.
I see you've been on this for 6 hours.
Yeah,
She's at the
well,
top
that's
there.
nothing. Last week it was 10 hours. Last week.
What was it?
Yeah, it was 10 hours last week, but I was back at home. This week I'm in London and I'm at someone else's place. So
Oh, right, okay.
I do have to cap it. Like last week,
Yeah.
this went on for another like quite a few hours more, another 4 hours more, but I'll have to cap it tonight. And I'm somewhere
Yeah,
else.
Dean,
so-
mate. I didn't want to keep you back, buddy. I just thought I'll come on and I'll say hello, mate, and I'll just say I'm still watching your videos. And my dad, mate, he's always asking for these. Oh, has he got any new videos? You and a couple of others, mate. But
I've had 2 shocks tonight. Honestly,
sorry,
I
buddy.
can't
Sorry,
believe
man.
it.
No, I
No,
mean, I've
don't
only been on like I think I came on. I noticed you were live, and I thought, right, I'm gonna say hello. I'm gonna try and get on and say hello to you,
I
mate.
thought you was a troll. I did think you was a
Oh, did
troll
you?
because, well, and like Dino, that word Dino.
Of
every
course,
time
mate. So
I see it,
if I come on
usually
again,
it's
mate, I'll
troll.
change my name.
Yeah.
Change my name to
Don't
Frank
worry,
or something, mate.
If I can just go back, right? This guy here, right? He was totally against what I did, right? A couple of months ago, I came on. He was like, "Ugh."
I know, mate. I know.
Then we got talking. Then he started to listen, and then I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Dino, right? But I think you actually, through that conversation, when you went, right, I'm popping off for a minute. You had a look at one of my videos. You came back and you went,
It
I
was the
kinda
one
see what you're getting
outside
at there.
the supermarket.
Yeah.
It
and
was that
then,
one. Yeah.
And now look.
Yep.
So,
Yep, man.
mate, honestly, you've totally
Mate,
shocked me, man.
I love it, man. Honestly. So yeah, it just shows, mate. People who keep saying to you, "Oh, why are you doing this?" They need to actually watch and kind of learn about it for themselves a wee bit. You know what I mean? And say, right, maybe this isn't so. What I'm thinking here. But no, man, man, and you're a nice guy as well, mate. You're a nice guy. You're a genuine. You just know when someone's genuine, man. That's how you're a genuine guy, Dean, mate. A bit like myself, mate. It must be the Dean in us, mate. It must just be the name, mate.
it's the Dino. It's the Dino. Do you know what? Thanks so much, mate. Honestly, I really appreciate it.
Yeah, man.
It's been a nice surprise. It really has.
Your
But
channel's
you know what?
totally blown, mate.
Pop on next week, mate, if you want. Luke, the first hour
mate,
is all about banter.
Oh,
The
well, I'll
first
come on for that, mate. But see, when you start talking all the, all the stuff that I know absolutely nothing about, mate, I'll just be sitting there all quiet, mate. I'll just be a waste of a guest, mate. But I like your videos, man. I'm one of these ones who are just, I like to have a chat, man, and just, you're a nice guy, mate. So, I'm still subscribed. So, no, honestly, mate, my dad, mate, he's like, oh, has he got any videos, or is it BuzzTech? But has he got any, or this guy or that guy? And I'm like, oh, I'll have a look for you. And he's like total old school, mate. He knows nothing about YouTube or that, but he's always asking if you've got any videos and.
Oh, he's into it
stuff
now.
like that.
Then,
So there you go, mate. You've got another fan, mate. You've got another. And look at this T-shirt. I'm gonna have to get him a T-shirt, mate. Honestly, I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna be walking about Scotland with a T-shirt, mate.
That's a future trip in Scotland.
Mate, I'm telling you, man. Like when that time when I first started speaking to you, I think you weren't just starting out your channel, but you weren't quite at the stage you are at now. I'm not saying that in a bad way, but your channel's totally.
No.
You're doing lives and stuff now, aren't you? So I was actually tuned in a few weeks ago. Was it a couple of weeks ago, and it was getting a wee bit heated, mate. I was going to come on, but I'll not go into it. I'll not bring it all up for you, mate. But I was like, I better not kind of go on that, and it looked a wee bit uncomfortable, mate. But I think the week after that, it was more mellow, wasn't it? It was more chilled and more.
Yeah, it usually is.
Man.
Like Friday for me anyway, and I get good feedback as well.
Man.
Numbers grow in the chat. It's not, it's not massive, but
man.
They just seem to be getting better. I get great guests on. It does get deep at some point.
Yeah.
Like kind of halfway through for a few hours, and then like we start off with good banter, and then like last week it finished with like this kind of thing, just gentle, good banter, talk and things like that. And for me, that's how I like it. It's my life. People have tried to disrupt me and things like that, but I don't mean any harm whatsoever.
No, not at all, mate.
I can be strong and things like that. I'm in it for the truth movement. It's not about auditing and things like that. I can make videos about history or a building, but I'm really in it for the truth movement and things like that. 'Cause it's very serious what's going on and what's happening to people and discrimination and all this illegal stuff going on and corruption and things like that. And I think it's about time we change things. And if I can just talk a bit and then get good guests on who talk, and we can gather and make that conversation more meaningful.
Yeah.
And people in the chat, they spread the word, and hopefully we can get somewhere, so that's what it's about for me. And then, I try not to take it too serious at the end of the day, because, not every guest is in it for that.
Yeah.
And I'd like to accommodate as many different types of people as possible. And you're a great example of someone who was, forgive me for saying it.
Mate, you go ahead. You call me whatever you want, mate. Come on, you're going to have me trolled here, mate.
When we first spoke, I would say you were pretty close-minded.
I was, 100%.
And I think now,
I mean, like I say, I went and watched your videos, and mate,
it can work.
Absolutely.
All you have to do is listen and talk, and then make your own mind up. An opinion's an opinion, but making your own mind up something different.
Yeah, man, you did too.
So You've made my day, man.
Oh, man,
Honestly.
I didn't think I was going to be able to get on because, like, I don't know if like I say, when I first came in, you had, the guests were quite knowledgeable, Dean, and and I'm no knowledgeable. I just come on for a chat, mate, and say hello or whatever else say. So I'm like,
No, it's-
but I seen that you are kind of, you and maybe one or other. So I thought I'm gonna try and get on and have a wee catch up with you, mate, and just say that I'm still watching. I'm still viewing. Still subscribed, so
man.
I'm enjoying it, mate. You're doing very well, mate, and I'm proud, man. Because, like I say last time, your channel was good, but it's now blown up. I didn't mean blown up as in boom, yeah, it's went crap. I mean
No,
it's
it's
blown up
getting
as in
better.
in a good way, mate. It's like
It's moving in the right direction.
it is, mate. It is absolutely, man.
Just for clarification, I'll need to call you Dean, well, because Dino is Dino. But Dean, you sort of seem to be getting quite a few fans in the chat. I don't know if you've been reading.
Dean, your voice has changed, mate, but it's someone else. Sorry, buddy. Sorry, mate.
Nigel Rankinson.
I thought it was the Trinidad and Tobago flag.
I've got a couple of Trinidad supporters.
Oh,
So
really?
I
What,
thought
for actual
I'd just,
Trinidad, mate?
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
amazing, mate.
Yeah. Yeah.
See, man, there you go.
Yeah.
See?
Um,
And they're
America,
actually for Trinidad, mate. Is that right?
Yeah, there's two people I know of who are supporters. Nigel's one of them. He's in there now, and Raja is as well. I don't think he's been in there yet, but I bought that today, knowing that these guys would be in the chat, or at least if they've not been in the chat tonight, they might see the video back and put a comment in. So yeah, I've done that just to show, respect for people.
That's it, man.
People from Trinidad, listening in and things like that. Don't matter where they're from, but I mean, to me, that's massive.
Yeah, you wouldn't think. I wouldn't think that, mate. Eh? Like people for Trinidad tuning into the. Why do you think there's no really a lot of auditors in Scotland? Is it different rules here, Dean, or is it just?
Yeah,
I don't know, man.
there's
Is it different?
different laws in Scotland.
Is it aye?
To England, most of them are very much the same, but there's a few which are different. And in Scotland, they have more powers to stop and search you, basically. So, can I just have a quick loo break?
Of course, mate. Aye, on you go.
Are you all right? Still talking, Dino? I mean, Joe's a good guy. Do you want to chat with Joe?
I'm going to go for a pit. I was going to say I'm going for a pit. Sorry, mate. I'm going to go to the toilet myself, mate. So I'll be back in a minute myself. I'll not be long, right? I'll not be long. I'll be a couple of minutes.
All right. Beat me to it.
You find my tweezers first, mate. I'll be back in a minute,
mate. I'm blasting. Sorry, Joe, for cutting you out there, but that was mad. This guy goes back a few months and mad story. Yeah. We was on the point of argument. It's like, what are you guys about? Why do you guys shove cameras up in people's faces? And like, that's what Dino was on about this night. And now he's a sub and his dad is. And he's like, I totally get you guys.
Yeah, most people, if they just, take the time to actually watch the videos, talk to people about it, then
But I never expected that. Honestly. So there's still 66 people in. Nigel. Massive respect, guys. Thanks so much. Ice Queen, happy birthday, apparently. Joe Public's still talking about willies and shit.
Yeah, but he's got his own
I can't help it. Some of Joe's comments just crack me up. Mansby, thanks so much for sticking in there as well all night. Anne-Marie. Is Roger in there? Anyway, that's why I got it. That's for Roger and Nigel. To show my respect. James, bear with me. It's been
Sorry, bro.
non-stop talk. Local, Cupid Stunt. I'm sorry, Dino. I'm just saying hello to people I've missed because conversation does not stop on this one on Friday. And I always do like to say hello. And some people go, "Oh, you've not mentioned me," and stuff. It's what it's like. I don't mean it, honestly. My guests are brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And it gets better each week. So, Miss Emma, massive. Have you heard of Leah M, Dino?
Sorry?
Leah M. She's in the chat. You can
Leah
see her
M.
there with the Scottish logo.
Oh, no, sorry, I've known that. Sorry, no.
There you go.
Gay as me. Oh, no,
That's
sorry,
Leah.
mate, I don't think so.
No, that's Leah.
Okay.
Do you know that moderators on YouTube, Leah M is one of the best around, and she's one of my mods.
Oh, right, okay. I better
Yeah.
keep my abuse to myself then, mate.
You are in great company, mate, believe me. No, Leah M's massive to me, mate. So if you ever hear that name or anything, yeah, huge, very huge.
Good, man, good.
If it, like, I get a lot of flack and a lot of trouble sometimes in my chat and things like that.
All right,
okay. But I couldn't do it without. Yeah, basically that's the bottom line. Yeah, not just Leah, but
others. Yeah.
Leah's like, you know, the
You can't do it all
captain of
yourself, can you? You know,
like,
you can't talk and read everything at the same time. You know, it's impossible.
oh man,
No, women, mate, we can't multitask, mate.
It's crazy, and I only get like, I don't know, compared to other people, I get, you know,
yeah, man,
not many in, but I still wouldn't be able to cope without Leah and Anne-Marie and that. And recently, Mansby, who I've recently come across since I've been down in London, and that, you know, met that many friends in London, so.
Yeah, I've seen you met Catwoman. I've spoke to Catwoman before. In the
Yeah.
past.
I've known Kat. She's the longest. Like I met Kat more than first, more than any other. I've known her longer than any other YouTuber.
Yeah.
And the first time I met her was by accident, and I weren't even a YouTuber then. So
Is there any other female auditors?
Yeah.
Is
There's
there?
a few.
Is there?
Yeah. There's a new Pink Rose. She's newish, and she shot up to like 3K subs or something, and she started bringing her own content out from Birmingham. A sweet girl. If you want to check her out, no doubt Leah will put a channel link up at some point.
Aye, of course.
Nice girl. She's not been in tonight. Normally she comes into chats, but she's obviously busy. But yeah, there's one. There's Yorkshire Rose, who's quite good. There are a few, but you know, for me, like Kat flies the flag for.
Yeah, man, Kat. She's passionate, isn't she?
She's all right. Yeah, she's a pain. She's quite a pain at times. She does peck my ear a lot, you know. She has a go at me for things.
Did you meet Batman as well? Remember I used to speak to Batman. He was a YouTuber that I spoke to on someone else's channel. I think it was last year or something. Man, he's a funny guy. I don't know if you met him,
Yeah.
but I think he's quite close with Catwoman. I think they're good pals. Or
Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
He's been on a couple of times.
Is he?
Batman.
He's class, mate.
Yeah,
He's class.
yeah.
Must
Sound
have gone
great
crazy.
supporter.
Yeah, man, he's a
Sound-
good guy.
Yeah, yeah. Loads of good people on here, honestly.
Yeah, of course. You're always going to
Um,
get idiots, mate. But yeah, that's just part and parcel, mate, isn't it? It is, mate.
Yeah.
You're going to get trolls. Yeah, you're going to get it.
Yeah, normally last few weeks, I mean, I have kind of set my stall out at the beginning saying, look, guys, none of this, none of that, no drama, blah, blah, blah. And within the first half hour, I always expect like a barrage of stupid comments and trolls and things like that. I always expect that. But I knew I've got in there for mods, mate. I have a sniper mod
Oh,
as well.
right, okay.
Yeah. And it's like bang on the gun. And it saves me a lot of trouble. Do you know what I mean?
Man. Yeah, of
But
course,
after
mate,
that
yeah.
first half hour, like the last month or so, Fridays and that, it's just gone so smooth. Like you'll not see a troll in there. If they're in there, they're gone within seconds. So,
Good,
but that
man,
first
that's
half
good.
hour, yeah, I normally get blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
And then after that, it just flows.
For what I've seen, mate, like the last few weeks, it's just been good. I mean, I think that week where it got a wee bit, it's all right having a debate, but I think I'll not go into it, mate. But the week after that, it was more chilled, and that's what you want, eh? It's okay having a wee debate or discussion, man, as long as it doesn't get out of
Yeah.
hand, mate.
I like mixing it up. I mean,
Exactly, mate. It's
first hour, I just think, because I know what's coming after a couple of hours into my live, which is I get people like Fluke on and that, and I know Mike, he'll be coming on more regularly now. Very controversial, deep thinking, truth seeking guys, you know what I mean? And I want that type of conversation on my live, but not all the way through. So it's like, first hour, let's settle down, let's have a laugh, and then we'll get into some serious stuff and that, and then people in the chat join in. It's like good to see comments and positive interactions and that. And then, like it's doing now, just winding down with a couple of surprises tonight.
After like me, mate, who know nothing about nothing.
No Black's come up with this, and you popped on.
Yeah, man. I just wanted to say hi to you, mate. I was like, I'm still watching. Mate, I watched that one a few weeks ago, mate. It was your live, mate, and honestly, mate, I think you got like 2 words in an hour or something. Everyone else was just talking away, and you're like, can I talk?
I'll just leave them to it for a bit. You know what I mean?
Man, yeah, of course.
Well, when Fluke comes on, no one can get a word in. That's the thing.
Yeah, he's quite not. He looks passionate, mate. I mean, I don't know.
Oh, very.
His channel or
But
anything like that.
he's learning. I mean, I've spoken to Fluke briefly in private, and he's like, he's so apologetic sometimes. I just think, Fluke, for God's sake, you know what I mean? He says, like, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take over and things like that. But people know what he's like. He gets so much respect in that chat. And as time's gone on, he's been coming on mine now a few times, and he's learning. Okay, I don't patronise the guy, but he's learning how to let other people in and have their say rather than talking over them.
Yeah.
And he's learning that, and that's what makes these chats more interesting.
Yeah, man.
Do you know what I mean? And
Absolutely,
people,
mate,
they slag him off and things like that, you know what I mean? But he's doing nothing wrong. It's just he knows he has to learn that area where he needs to shut up sometimes and let someone else talk.
Yeah.
He knows that. He knows I'm not being funny about that. He might be listening now. He knows what I mean. And he's
Just
getting there,
passionate, though,
like,
mate, I suppose, eh?
he's getting there. Yeah, he's brilliant. He's an original, you know. He's probably the first ever auditor
Is he,
that
aye?
there were. Yeah,
I'll need to get onto his channel, man. I've no.
Yeah. So to have him on your live,
It's
I'm
big,
just
isn't it?
gonna
Like,
say
you know,
I'm
yeah,
gonna
man.
listen
He
to
just,
that,
just sit, lay back and just take it in, mate. eh?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Then there
It's good
comes
do
to a
that,
point
mate.
where you think, Fluke,
2 hours later, eh?
And the thing is, he keeps going over and over the same point. He's trying to emphasize that point. That's all. You know, it's like, please, guys, get this thing I'm saying to you into your head. No, I'll say it once. I'll say it twice. I'll keep saying it. He doesn't have to say it. He's not stupid. You know, that's his passion, like you say, his desire. He means it. He's a truth seeker. He's all for the cause. So, come on, people are gonna have that attitude. They're gonna come across that way.
Yeah, of course,
you know.
Yeah, of course.
And he apologises, and he keeps saying, "Look, I'm nobody. I'm a man with a camera. I'm nobody." He is somebody. He's quite massive, his Fluke. You know.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get on his channel, mate.
Yeah, he's just put in Fluke Dog. No doubt, Leah. I want to put his link in there at some point. But I'm going to let Joe have
You're
a chat
sitting there
with
with your legs crossed, aren't you, mate?
I'm absolutely bursting, mate. Have a chat with Joe. He's a great guy.
Sorry,
I'll not
buddy,
be 2
that's my
minutes.
bad. No
No,
worries,
don't
mate.
worry. Just give me 2 minutes.
Sound, mate. No worries, man. Not a problem.
Oh, he's remembered to mute his mic this time.
There you go. I just seen it. How we diddling, big man? All right, aye.
Yeah,
Getting on all right.
I'm having fun changing names, putting little
I noticed
messages.
that, mate. Aye.
Yeah.
So, are you designing Deanology's merch, or are you just showing, or what? Are you?
I kind of well, because doesn't really want to do it himself at the moment, and there's is a bit too humble sometimes, because people are interested and they've said they're interested anyway.
They're quite. So have you designed them yourself, mate? Have you put like all the logos on the? Is that what the actual T-shirts are going to look like, or?
Yeah.
Is it? They look smart, mate.
That's actually pictures from the T-shirt design website.
Yeah.
So that is,
man, you're smart.
should be exactly what they look like.
Yeah. So are you into the auditing and stuff yourself, mate? Are you like one of the auditors?
I don't really do audits myself.
Yeah.
I've been to a couple of protests and filmed, but I'm more of a supporter.
It's like me then, mate. Like just kind of like a viewer as well. You know, like one of the ones that's.
Yeah.
I've not been to any protests. I don't think there's really been. There's not much that really happens in Scotland, mate, that I know about anyway. It's
Well,
England,
there is plenty that happens in Scotland.
I can imagine, mate, but I'm none the wiser, mate.
Well, once you sort of get more into it and, you probably find out and start off going, just taking a camera, probably, and you probably turn into an next auditor.
So are you Joe Public? Is that right? Is that?
No, I'm not Joe Public.
All right, okay.
I'm
I've heard
Joe
the name
Black.
before, Joe Public.
Yeah, Joe Public UK is an auditor.
Yeah.
Kind of. He's more. I don't know how to describe. I mean, he's in the chat. He can describe himself what he does, but I wouldn't. He's got into a bit of trouble with the police for.
All right, okay.
Exposing some of the things they've been doing.
Oh, okay. So they've not liked that then, haven't they?
Yeah, just they don't really like being highlighted for some reason.
Yeah, exactly, mate. Yeah. It's like I was saying to Dean there, man. Like what you see on the BBC News, it's always you never see anything like what we're seeing on YouTube. You know where I'm coming from, like the brutality and stuff like that, mate. The protests and that, mate.
Yeah.
You didn't really see most of that, on Sky News or anything like that.
Well, I don't really watch.
No,
that.
I mean I'm like that as well, but you don't even see it in a paper, mate. Do you know what I mean? You don't. If it wasn't for YouTube, mate, folk would be none the wiser.
Downplay it as well. There was a little,
a protest with 50 people
when there was actually 10,000.
Exactly, mate. It's madness, mate. It's absolute madness, man. So where is it? You're fae then, mate? Are you fae? I take it you near Dino or anything like that, or are you somewhere?
Well, at the moment I am, as is in London.
Oh, all right, okay. That's cool, man. That's cool. So how long have you, Kenny? I'm trying not to speak too Scottish, mate. How long have you known Dino? Have you known him for quite a while, or?
Well, yeah, since he kind of really, started doing auditing. I mean, the British auditing scene has only really started kicking off properly in the last about a year. Before that, there was only really about 1 or 2 people doing it in the UK. But hundreds in America. So when when a new, it does go quite fast, and well,
So when did you start watching? Who was the first kind of auditor that you started watching? Mine was Live Free, mate. That I don't know why, but I think he was the first one that I watched, and then it just kind of grew from there, mate. Guys like obviously Dino and who's the other guy? Tyrant Finder, blah blah blah. Who was the first one you watched, mate? How did you get into it, man?
High Desert Community Watch.
I don't even think I've known that one, mate.
Yeah, I've since gone off him because of some of the stuff he's done instead and said, but he was the first one that I sort of
First one
watched.
that you actually seen, first one you
Yeah,
watched.
and then sort of from there, sort of got more into it and started watching, quite a few. But yeah, there are some who, well, this is back in the early days in there, sort of in America. But there's a few which we found out started to call the police on themselves.
Call the police on themselves?
Yeah,
Okay.
like they go to a certain place and then make a phone call saying, there's a group of people, cameras being very suspicious.
Oh,
and
okay, yeah, just
come and
right.
check them out, just so that they're guaranteed of getting an
Just for
interaction.
video exactly, man. Just for video purposes, basically, as well.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, of course, man. Aye.
Yeah, so that's what I mean by gone off some because of some of the things they've done and said.
Yeah, man.
'Cause,
So, if you ever thought about getting the camera out, man, and just getting out there and just, or do you just like watching? Like myself, just
I prefer to sort of watch and
yeah.
Support.
Yeah, exactly, mate.
I do, I try my best to be, to support rather than just, which is, in my opinion, a little bit more than watching. Although watching is, supporting, clicking the like button, stuff like that. It's all a kind of supporting, isn't it?
Of course, mate. Yeah. Oh, sorry, there's Dean. Sorry, mate. I'm not want to take over your channel here, mate. I know my name's Dino,
No,
mate, but
carry on.
I've not got your wit, mate.
No, you carry on. I've just come back. I've just seen Darren Russell in the chat. How you doing, Darren? He's a great supporter. Is Darren?
Oh, mate. Good man.
Ice Queen's still in there. Carl Foster. Joe Public is still in there. And Maria Moon, how you doing? Sorry about that, Dino. I interrupted your chat there.
No, mate. We were just talking away about I was asking him who his first, person that he auditor or whatever he watched on YouTube and stuff like that, man. And we were just talking random rubbish, mate, as they say.
No rubbish on here, mate. It's all good.
Find something to talk about. That's one thing about me, mate. I always keep a conversation going, mate, but it's not always the most intelligent conversation. You know what I mean? I want to sit there in silence, mate.
Yeah, it's good conversation, mate. I'm glad you've come on. To be honest.
What's on the horizon then, mate? What else you been up to, man? What else has been happening?
I've been in London mostly the last 3 weeks. Done quite a few things, protests mainly. Got a couple of things coming up this weekend.
Good, man.
Should be interesting.
Good.
There's no protest going on this weekend, as far as I know.
Nothing like that.
But Tyrant Finder, like you've mentioned before, that guy, you've watched him, yeah?
Yeah.
All right. He's a good guy. I've met him a few times now. He's a good guy. He's up in court again soon, so I'll be back down there for that to support him, whether it's just for 24 hours or 3 days or whatever. I'll be down there for that. Stand outside court, live stream, record, see what happens with him on that one. Again, trying to shut someone down for exposing the truth.
Is that
So
what it's
we're
all
down
about?
there Sorry?
Is that what it's all for? Is that what, or the? I don't want to go too much into his court case, obviously, but I'm guessing it is something to do with all that stuff. You know, the.
Yeah, there's more detail to it, but it's basically that, and the way we were treated in court. When he went in court, he actually locked him in the dock. He's not actually committed a crime or anything. So it's all kind of just like a hearing.
Yeah.
And they've locked him in the dock. And they've
Isn't
done
it
that
to do
twice in a row.
Isn't it to do with the COVID restrictions?
No.
No,
No, it's not that.
Crazy, man. I noticed that's what the police knew, or anywhere you go. Remember, they used to say, "Oh, it's you could be a terrorist," but now they've got a new excuse, mate. You know, with the COVID and stuff like that, the meter distance and all stuff like that.
No, they can't. No.
They always try. Come up with a new one.
No, that was wrong. Tyrant he'll tell you himself. They shouldn't do that.
Yeah, man.
No.
I
He's
like
not a
his channel,
criminal.
man.
Yeah, he's a great guy. Support him. You know.
Yeah, man. He didn't have to put himself in the thick of it, mate, that night when he was in Bristol. You know, that was dangerous, man. And he got right in there. Fair play to him. He got right in there and he showed everyone what's actually going on.
Yeah, that's right.
That was dangerous, Dino, mate. That I don't know if you've seen it, mate, but that was a bad man.
Yeah, it's frontline stuff. You know what I mean? That's what they don't like that. So it's frontline stuff. But he'll fight it, and he knows his shit as well. So
I spoke to him on the phone one time. I was talking to him and I was talking to his wife as well. Well, believe it or not, this was like away last year, when he was doing like a kind of phone-in thing. Actually, I think he thought I was a troll as well at first, man. You know, but I was just talking away to him, mate, and it was he's a cool guy, man. Same with is it Subject Access? I watch him as well sometimes.
yeah, I've met Subject briefly. You know, there's loads of people in London who get out there and like seem like there's like Gab Media. You know, it's quite local experimentalist. You know,
I like. I've spoken to him. He's a good guy.
Yeah, there's loads, absolute loads, and just on the outskirts of London as well, like Pegasus Audits and you know, Newcomer and that. And they're all coming. New guys, they're all coming.
There's this one guy I've heard of. What's his name? Something like Independent Free Press, something like that. I don't know.
I've got a vague. Yeah, I have heard of that channel. Yeah.
I don't know if it's any good or not.
Yeah, actually, it is. Yeah. Remember who you mean now? Yeah. No, he's a good guy as well. Take it from me. Yeah, he's a good guy.
Yeah, if you head to the side, then you can still see the banner behind you.
He's a real truth seeker. He's indie, tell you. But yeah, this is where I am now, Dino. If you're wondering. By the way, Matt Kelly, thanks for coming on. It's not easy when you come on and chat, especially when you're on screen and that. But I know you had issues. You keep going off and jumping back on. But big respect to you, mate, for coming on and having a chat and saying what you think, which is, it's what it's about. Say what you think. Simple as that. Right or wrong. Don't matter how opinionated you are, just come out with it, Let's talk about it. No need to argue, we'll talk about it. Simple as that. So, Mark, massive respect, mate, and come on next week if you can. Every Friday I'll be here, London or back at home. So, but it's every Friday, so please jump back on, have a chat with us, But thanks, Mark. Cheers, mate. So good night, good morning.
Yeah, man, 2:30, mate.
That's the thing. There's people from I think who else is it? Nigel. What time is it in Trinidad at the minute?
Did you ever think you'd ask anyone that question? Do you know what time is it in Trinidad?
Yeah, I don't know if you've heard of None Your Business.
I have. He's Australian, is that right?
He pops in sometimes.
Yeah, man, he's
None Your Business. Yeah, he pops in.
Yeah, I've heard of him before.
He's got some great content of him on his bike and the police rolling up on him.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Because if
right, put one up, has he?
no, this is his earlier stuff. None Your Business in Australia, because there's no laws against having red and blue flashing lights on a bicycle in Australia. So he has red and blue flashing lights on his bicycle, and the police come along and say, you can't have red and blue flashing lights, and try and arrest him and give him some kind of fine for having it. And he knows the law very well.
Yeah, man, he comes across that way,
and he just schools them.
Link up there. He's a great guy. He's actually donated to me a couple of times as well, which for me is massive. Because he's a big,
Yes, I've noticed that.
That's what I mean. Yeah, it's just so humbling, really, because I get a few supporters like Nunya and that with a lot of subs and big content and that. And for me, it's like, whoa,
Yeah.
Very humbled indeed. But we're all in it for the same cause. That's the main thing. People can see each other's potential. And it don't really matter how many subs and things. Like I said before, people are people to me. I've come across big YouTubers. I've met them in real life, and I've not gone, oh my God, that's
starstruck.
Nah, that's not me at all. No. And some people are, and I just think, when I were a teenager and I saw my favourite pop star, maybe I went, oh my God, it's so funny. And I was 3 rows from the front stage and I was so close, I could almost touch the hand.
It's when you went to see Take That,
Dean. Like that with YouTubers, but it's not for me. And I have been stopped and recognised and things like that, but, I get embarrassed and things like that.
But the thing is, though, mate, your channel's only going to grow. That's the thing, mate. It's just going to.
I'm not in it for that. Some people thrive on that. I've seen some people just get off on it.
Yeah.
But no, I'm not in it for that at all. Nor the subs, nor anything. Like I said before, I'd still be doing it for nothing, really.
Yeah. That's good for you, man. But you definitely have, like from when I last spoke to you, your channel hasn't half, not just doubled, but it's went right. It's went right up, Dean. It's just it's blown up, mate. Isn't it? It's brilliant, man.
I think I've done over 100 videos now.
Yeah, man.
In 5 months, which is not bad.
Wow, yeah.
So I do spend a lot of time getting out there and travelling.
Does it get stressful for you, Dean? Do you get stressed out sometimes? And
very.
Aye.
it has got to the point where I don't sleep, basically. I overthink and all that. And
Yeah,
yeah, and then like some videos, there's loads of comments appear, and then a lot I don't reply to, but then I feel guilty because I like replying to as much as I can, and same in the chat on a live. It's like, and I like going back and saying hello. But you can't always
You can't.
do it.
Yeah, of course, man.
So on some videos, I try and stay like, I'll just like it and love it, or not like it or whatever, and not comment, and treat everyone the same rather than just comment to one person. Or it's just like, not today, guys. I am tired, and I do travel a lot as well, you know.
Yeah.
But I don't mean to be disrespectful. I don't want to miss anyone out if I can, but I know most people understand, you know.
So do you get a wee bit like nervous reading the comments, mate? Do you get a bit nervous? Sorry, mate, I'm asking so many questions, man. Nice. You all right? Do you ever get a wee bit nervous reading the comments, like in case they say anything, you know, like?
No, I don't get nervous.
Aye.
The only
Good,
time
man,
I get
good.
nervous, right, is before a live.
Oh, do you?
Just
Oh, really?
before a
Aye?
live.
Just before it?
Yeah. My own live, yeah.
Yeah, man.
Especially.
You
I
get
don't know
nervous for
why.
that? What, so you can
Yeah.
go out with a camera and then record people, but you get nervous on your own live, before your own
Yeah.
live?
Yeah, I do.
That's fair play, man. It just shows you, yeah.
Yeah. I'm all right after about 10 minutes.
Yeah, once you're, yeah, exactly, man.
Like before I go on, like when I'm at home, like about half an hour before I go on, because I think I know what's going to happen first hour. I know such a body might come on and it gets deep and things like that. How am I going to cope with that? Who's going to come on? I kind of think it through. I don't just go, right, switch on, see what happens. And you see a lot of lives going, oh, I'll just go live, I'm bored or whatever. Switch on, what shall we talk about?
Yeah.
I'm not like that. You know, there's a purpose behind it, and I try and set it out if I can. No script, but I do get nervous because I know at some point it's going to get intense. It's going to go quite deep. I don't know who's going to come on. My lives go on for a long time.
Yeah, man.
Things like that. So about half an hour before, I kind of put the headphones in and listen to a bit of rock music and that, and try and chill out.
Yeah.
And if you notice, right, I never sit back. I'm always leaning forward.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
I can't relax.
You just can't, yeah.
And it did get to the point where I had to speak to my doctor about it.
All right, okay.
Yeah, and salute all this is happening and blah 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 on YouTube, and supporters and in between filming and editing and things, I get private calls and emails and weird calls from weird people getting death threats.
No way.
Yeah, and things like that.
Man. Come on,
yeah, horrible threats and things like that. And you deal with all that. And then traveling in between, it's a full-time job. It's a full-time job.
Sounds it.
Yeah. And yeah, I've just told everyone what I've been paid earlier on. In 5 months, I've been paid 312 quid.
Is that what, in
There you
5
go.
in 5 months?
5 months.
Is that for YouTube or is that in donations or is
That's from starting YouTube from 5 months ago, non-stop. Time, travel, stress, all that comes into it.
Yeah, of course, man.
My own pocket. In fact, I've made nothing because what it's cost me to travel and things like that. I'm not saying I've not had super chat donations and things like that. YouTube take 30% of that.
Did they?
I have had PayPal donation. I have had money that's kept me going. But at the end of the day, my first wage, compared to everything I've done, I've made nothing. It's cost me money.
Yeah, man.
So, yeah, it's all worth it because I love it. I love it.
There's no need for all the death threats and all that stuff, though, man. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I've had that.
I don't know.
I've had that, and the town I live,
Yeah.
where I live, everyone, and I live in the town centre as well, so I always have to go through town, and everyone knows, and it's like, yeah. So I do have to be careful as well.
Yeah, of course, man.
Because you get your haters and people who know people who've been filmed and things like that.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I never knew
Does
all
get
that.
to
Like, I never knew.
very stressed, yeah. So I saw my doctor and they said, because you don't sleep, we'll give you some medication for it.
Mhm.
And I went, no way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm not taking stuff that can knock me out and then I'll not be able to do anything the day after because I'm too groggy. You know, it's just kind of part of the thing, part of the job, if you like. Lack of sleep and stress and everything. But at the end of the day, you know, by the time I've put my phone down and read through comments and things like that, and I've watched the video through and I'm happy with that, I can get the head down then. It's usually between about 4 and 5 a.m.
Mate, I'm
And
sorry
then
to hear that, man. I never knew all that crap happened.
Yeah.
That's bullshit, man. Sorry for swearing, mate.
No, it's alright.
No, I never knew about all that stuff.
Love it though. I love it. That's the thing. That's the thing. Yeah.
Do you still speak to Jake Awady then, man? I think that's where I met you, mate, Jake Awady. It was Jake's
Yeah,
channel,
it
wasn't
was,
it?
yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah,
man.
it was.
It's class,
No,
like.
but I've hardly seen him or heard from him.
Yeah, he's been
to be
getting a
honest.
lot of abuse and that of people, mate. You know, and you know, he's only young, isn't he? So it's
Yeah, yeah.
So it's kind of it's a wee bit, you know, one of the ones. So
Well, if you're due to speak to him soon, just mention, I say hello and
I'll tell him you're asking for him.
yeah, just ask him to jump in the chat at some point
Yeah.
on a live or whatever, or I'll jump on his quite happily for half an hour or so.
we were all talking about you. All good, obviously. There was me, Eerie, and all that. We were all talking about the videos and that. Remember Eerie? Remember him, the Irish guy?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah,
I do,
we were all
yeah.
talking. We were saying, "Oh, have you seen his videos and that, man?" And he's how much your channel's just, you know, blown, man. It's amazing.
Yeah.
And then I noticed you were doing your own lives and stuff, man. I was like, oh, brilliant. I'm going to have to try and get on. But I didn't want to come on like last week or whatever, but because it was a wee bit, you know, like I feel left out, Dean, man. I'm not going to lie, mate. See, if I was to come on and you were talking to, you know, people who knew the law and all that stuff or whatever, man, I'd just be sitting there, Dean, mate. I'd be like, oh, what do I say here? You know what I mean? But I just noticed that there was nobody here, mate. So I thought, I'm going to come on and say hello, man. Just, you know.
No, I'm glad you
friendly
did,
voice, mate.
because no, you know, people, you know, no one said anything bad about you in the chat.
Yeah. Oh, I don't
Yeah.
even look at the chat, man. I've not even looked, man. Jesus, I hope. I'll be getting called all
No,
sorts here,
you-
mate.
You've
Sorry.
been great. You've shocked me. 2 shocks in one night, but yeah, like I said, going back to that night, compared to the way you think now,
Yeah, man.
you know, and it proves, you know, people, you know, can actually change the view and they can see what's going on from a different angle. And I know you have, Dean. Oh, that's amazed me, mate, because we did get to that point of argument,
Yeah, man.
and then we kind of said,
Of
"Come on,
course.
guys."
Oh,
let's end it."
yeah. I mean,
And we
I'm so
did, and
apologetic
then-
for that, mate. You know.
No, it's
I
been
would
saying
never
that.
argue. There was no name calling. There was no anything
No,
like that.
it
was
just
just, you know,
kind of got to that little point where, you know, and then we sorted it out. And yeah,
I
it
think
went
it
great
was
from
after
there,
that
man.
night I went and looked at some of your videos, and I think there was one when you were outside. Were you outside a supermarket? And you were kind of with the was it a supermarket? You were kind of something with a security guard anyway, and they were proper.
Yeah, it could have been.
It might not have been a supermarket, mate. It might have been somewhere else, but I watched it,
Yeah,
man,
it could
and
have
I'm
been
thinking,
I don't know,
it's no
rugby
you that was in
stadium
the
or
wrong, mate. Put it that way, eh? So
shopping centre or whatever.
yeah, that's
Yeah,
probably what it was. A shopping centre. Sorry, mate. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, no, he's not in the wrong here. And of course, I got talking to Jake because Jake likes, you know, he does all the auditing and stuff like that. So you change. You've got to what you can't just go in there like I'm the worst for saying this, mate. But you can't just go in there and say, what you doing? Or you can't do this. You can't. Yeah, you have to actually sit and watch it and even a few videos and just kind of learn it and take it on for yourself, mate. And then you realise,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? You just, and that's exactly what I done.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Some people think you're out there just to like.
Exactly, mate. That's
cause
exactly what I
trouble
was
and
thinking.
that, you know. Some people are. Some people are. I'm not afraid to say that, you know.
Yeah.
I'm not scared of what people might say back to me and things like that. I don't care who they are.
Yeah.
But some people are, but I just think it will always happen. So, and they expose themselves, to be honest with you. As long as you're doing
should all be in it
something.
together, man. Oh, you're on the same side, so
Yeah.
you know
Yeah, it's all worth it.
why argue?
No, I love it. Joe, what are you talking about?
I just seen that there, mate. I just looked at the chat and I'm getting called the police. I wish I was the police, mate, man. I wish I had done money. If only you knew, mate. It's okay, man. I don't mind.
No, is it
I wish I had done money, mate. See, this is why I don't look at chat rooms, Dean, honestly.
Yeah.
God, I'll take their money. I don't want their job, but I'll take their money, mate. That's
Miss Emma, are you off now, Miss Emma? If you are, thank you so much. Your contribution, as always. Miss Emma, massive supporter. Who else has been in there? Mansby, honestly, from minute one again. Thank you. Mansby, top mod. Joe Public just ignores me. It just cracks on with the chat. Right, you'll get to know Joe Public.
it's all good, mate.
Yeah, he's a lunatic.
It's all good, man.
He's not a copper, Joe. Fuck's sake.
Fucking hell.
God's sake. Visual culture as well. Night, peace, love, unity. 2:35. 10 minutes ago. I'm sorry if I missed that, but good night or good morning. All those people who are saying goodbye. I was meant to be finishing it at 1 a.m.
Oh shit! Sorry.
Yeah, and it's got nearly 3.
That's my fault, mate. Sorry, mate.
But I'll tell you what, we'll give it till 3 a.m. and then we've really got to.
Nah, sorry, mate. That's my fault. I just thought I'll catch you on and
Not
say
your
hello.
fault. It's my fault. It's my line. It's my fault.
Yeah,
I can
man,
go fucked anytime I want. I can remove you right now, Dino. Click of a button. So it's my fault, not yours.
Wouldn't it be the first time I've been kicked off somebody's live, mate? Put it that way.
No, listen, you're welcome back on at any time. You totally shocked me tonight. You really have.
Aye, man. It's like I say, mate. I was
Next up
listening
is-
the last few weeks, and it was a wee bit hangry for me, man. So
Previous to you tonight, have you been in at least the chat or been listening previous to tonight?
I was listening. Oh God, when was it? Previous to tonight. So it would have been. I think the last time I had a proper listen is when Fluke was on, and he was well. I don't know him, but he seemed really passionate, and there was a woman kind of having a go at him. I can't remember, but and then he was kind of arguing with the woman. Like, I think that's, and then, but I think the week after that it was more mellow and chilled, and yeah, man, I always remember that the women and Fluke arguing, man. So yeah, sorry to bring that up, mate. I know, but
He's very passionate. He's very passionate, but he's learning his ways on Friday. On Friday, he is.
Mickey Mouse is still here.
Oh, Mickey Mouse, it's yourself. Oh my God, Mickey Mouse, he goes into Jake's channel.
Oh, Mickey Mouse again. Mickey, thank you so much. Mickey's just put £5 into the super chat, guys.
Geez,
So
that was
Mickey,
nice.
yeah, massive supporter is Mickey. Dino,
He never
honestly.
gives me a fiver, mate. Put it that way. Mickey,
Listen,
why'd you never give
don't
me a
forget-
fiver, man? Come on.
Don't forget, 30% of that goes to YouTube.
That's ridiculous, mate. Eh?
Isn't it? Isn't it? But the gesture alone, you know, if someone put
Of course.
50 pence in,
Absolutely,
it's like
man.
saying
Absolutely.
respect, you know what I mean? So
Mickey Mouse
Mickey
just-
Mouse has been a long-time supporter, so massive respect, Mickey. Thank you so much. Thumbs up. Thumbs up.
Yeah, nice, man. 30%.
Ian Southern's still there. Joe Public's just not taking me on. He's having his own private chat. And Mansby's still in there as well. Thanks so much, guys. Right, I'm going to end it in 12 minutes, and I've not let Joe speak for a bit. So,
Mate, sorry, it's causing me, mate. I ramble on, mate. You know what I'm like.
it's all right,
Just gonna-
Dino, honestly.
I'm absolutely fine. Just listening and putting stuff in the chat.
Nice one, man.
Yeah, I've got to go. I've got things to do. I'm not sure. I can't tell you what. It's a secret.
One of the ones, is it?
Yeah. Don't read my name.
What?
Oh, God. I'm sorry, I've just seen that now. Fair play, mate.
All right. Oh, right, I get you. Right, listen, I get it. Is Joe going live? I take it.
No, do you know what OnlyFans is?
No.
I would never know
Okay.
anything like that, mate.
Don't worry about it, Dino.
Well,
You're too young.
You'll go blind, mate.
You're too young to know what OnlyFans is, Dino. Ask us in a few years.
I'm not that smart. Leave it at that. Okay. Right. Leah's put Joe's channel link up in the chat. Leah M, I'll just remind you, Dino, the hardest working moderator on YouTube.
Yeah, and she's Scottish. Yeah,
The
shows you,
most,
mate.
yeah.
You don't
the-
mess with a
the
Scottish
best.
woman, mate. I'll tell you.
Just, do you know what I mean, mate? Imagine having someone like that in your live stream every single time from minute 1 to minute end. And she lives in America as well.
Oh,
So
does she?
time differences. Yeah.
Oh, wow, man.
So time
What time will it
differences.
be there now?
Thanks, Miss Emma. Well, Dino, thank you.
It could be 8 hours behind or something like that. I'm not sure. Leah will tell you.
8 hours, so what's that? What time's it now? So it's 3. So 3
Oh,
times-
Miss Emma.
Didn't hit me
Miss
with the math.
Emma, good night, Miss Emma, and thank you very much. And respect back to you as well. Thank you so much for all your encouragement as well. Loads of nice comments. Every single video,
Good.
Miss Emma.
You
Super
deserve it, Dean,
encouragement.
mate. You deserve it, mate. You deserve it.
No, it's just nice. You know what I mean? It's just nice. It does go towards things like this, you know, London and travel, and
Yeah, man.
as BuzzTech says, a chip butty, whatever, a sandwich.
He was in
Thanks,
Edinburgh
Miss Emma.
a few days ago. Buzz Tate. I was watching his live, and he was in Edinburgh, mate. He actually drove no far from my house. Sorry, from my house. It was mental, man. Seeing him go past, like, you know, where I go or whatever like that and stuff like that. It's weird seeing that, mate. You know. But nah, he went up to the castle and stuff like that, and it's mad.
Okay, sorry, I'm just looking through the chat. Local's still in there, guys.
All right, mate. Oh, Local
Local,
Experimental. He's a good guy, man.
Yeah, he's a top guy. I've met Local a few times.
Oh, have you met him? Have you? Nice, man.
Oh,
At
yeah.
the protests and that.
Few times now.
Local,
First
do you
time I
still
met
hang about
him-
with that other guy, that Danny guy? Sorry, Dino, mate. Is it
Who's
Danny?
that?
Danny Shine or something? Remember he used to record them or something. Do you still
I
hang
don't
about with
really
him?
know. I don't know Danny Shine. People go on about him.
Yeah, he's a.
I don't know much about him.
And all that stuff.
Yeah, I'm not.
But
Like I
you're not,
said,
mate.
there's no big name to me.
No, of course no. But I think Local used to, you know, I don't
Yeah.
know, video or whatever. I don't know.
Just people. But I've heard people go, "Oh, Danny Shine" and things like that. He's probably a good guy. I've never met him, but
Yeah, man.
you know.
Yeah, I mean, remember I said there was only a few people doing it in the UK, you know, before like about a year ago, really. Well, Danny Shine was one of them. Charlie Veach and Danny Shine team were doing stuff together. One of the projects they did was the Love Police. They used to try and get hugs of police officers. It's quite funny because
Charlie Veach, man. Yeah, I've seen some.
Did he get one? That's the thing. Did he get a hug?
he did get the occasional hug. It was like maybe 1 out of 20 to 30, but he did get a couple. Yeah. I think some of those videos are still up.
When did that happen? Like, it couldn't have been recently, obviously, because of all this COVID carry on. It must have been.
Yeah, this was back a few years ago.
Aye.
All right. Okay, Local. So, just one of those names I've heard of but never looked into, or I did see him a couple of weeks ago. Somebody pointed him out. That's all. So
yeah, man.
Some people like that, you know, big names. You just come across the name and don't know much about them, and it's one of them people to me, you know. But don't
Like
matter who we
Live
are.
Free,
or
he's
what
a
we're
big name,
called.
isn't he? Like, he's
Yeah,
quite
Live Free.
was
Yeah.
Marty Bling.
Marty
What's his name?
Blackburn. I met Marty Blackburn.
Aye.
He came down. We did an audit together. Unsuspectingly, he came down. I had an hour's notice, and somebody said, "We're coming down. Shall we do thingy prison?" And this prison they were talking about, I'd done it the day before.
Right.
So that was out the window. Yeah, so we're still coming down. How about this place? So, yeah, so I met Marty, and it was just like, hello, respect, all that. Pardon me. Went around, filmed wherever. See you later, respect, bye. That was it. I didn't really engage with Marty. His style's totally different.
It is, mate. I've noticed that. Yeah, man.
Would I work with Marty again? No. No, I wouldn't. Totally different style. So
Don't want to get caught up in all that, mate. You know, like.
Just different style. I admire the guy. He's inspired a lot of people, and he's strong, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's really strong. He's hard, you know, but he's not someone I could work with, you know.
Exactly.
He's not someone that I don't like or I disrespect. I'm just saying, you know, and
Two different styles, eh? You know, like.
yeah, that's it. I've met loads of YouTubers now and been with them, and and been around them and filmed with them and things like that. You know, but
It's amazing, man. Eh?
yeah, it's great. But I'd rather do my own thing, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, feels better that way.
Quite right, man. Eh?
Yeah, but meeting up with people as well is essential. But because I go to a lot of protests as well, you meet up with like groups of people and things like that who are mostly into protests. So it's a lot easier to meet up with people who do protest than like go out and do an audit and things like that. Because at a protest, you know, there's more of a gathering and that.
Aye.
But I love them, you know. I love them.
Good, man. I'll be watching your next live then, mate. I'll tune in. I'll not come on, mate, if it's so, but I will listen, mate, and I'll support you, man, all the way, mate.
No,
100%, man.
Yeah, thanks, Dino. It means a lot, honestly.
Of course, not a problem, mate.
Especially from our first meeting, you know, to this.
Oh,
Weird.
mate, it was just a wee bit, just me being. There was not. I wasn't abusive to you, mate. I wasn't.
No, it was a great
thank
combo,
God for
you
that.
know.
Aye.
I think I've
like
kind
that,
of brought you around that night. Because, like, you know, you said, hang on, give us 5 minutes. You popped off, had a look at a video, and you came back, if I remember, and you went, I see your point there, Dino. I see what you're getting at, wee man. And we did talk for quite a long time.
It was good. It was a good chat, man. To be honest,
You know what? Nice one for having an open mind and being a good
I think
conversationalist.
that's what a lot of people have to do, man. You know.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Thanks so much. And just keep spreading that word, mate. Not about me, but about you know what goes on and stuff. And
Yeah, of
other
course.
people.
Like I say about my dad,
So,
mate. My dad, like he's. Yeah, man. He always asks, "Oh, they got any new videos up?" I'm like, right, hold on, I'll check. And that's somebody who doesn't really bother with YouTube, you know. So.
Right, I'm gonna end it.
Yeah.
Alright, mate. Nice
Okay,
chatting
though.
again.
Time to head off. See
Keep up
you.
the good work, mate.
Nice meeting you, Dean. And
Aye,
I'll
Joe, mate.
see you another time later on, Dino, and everyone in chat. All right.
I'm
Bye.
getting a guy here, man.
Thanks,
I was
Joe.
going to subscribe to him, mate. I'm not going to bother now. You know, mate, always a pleasure, mate. Honestly, man. And keep up the good work, mate.
Yeah.
That's all I can say, mate.
Thanks a lot, mate.
Yeah, no
Yeah.
worries, Dino, mate. Nice to
You're
chat to you,
welcome
mate.
on again, mate. No worries. Listen, Wednesday night, I do one with Plod, to plod or not to plod, sub to him if you can. Do
Aye,
plod
of
or
course,
not
man.
to
I'll tune
plod.
in, mate. I'll listen in, eh?
Yeah, so Wednesday night, Plodology, it's called, and then Sunday night he does his own, then Friday mine, but you're always welcome on if you can get on.
Aye,
you
mate.
know.
Of course, I'll come on and I'll.
At some point you will. So, but you're always welcome, mate. Thanks so much. You've
I'll,
really shocked me tonight.
Aye, mate. It's been good, man. Eh? 'Cause I didn't think I was going to get on. Because I think I typed a couple of things in the chat, and I noticed you said, "Oh, right, come on then, come on." And I thought, I wonder if he's going to remember me, eh? So I just thought, and then you did, obviously, when I started speaking.
As soon as I heard your voice, yeah.
It's
When you
brilliant,
mentioned
mate, eh?
Jake away, it was like,
Jake,
yeah, oh my
aye,
god.
man. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
That was good.
But
Man.
yeah,
That was a while back, eh? Wasn't it? That was. Oh,
yeah,
wow,
that's
man.
what I mean. You've totally
Last year,
shocked me,
wasn't it?
you know.
Yeah, man. It's good. It's good to see you, mate. It's good to.
Oh, it's been
hear you're
great
keeping
banter,
well and that,
and
mate.
people have, you know, the people have loved you in the chat and things like that. So
That's all
people are
good,
saying
mate.
great chat and
About
Dino
you,
and
mate, eh?
things like that. So, Luke, this is a great family we've got here. So you're always welcome on, as long as it's positive and good
I mean,
banter.
obviously, if
Great,
you're
mate.
speaking to others, mate, about stuff that he's are interested in and that, I'll kind of take a back seat, mate, eh? And I'll just. But if you're there yourself, mate, and I'll maybe come on and say hello, mate, because you know me, mate. I know nothing about nothing, mate. So I'll come on and I'll just say, "How you doing? What you been up to?" and all that chat, mate. But nah, man, it's good to see you're doing well, mate, and I'm proud of you, mate. Keep up the good work, and
Thanks.
that's all I can
Thanks,
say, mate. Eh?
Dino.
What else can I say?
No, it means a lot. Honestly,
man.
it does.
Good stuff,
Especially from when we first met.
Yeah, of course. Aye, that
what
was a bit.
to now is like Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, man, of course.
It's a great feeling for someone like myself, because
Yeah, I think more people need
you
to
know,
do that though, mate. Like instead of just criticising, and they actually have to take the time to have a look and have
yeah,
an opinion. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying, man?
yeah,
And that's exactly what happened to me.
yeah,
So,
yeah.
and
yeah.
yeah, man, that's the story, mate. we are
Well,
where we are
nice
now.
one. Well, you've made my night, to be honest.
It's been great to speak to you, mate. Honestly, man, you're always a good chat, mate. So,
Nice one, Dino.
so I'm gonna
Thank
let you
you.
go, mate. I'll let you get to your bed, mate, and keep up the good work, mate. And
Ed? Right. Okay.
just whatever you're going to
Yeah.
do, mate. I don't know, mate.
I'll be up for a while, yeah, believe me.
Oh man.
Okay. But Dino, no worries, mate. Every Friday, no problem.
Cheers,
If
mate.
you know, get your chance to jump on. First hour is normally light banter. That'd be great for you.
Yeah.
First hour. So
That's cool, man. I'll
But
I'll
yeah.
definitely tune in either way, mate. If I can't come on, mate, I'll maybe type hello or something in the chat. You might not see it though, mate, but I'll just keep saying hello, 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 hello until you do see it, mate.
You
And
just
then
fly away in
I'll
that
just
chat.
flood your
No,
chat
not
room, mate.
in that chat. Yeah. You just fly away. Do
I'll
what you
do it,
want.
mate. All right, Dino, mate. Brilliant to chat to you, mate, and have a good one, mate.
You too. Cheers,
Take
Dino.
care, buddy.
Enjoy your weekend,
Cheers, mate.
mate.
Thanks. I
Thank
will
you.
do. You too, mate. Thanks, mate. Take care.
Massive respect. Much love, Dino. Wow, what a shock. Again, 2 shocks in one night. Right, all I'm going to do now is say goodbye, really. To people who've been in there still over 50. Thanks so much. Friday again. It gets better for me. Definitely so. I think, Mickey, have you just put another? Yeah, you have. Right, Miss Emma, thank you so much for that £5 donation. And I'm pretty sure Mickey Mouse, yeah. Thank you, Mickey, again. Just for luck. Okay. Yeah, I need some, but thanks, Mickey. Thanks so much for that as well. Really appreciate it. It really, really is, honestly. And I never ask for it, guys. I don't even say like and subscribe and shit like that. I don't. So I do appreciate people who just took a few quid in, Thank you. So, it's been brilliant, don't you think? Tonight, stroke this morning. Superb guests. We know how Fluke is, but I'd have him on every week, no problem. So massive thank you. I know some people have been in there from minute one right till now. That means so much to me. And believe it or not, when I finish a live, I carry on thinking about things. People who've been in, I carry on thinking about the live, what's been said, and all those people who've supported us in that chat. I really do, And Sunday local, yeah, definitely on plots. It's like one day on, one day off. Hours and hours of live and talking, texting out of you, Ritzmouth every minute. So thanks to everyone. Don't forget Independent Free Press. He's putting me up while I'm in London. And I've gone way over my my bedtime. So I don't want to disturb Indy any longer. Special thank you to Liam. Okay, that's a special thank you. And I think that's enough said for that one. Darren Russell, James, Local, Gab Media, Master Ron, and many, many others. Massive respect, much love. Peace, guys. Love each other. Okay, let's have unity. Okay, we're at a critical point. So let's look after each other. All right, and I'll see you in a bit. See you soon. Much love.